Doch gefunden.
Sorry, what?
5 years now. I've also seen it multiple times. Forever. That was my first year.
Sorry, what? Okay.
5 minutes to go. You just did win 5 more minutes to come
You
in
won.
and sit down.
All right, let's bring our host back up on stage here. There she is.
You look like a Roman senator a bit.
Welcome to the show. If you're in the building, come on in, have a seat. We're going to be starting right on time, right in 5 minutes. So grab those seats, keep them toots warm.
Enjoy.
Yeah. Because you're good at Okay then, I'll see you in a bit. Genau. Yeah. All right. We're going to start just talking now because why not? It's important to have a stool on stage. If you guys ever seen a comedy show, you'll always notice they always have a stool. And you're like, why do they have a stool? It's just to put things on. But not only that, it's too dirty. Too dirty of a joke too early in the morning. Yeah. Maybe if they bring the music. All right, you guys are looking amazing. Come on in.
Come on in and take a seat. Take the last sip of your coffee.
All right, I'm just gonna, let's start doing this. Anna, let's start scanning the room, and we're just gonna make eye contact with people and start freaking them out in the morning a little bit. Yes, right there, that's the one. All right, come on in, bring it in. He was probably right, 30 minutes. We'll be starting in just 3 minutes.
3 minutes to go.
Countdown. There should be a countdown up there. It is weird. It feels like you're interrupting them, right? Let's do it. Let's do this. Let's see. Let's try to interrupt them while they're talking. Or does it feel kind of like a waste? Maybe not. Do you see Jay? This is the best time to get selfies. If you want to get them, this would be the time. All right, let's just start finding people. If you're wearing a red shirt today, go ahead and stand up from your seat. If you're in the back waving your hand with the blue shirt, we see you. Yes? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so good. We need and then also that we can see that it's there. Helps to go through it. Now I have to remember what we're saying. Do you have to be the clicker?
1 more minute for the next gong to start. Uh-huh.
Does he know to turn the music off or down during? Yeah. Probably 1 more minute. If you guys aren't seated down in 1 more minute, that's okay. We'll start anyways, and it's all good. Morgen, everyone, morgen.
Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen.
Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Frankfurt.
Yes. It's so good that you guys made it out here and you braved the -5°C weather, so thank you very much for that. And everyone who's out there, we do see you today, and humblest of hugs and love to you. So thank you. Oh my God, it's Chris. So you guys want to start out with some fun facts about, fun and freaky facts about Frankfurt. You guys want to know some things that you probably didn't know? Okay. If you know the answer, don't shout it out just yet, but what drink is specifically unique to Frankfurt, Hessen area?
Wine. Beer.
Is it beer? What kind of beer? She's right, it is beer. And what's the answer?
Oh, I don't know.
That's wrong. That's the wrong. The answer is Apfelwein. Yes, Apfelwein. Who knew this already? Oh my God. Okay, that wasn't freaky enough. What world record does Frankfurt hold? Is it the biggest skyscraper on legs? Is it an automated beer stein or the biggest robot dragon on Earth?
That's a hard one.
I don't know. All right, raise of hand, who thinks it's A? And B? Oh, okay. C? If you chose A or B, then you are incorrect. But C, give yourself a round of applause. On Earth, the biggest robot dragon. Nobody knew this. And it has an Italian name. You probably also didn't know, or maybe you did, that Frankfurt is
international as fuck.
With 170 nationalities, supposedly it has more than 50% of the people are immigrants or sons or daughters or people of immigrants, which is quite interesting.
Yeah.
And Frankfurt is hosting the largest Volt GA
ever and ever. It's so exciting to have you all here. It's the largest Vault GA ever. If you look back in the last GAs, we had smaller ones, we had really exciting ones, and that's just the largest. And we're really happy to be your hosts for the next 2 days here on the main stage. Woo!
Genau.
We will have 2 days full of some really important topics, some fun topics, some organizational topics, and also votes. For those of you who haven't been to GAs, the voting is really important. We're taking here the responsibility for all of our fellow Vault members who can't be here or can't vote today. So yeah, today 2 votes and tomorrow some more, but we will guide you through. That will be not a problem. So my name is Annalena. I'm an elected official from Darmstadt, like 30 minutes from here. And my favorite politic topics are actually women rights and social topics. So that's what I stand for in my community in Darmstadt. So Konrad, who are you?
She's going to be entertaining us. Let's a big round of applause. Thank you very much. My name is Konrad Schumann. I have a German name, but I was born in the US. And I came here because there was a person elected in the US in 2016, and I thought that's not a good place to be anymore. And so then I spent the next 7 years being a digital nomad and being a musician, and then that brought me to Europe and ultimately to this Frankfurt, Wiesbaden-Mainz area. And I'm just happy to be here, being a wild musician, part of Volt Europa now. And thank you for having me.
Okay, I think we have some people here who have been to some GAs. Who has been to a GA already before? That's
So
the
that's
majority.
That's like 60%.
Nice. That's good. So perhaps that's something you already know, but from my experience on how to make the best out of a GA, the first rule is talk to people and talk to people you didn't know before. This is a really huge networking event, and you would not guess what interesting things and what wonderful things other Vaulters from Italy, Cyprus, Romania, or France are doing at the moment, and that could actually inspire you. So please talk to everyone you meet, especially if you don't know them before. The second is enjoy the local social events. Where you can find them, we will tell you later.
Secret.
Even if it's like a board game night or just having a drink, yeah, take your time, and I suggest to do it. And the third is to check the agenda. We have a few different stages. We have breakout rooms. So the agenda is really packed of a lot of different topics. From, as I said, organizational to Ukraine discussion rounds. So check the agenda and look what's interesting for you. What is your priority? Where do you want to go? And then try to be on time, because we will run the whole agenda through for the whole weekend, and we can't wait much. So check the agenda.
It's an amazing agenda. Some amazing people worked on it. There's several of them in the room tonight, about a few dozen, and they put some work into it. If you haven't already, are you guys familiar with this new Hilo app, this Hilo platform that we're all using now? Yes? Okay, cool. So we're using this, and we're using it also for the GA for a few reasons. So if you have the ability, and you haven't downloaded it yet, download it instead of downloading, actually open it with a browser, and yeah, because it works better, supposedly, I've heard today. And search for the Frankfurt 2025 hub. And in there, if you haven't already, there's a place to network. You can start here. It gives you some instructions how to go through it. There's an info point for how to find anything you need, from coffee and parties, the most important thing, because we did check the WhatsApp group, and I think there's actually more people in the parties WhatsApp group than there is in all of Volt, actually. So you can see the schedule. There's a schedule for all the rooms. You mentioned the breakout rooms are also there. So even though there's a lot of awesome things happening in here, there are equally amazing and more interesting and interactive things happening in the other breakout rooms, and there's 3 of those. And yeah, so make sure to check this out. It is the place to find all the information. And that's how you guys look, by the way. I think we're gonna, is it now? Are we having some? Yes. Here you
So,
go.
That's for me. Thank you.
Genau.
One thing I really like about Volt is that we really take care of ourselves and our neighbors, and that's important for us. And we want everyone to have fun and enjoy this event. On the other side, we know it can be really overwhelming. So many people, loud noises, and sometimes it's difficult. So what we have here for this event is a really awesome awareness team. The awareness team are all people that you find here in the room and outside that are wearing a violet vest.
Behold.
If you see that vest, you know that's a person you can trust. If you feel stressed, if you have anxiety, if everything is just too much at this moment, or you feel physically or mentally unwell, just talk to these people.
I feel this way. Can I have a hug?
That's also how it works.
Yes.
So please contact the awareness team. And if you think about contacting the awareness team, contacting them, do it. Like then you're on the right track. On the other side, for some Volters here today who are wearing this vest but are not from the awareness team, please take it off. That would be awesome. Thank you very much. We also have a quiet room, or what I forgot, it's the crystal room, and you can go there anytime, and if you can't find it, ask the awareness team. Thank you.
Thank you, awareness team. And now we're going to have a short, amazing video that showcases some things.
So I think we are ready to start. So to now officially start, we have to meet our chair and moderators. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes! Yes!
Welcome to every one of you. It's so glad to see you here. I are excited, we are excited. I'm so excited I even ironed my scarf for you. So it's going to be nice and welcoming for you. We are your chair and moderator, so we will lead through all the legal stuff we need to do at this GA. So yes, I'm going to be German, but I'm going to try to be not too German, so every one of you will also have fun. I'm Fabian, and we also have
Elise, a Volt member since 2018 from France, and moderated the last online GA with Alessia, and we're happy to be here again.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Frankfurt. My name is Alessia Ruta. I'm a board member from Volt Italia, and this is my second in-person GA. I was in Tirana last year as an intern of Volta Europa. And now I'm very happy to be here to co-moderate the assembly and make it sure that it runs as smoothly and as good as possible for you guys to enjoy it. And have a good day.
I didn't tell you my name yet. I'm Fabian Gauke. I'm very happy to have that experienced chairs with me. I did some assemblies in Germany, well, quite a few, and I've been to every GA since Sofia, so I have that experience. Now I'm also glad to host this with you to see all of the Voltas, colleagues, and friends. And yeah, so now we get to the legal stuff. We have now 9:18, and I will tell you that our minute taker is going to be Damiana Zahariva, and she will record the minutes of the General Assembly via the YouTube stream. And she's the designated minute taker in accordance with Article 13 of the statutes and Article 2.1.3.8 of the internal regulations. Every one of you who has been a member for more than 30 days from today, will be able to vote this weekend. You should have received your voting token via mail. Please go check it if you haven't seen it. And if you can't find it, go contact our super help desk at help@volteuropa.org, and I'm sure they will help you so you can participate in our democratic assembly. If you have questions throughout the day, you
Sitting in the audience, I never expected that one day I would stand here representing the German board. But that is precisely the point. Volt creates spaces where people grow, where responsibility is shared and where trust becomes a driver for action. Not because of titles, not because of hierarchy, but because we believe in each other's potential and because we show every day what a community of empowered, committed people can achieve together. And when I look around this room today, I don't see functions or roles. I see people from across Europe who carry this movement in campaigns, in teams, in local groups, in chapters, and increasingly in parliaments. I see people who choose collaboration over competition. People who will make politics more human, more modern, and more open. This is the essence of Volt, showing that politics can be done differently, across borders, with transparency, with shared responsibility. And that matters even more now. Across Europe, nationalism is rising. Fear is used as a political tool, and borders are framed as protection rather than as barriers we have to overcome together. But our movement proves every single day that there's another path possible. Just look at the work of our 5 members of the European Parliament, taking responsibilities across borders, sharing policies, and showing what European leadership looks like in practice. These are not abstract promises, they are real, concrete, examples of what happens when we trust people and give them the space to lead. This weekend, I want us to fully embrace what makes us unique, our diversity, our shared values, and our readiness to take responsibility, whether in local teams, national structures, or in elected office. Because European politics only work when people are willing to make it work. And that's exactly what this room represents. So I want to invite you to live our European spirit over the next 2 days. Connect with people you never met before. Share your experiences, your challenges, your lesson learned. Listen to the reality of others. And let this weekend be a reminder that Europe doesn't grow from institution alone, it grows from people choosing collaboration over division again and again. We are proud to host you here in Germany today, and we take our European responsibility serious, building bridges, strengthening our chapters, and showing that a different political culture is not only possible, it's already happening in this room. Oh, with some technical issues, but that's okay. Thank you to everyone who traveled here, to the volunteers who made this event possible, and to everyone who carries this movement forward every single day. And now, I would like to invite someone on stage who takes responsibility not only within Volt, but also in public office, and who is ready to do so again in the upcoming elections here in Frankfurt. Please welcome our Deputy Mayor of Public Service and Digitalization, our Dezernentin, and our lead candidate for Frankfurt, Eileen.
Hi, everyone. This is super nice. Thank you, Luca. This is also the first GA hosted in a city that our movement has actively shaped for 4 years now, something that we in Volt Frankfurt are really proud of. So we do want to welcome you very warmly to our city here in the heart of Europe. Welcome to Frankfurt, everyone. Over the weekend, you'll notice how deeply people here love their city. You may have already noticed that last night when you were out partying. And with good reason. Frankfurt is Germany's most international city in Germany, a place where the world comes together. Over 180 nations live here, and you may hear over 200 languages being spoken around you. And diversity is not an abstract ideal for us in Frankfurt, it is our daily life. It has shaped our past as a center of trade for centuries and continues to shape our future, our culture, our economy, and above all, our communities. And we thrive because of it. As Volt Frankfurt, we plan on doubling our results in the upcoming elections to at least 8% on March 15. And so in the spirit of what Luca has said, I'd like to touch on our diversity, our shared values, and our readiness to take responsibility that we've proven and want to continue here in Frankfurt. We believe good politics means working together rather than against one another, be it on the municipal level or the national level. We believe that cities need to take an active role in shaping a united Europe, and that we need a new political culture to remedy the loss of trust in government and politics that we are facing all over Europe and, in fact, the world. After Russia's intensified invasion of Ukraine in February 22, we formed a city partnership with Lviv, turning solidarity into concrete action, from relief supplies to a newly launched project for young female founders, together with another sister city, Krakow. Is anyone from Krakow here? Okay, they're still sleeping probably. To strengthen the idea of a united Europe, the goal that brings all of us here, we introduced free Interrail, giving 200 young Frankfurters the chance each year to explore Europe and return as ambassadors to our city. Frankfurt is also home to many EU institutions, most notably the European Central Bank. And to bring these institutions closer to our citizens, we created a European network linking all EU institutions with civil society and cultural organizations to host events, and our annual European festival on May 9, Schumann Day. So you're all invited to join us for the next one in May. If you like Frankfurt, you know. We'll see after this weekend. And as a city itself, we've also been shaping European politics. In the 70s, Frankfurt co-founded Europe's largest city network, Eurocities, a network whose strategy we're now actively shaping in the Executive Committee to strengthen the voices of cities in the European Commission and the Parliament. Furthermore, you all know that citizen participation is one of Volt's core political principles. This is why we reimagined how participation and politics work. Together with citizens, the public administration, politicians, and civil society, a process was launched to standardize and institutionalize participation into everyday politics. So there's no more ghosting, no more particitainment, real participation to strengthen trust in politics and with it democracy. We're also implementing a youth parliament, crucial in a country where, for the very first time, young people have become a minority in the history of Germany. And their voices need to be heard, and we will make them heard. I'd appreciate if those outside of Germany were not to laugh with what I'm coming up next, but the Germans will know this is a big deal. We've worked really hard to gain the title of the most digital public office of all large cities in Germany. So we're basically now where Estonia was like in 2005. Some of you will know that Frankfurt is also the birthplace of German democracy. In 1848, the first democratic parliament on German soil convened in Frankfurt St. Paul's Church, not so far from here actually. For the first time, citizens had the right to determine their own lives, and for the first time, the dignity of the individual counted for more than family lineage. A democratic movement, by the way, that it's often forgotten, but was ignited by and inspired a lot of others around Europe. And today, too, we must value the dignity of the individual. It is inviolable. It means freedom, and it also means participation. And in fact, participation begins with dignity. That is why we pushed for housing first, a concept many of you will be familiar of, a best practice from Finland, in fact, that is now being implemented here in Frankfurt to shift the paradigm towards stability and humanity for people without a home. And I will address the elephant in the room now that might be an elephant for a few of you. Some of you may have heard daunting things about the central station area, the Bahnhofsviertel. You'll see the realities of urban challenges that other cities often hide from view, including people struggling with addiction, side by side with corporate workers in expensive suits passing through the streets every single day. Frankfurt was the first city in Germany to open a supervised drug consumption room in 1994, accompanied by methadone programs and free medical care and counseling. This was the beginning of a pragmatic, liberal, humane approach focused on harm reduction and social support. And it continues to evolve and has made Frankfurt a pioneer in compassionate drug policy and a role model for the whole world. Today, we have less than half the drug-related deaths in comparison to, for example, Munich. And we're so proud to see this policy being adopted by Volt in Munich, and recently also by our neighboring city in Darmstadt, where Volt is also part of the coalition. But I would like to paint a bit of a different picture for you with regards to the Central Station area, because it's also a place many of us love, because it represents the full soul of the city. One can travel through a world of cuisines in one single block, from Istanbul to Seoul, Marrakesh to Dublin, Naples to Tel Aviv. You'll find mosques, churches, new arrivals, and old established families. And its community is quite remarkable. Local shop owners work together with residents and active neighbors to improve and develop the district. And once a year, everyone, regardless of belief, is invited for a communal iftar with long tables in the street and food cooked by the community. Personally, this neighborhood feels exactly what made me feel at home, feels like what made me feel at home when I moved to Frankfurt 10 years ago. It allowed me to embrace all parts of my Turkish-Irish identity and gave each part a home. It connected me with people who live united in diversity, because in Frankfurt, having layers, cultures, and international family stories is completely normal. It is your average biography. So if you want to understand Frankfurt, it's quite simple. You drink your coffee at the Italian cafe, eat Turkish food on the go, drink like the Irish, enjoy dinner with grüne Soße or Äppler. You can't leave Frankfurt without trying grüne Soße, I'm just saying that. We will find you and bring you back. And then you go home and find a reason to complain like a true German. But then you still get on with your life like the pragmatic citizen that you are. So Welcome to Frankfurt. If you're from a smaller team, I just want to say we also started out quite small, 20 members in 2019, growing to 200 by now, and we are shaping people's lives. I promise you it is worth every single press release, social media post, protest, every public action, everything you organize and do and put your work into. Thank you for being here and supporting us too in our elections by being here this weekend. I hope we can give you back the courage that you give to us. Welcome to Europe's living laboratory. Welcome to a city that is always changing and helping Europe to change with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your two welcome speeches. I really felt it, like they're really important topics that just everybody here feels in the room. So now we come to our final welcome speech from our president from Volt Europa, Francesca Romana D'Antono.
Everybody, am I audible? Can I read? Okay, great. Ladies, I'm gonna need you to stand up because I really would like all of you to give the biggest round of applause to two people that are not only doing a lot of work and advancing Volt every day, step by step, but they're also doing a lot for democracy. Our Deputy Mayor, Eileen O'Sullivan, and our President of Volt Deutschland, Luca Lorinco. All right, now, finally alone. You, me, and just 1,700 more people in this room. No, but I do love opening European General Assemblies. There is something very special about us coming together. And I think this has already been done, but I was sitting and I didn't see. So can you raise your hand if this is the first time you participate to a General Assembly? Wow. Okay. Oh, wow. Interesting. So, if you're a newbie, welcome. This is where Europe happens. This is where the energies come together. People from Portugal and people from Slovakia. People from Greece and people from Germany. The Muslim, the Christian, the Jewish, the atheists. The black, the brown, and the white Europeans. Those who have lived through the economic boom of the 60s, and those who think that it's delulu to think that labor is something to desire. If you don't understand this joke, it's okay. My Gen Z assistant wrote it for me. I just repeat it. But as we advance in this adventure, we are being asked not only by our voters and supporters, not only by our donors and potential voters, but by history itself. What is it, this United States of Europe that we want to build? What does it feel like? What is it that we want to do? And this is because when we were founded in 2017, being pro-European and being progressive was equivalent. The reason is that in 2017 and the years before, while we were busy with indie music and Instagram filters, actually a lot of Eurosceptic organizations were popping up in every country. They were saying that the state nation needed to regain its sovereignty and that they were tired of the rule of Brussels. So if you were pro-European, you were a progressive. But is it the same today? You know, the majority of the demands of these organizations, of course, I find ridiculous. But I do want to say that some others, I think they made sense. I'm going to give you a very example, please follow. Did you know that France, for 10 years, violated the 3% deficit rule? For 10 years. And it was not sanctioned. Like, everything continues as nothing happened. Meanwhile, the pigs, you remember that? Portugal, Italy, Greece, and Spain were undergoing heavy austerity measures. Austerity is no joke. It means you cut pensions. It means you cut social support to those who need it the most. It means you push small companies out of business. And so there are at least two answers to the question, what does it mean today to be pro-European? One is, you stand for a Europe that top-down imposes on you asymmetrical measures based on prejudice. But the second one is what we are giving, the answer we are giving. We believe in a Europe where all voice matters, where we are equal, and where Brussels is a place where our democracy thrives, and not some place where measures are imposed upon us. But what happened at the time, as you know, was also successful. Brexit happened in 2017, which triggered the creation of Europa, which is a good thing. But it also left profound scars, which I believe are also part of what we are seeing today in politics. So I want to define with you what kind of Europe we are fighting for. And I have a three-pillar speech ready for you. Number one, a welcoming Europe. I mentioned that 10 years ago, the far-right populists were all about regaining control. Today, they're not Eurosceptics. There's no one who wants to exit the EU. But what they want to build is Fortress of Europe, a place where the migrants are a threat to our culture, where they are a danger, where we have to fear them. A white supremacist Europe, I think we can say that. And so, prisons are being built. They are being built with our money, often outside of our cities, so we cannot see them, sometimes outside of our borders, in Libya, in Turkey, but also in a place like Albania, which for us, it's already a member association. Where are my Albanians, by the way? I cannot see them. Oh, okay, they're there. Thank you for coming. I actually visited twice the detention center that the Italian government has built in Albania. I am gonna try not to cry, but it's hard, because I can never forget one of the people I spoke to inside that detention center. He is a 20-year-old boy from Egypt who looked at me with his eyes filled with anger and despair, and he told me, yeah, okay, thank you for coming. You guys come, you tell me that it's gonna get better, but then I get locked in again, I bang my head on the wall, and nothing changes. It was very hard to hear, but he wasn't wrong. We are told that this unspeakable, inhuman system is the only alternative, that actually the opposite of it is a free pass for everybody, is even the Sharia law, because I want to make it very clear, a lot of this is based on anti-Muslim prejudice, that the alternative to building prison and let people die and maybe remigrate them without even knowing their story is chaos. But you know what's chaos instead? Chaos is a European migration pact that will be enforced in June 2026 and that enables racial profiling. Chaos is giving our money, our taxpayer money, to the so-called Libyan Coast Guard to shoot at people in our name with our money. Chaos is what they are doing. Fortress of Europe is not our Europe. Our Europe is one where all people are equal, is one where we thrive together, where we actually think that diversity is to be treasured, that where we want to attract talent, to blend in with ours, and to create solutions, different ways to think about how democracy can function, different ways to think about our economy can function, new solutions, something beautiful. And we can do this together. Number 2, an economically just Europe. We have been told a lie. The lie is that in order for the economy to thrive, you have to accept inequality. That some genius billionaire is sitting on an exorbitant pile of money, yes, but only because they're inventing the next big breakthrough that will bring us to the moon, to Mars, to whatever. Okay, but today there are 440 billionaires in Europe, is less people than in this room. 440 people are billionaires in Europe, and 93 million people are at risk of poverty or under the line of poverty. The math doesn't add up. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work. We cannot be having a cost of living crisis, a housing crisis. We cannot have talent going outside of Europe to look for better salaries, to start their business, and then say, well, okay, but actually, you know, there are these 440 people sitting on 2.2 trillions of wealth. I can't even think of what 2.2 trillions of wealth means. It's just a number that doesn't make sense for how big it is. And we can't have the elites telling us that, actually, my dear, you are a radical leftist because you think that economic justice must be enforced in Europe. No, there's nothing radical about it. There's nothing radical. Actually, economic justice is a pragmatic measure, and I'll tell you why. Because if you cannot provide for your family, if you don't know what will happen by the end of the month, you will steal, you will loot, you will think that, you know what, after all, the social contract with which I have been provided, it's not such a good deal for me. Maybe I want to change it. So we demand that this United States of Europe that we are building is economically just, because only justice can bring prosperity. Number 3, a Europe that leads with courage on the international stage. All the leaders of the strong economies of the world are autocrats. Europe, wake up, look around, we are alone. We have been sleeping too comfortably for too long in the embrace of the US, our ally who became our daddy. We have been doing our diplomatic efforts in a chaotic way, in an ineffective way, and sometimes we just didn't do them at all. We just let others take care of whatever was coming. But how can we have a meaningful voice in the international stage if we don't pull ourselves together? How can we make sure that there is a just peace in Ukraine, that there is a just peace in Gaza, if we just leave it to others? I say it's time for a European army, for a European diplomacy. It's time for a European foreign policy. So we said, a welcoming Europe, an economically just Europe, and a Europe that leads with courage on the international stage. This is our Europe, not the Europe of the tax havens, not the Europe of the fear of the walls, a Europe where we can thrive together, and we are already doing it, aren't we? I want to remind all of you that we have currently elected officials in the Netherlands, yes, in Germany, yes, but also in Belgium, in Greece, in Cyprus, in France, in Italy, in Portugal, in Czechia, and in Romania. And yes, there have been setbacks, but we are the young people who refuse to give up. We are the old people who bring experience and wisdom. We are the feminists that know that boys dropping out of school is as much as a tragedy as a woman making 80% of what her male colleagues make. These are two things that are not mutually exclusive. Feminism is about equality. Europe is about equality. And if everybody understood immediately what is it that we're trying to do, it would mean that there's nothing innovative in what we're doing. Volt is what happens right before an idea becomes mainstream. And we are the ones making it happen. So when they ask us, what is this United States of Europe that you want to build? We can say it's a welcoming Europe, it's an economically just Europe, and it's a Europe that leads with courage. And when they ask you, who is doing that? You can answer, we are. We are Volt. We are creating it. Keep this in mind with you in the next following days. With that, I officially declare our General Assembly open, and I want to ask you, are you ready?
Thank you, Francesca. So hereby I confirm that we are all ready and that the GA is officially opened at 9:51 by our beautiful president, Francesca. And now we give again to our beautiful hosts.
That was a touching and powerful speech. Thank you. Where'd she go? She's gone now. Okay. Ah, there you go. Sorry. Thank you so much for that. Before we bring out the next guest, and as someone who is very amazing and very, let's say, special and near and dear to my heart, I just want to kind of share a quick story about what brought me to Europe that will kind of transition into our next speaker. So, although it's cold here in Frankfurt, it's colder in some other places, and I'm a person who likes the Christmas time, and so I thought, well, it's getting near that time, so where would a rational human being go during the winter? So I thought, okay, yeah, Estonia, because I needed to get a digital nomad visa, and I was not yet a European citizen. So that's the thing. I am now. So what happened was, so I escaped Trump. I ran away. And then he came back. I apologize for that. And during that time, 7 years as a nomad, I was there, and I was looking for a digital nomad visa, so I went to Estonia in the winter. But that place is special for me because during that time, 2020, in the pandemic, this is where I was able to get my Italian citizenship in Estonia. Doesn't make any sense. But I was driven to that place because of, at the time, the technology. You can do everything. You can vote online. They were, at the time, leading the way, and as Eileen pointed out earlier, now Frankfurt is leading that charge. But We're just going to be here waiting for our next speaker to come on stage. And in the meantime, I'd like to bring up host number 2 and 1. No, sorry, this is host number 1. Please.
Yep.
So tell us, what brought you to Darmstadt?
What brought me to Darmstadt? Actually work, but I got there and I thought, oh, Darmstadt sounds like a weird city. Actually, if you translate it, it's intestine city. It's a bit weird. So I thought I'll stay there for a year or two. And then I got to know the city, and I started Volt. And with Volt, I got to know my city. We started talking about single streets where we think there should be bike lines or where there are dangerous spots. So you really start to talk in a different way about your city you're living in when you become politically active. And when I then started Volt in Darmstadt, it took us 2 years to find our team and then run for the first elections. And we got from 0 to hero, which is 7%. Like, that was really a win.
Thank you so much.
Success
Lovely.
story of the day.
Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Volters, it is my great honor to bring to the stage a visionary leader. He's a pioneer, as you may know, in digital democracy, an advocate for European unity, and a believer in a shared future, a shared Europe. As president of Estonia from 2006 to 2016, he worked in cybersecurity, tech, governance, and EU. But today, in a bold move, he is joining Volt. And he's going to come to stage to share his vision of why he joined Volt. So, please welcome to the stage, with an Estonian warm tere tulemast, President Toomas Ilves.
That was always the worst part of being in office, was all these people standing up. I'm going to give you a long, boring speech in a minute, which will explain why I joined Volt. My first explanation is the reason I have an American accent is that I'm a child of refugees who fled the Nazis and the Soviet Union, and I ended up living in the United States. Don't hold it against me, please. But you can't get rid of your linguistically formative period. The short reason I joined Volt is that I've spent many decades working on two things. One of them was digitizing my country against all odds. I did that because I thought that was the only way out, and it was really hard at the beginning because everyone thought I was an idiot. Now we are the most digital country in Europe, maybe the world. And the other part of my life that I have devoted myself to is Europe, not just in the sense of a sort of big idea, but also because against all odds and the opinion of most of my fellow citizens in my country, I work to get Estonia into the European Union, which is probably the more important thing for me personally. But why I joined Volt was that I thought I'd left anything to do with politics in 2016. I haven't been a member of any party since 2006, and I thought I needed a rest. And the last several years have convinced me that unless we do something, this thing called Europe, which is so close to my heart, and which I spent so much of my life working on, may just fail. And so what I will talk about today is where we are and what we need to do, and that's kind of the longer reason why I joined Volt. So thank you. No. Well, I can do it this way. Okay. In his 1975 essay, Perpetual Peace, Immanuel Kant argued that peace would only be achieved in a federation of republics, which today we can sort of, in our modern language, say a federation of democracies. And as the EU has demonstrated, he was right. Back when I was foreign minister negotiating my country's accession to the EU, we heard almost daily from the leaders of Europe that the European Union is a project for peace. More than a decade later, the EU, in 2012, the EU indeed was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for its over 6-decade contribution to advancing peace, reconciliation, democracy, and human rights in Europe. And the prize recognized the EU's role in transforming Europe from a continent of conflict into a region of peace. That's no small accomplishment, let's be clear. But that was a different era, one we can no longer recognize. For the first time in 80 years, we have a major war on our continent. The pictures we can see daily differ from those that we saw from World War II, only in that they are in color and that we can view them hours after yet another horrific atrocity or bombing. What we see is precisely the same kind of horrendous conflict the EU was created to keep from ever happening again. The European Union remains a project for peace. Inside the Union, war is inconceivable today. Our single market, the euro, the Schengen zone, the Erasmus program, the enlargement to the countries of Eastern Europe that the EU promised for decades that we join if we ever become democratic. I could go on and on. They have given us precisely the peace that Immanuel Kant said was possible. The problem we face with grim seriousness today is that the Europeans, we, never got around for becoming a project for war beyond our borders, and more ominously, at our borders, and in recent times, with war spilling into our borders. Our idea of European foreign policy was extending democracy, rule of law, and human rights beyond our borders. Our trade policy, often tough toward our partners, was nevertheless to maintain a rule-governed trade system. Our domestic policy did not give any thought to competitiveness regarding our competitors abroad, or if we thought of them, then strictly in protectionist terms, keeping others out, not necessarily, though, to be better competitors. And our tech policy was often suspicion-based, Luddite, and too often resentful of American prowess. And given our slowness in that field, we are now outclassed not only by the United States, but also by China. All of this is a change. It changed first slowly, and then with the return of Donald Trump to the US presidency, suddenly, to paraphrase Ernest Hemingway's, the sun also rises on how a character went bankrupt. If you don't know the quote, it's how'd you go bankrupt? Slowly at first, and then suddenly. And that is the feeling I have about where we are today in our Europe. What has changed suddenly is the collapse of what is called Pax Americana, the widely held idea that the United States is the ultimate guarantor of the liberal, democratic, rule-based order. Whatever the frictions between Europe and the US over the years, and there have been many, from the departure of France from the military command of NATO, the SS-20 intermediate range missile arguments of the 1980s, which I don't think anyone remembers here, but the fight over the European Union's Saint-Malo Declaration calling for an autonomous European security and defense policy, and of course, the US invasion of Iraq. But there was never a divorce, because we still said, well, we still believe in the same kind of things. For decades, we have had our perennial disagreements over defense spending with the US. We thought, however, following the lead of George Herbert Walker Bush, that's the father, when he talked about his peace dividend, that we're in a kumbaya world, that after the Berlin Wall fell, that we would never again have to spend on defense. But our arguments, fights, and démarches were still all child's play, a domestic dispute among Western democracies we saw as natural in a large, unruly, but still coherent family of common values. That world is gone, my friends. It is gone for good, and we are back in a world we thought we had outgrown and solved forever with our self-congratulatory and inward-looking project for peace. We're back in a Hobbesian world of bellum omnium contra omnes, a war of all against all. Or, as Leon Trotsky noted, you may not be interested in war, but war is interested in you. It's a new world where Russia, China, and now even the US thinks that might makes right, that values, rule of law, democracy are just words, and that Europe doesn't matter. They can do whatever they want in the world without us. So now, we Europeans find ourselves in a vast, and I would say rather scary, terra incognita. There is a bloody war on our borders to the east, and an openly hostile and anti-European transactional America to our west, blackmailing us into accepting trade concessions for illusory trade imbalances. While all the while we observe a China that is taking leaps and bounds in technology and in industrial prowess, leaving Europe far in the dust. Nothing better illustrates the weakness and irrelevancy of our 450 million strong European Union than how only this week the EU was left out of any discussion of the so-called peace plan for Russia's war in Ukraine. Europe, on the other hand, is the primary financial resource for Ukraine. The US weapons it uses, we buy. 7 EU countries either border an aggressive Russia or border the invaded country of Ukraine. Yet we are not even consulted by a small American team led by a New York City real estate developer with no experience in international affairs. Now, I've painted you a rather bleak, but to my mind, unfortunately, a rather realistic picture of where our Europe is in 2025. Almost 4 years into a major war at our borders, and at the same time falling behind in competitiveness and even in economic growth. So let us try to think about how we can change Europe. To do what we have to do that, we have to understand where we are today. It should be clear to us that each one of our countries alone, even the largest amongst us, is puny compared to those powers that threaten us today. Militarily, we are not even ready for a minor attack on Europe, and instead argue we shouldn't use the term rearm, even though we start to do too little too late. Economically, when China and the US are investing hundreds upon hundreds of billions of euros into artificial intelligence and also to create the power sources necessary for the massively energy-thirsty data centers that power AI, we instead worry most about how to restrict AI. Well-intentioned, yes, but we don't even have any compared to where the US and China are today. And meanwhile, as AI is increasingly used in industrial manufacturing in the United States and China, we neither build the necessary data centers or increase our energy production to power those non-existent centers. And if we continue like this, our industrial base will consist of legacy factories, curiosities to add to the other museums that tourists from outside Europe in the future will visit. If we do not start immediately to change how we do things in our union, we will not even catch up. We are falling behind. We are absent, not even consulted, and left out of negotiations of the worst war in Europe since 1945. Moreover, we see this war already encroaching on EU countries bordering Russia, and Ukraine is beginning bordering Russia and Ukraine, and we, these past several years, are beginning to experience what Ukraine has gone through. Sabotage, drone attacks, bombs in airplanes, which mercifully did not blow up. Shadow fleet in old tankers carrying massive amounts of oil in tankers that have no insurance in the Baltic Sea. We see weaponized migration, massive election interference by Russia, as we saw in an EU country, Romania, only this year. So what is keeping us from stopping the war, protecting our union from security threats, from building competitive economies? And I would say, basically, it is our inability to think of Europe as a state with a telos, with its own logic, and not as just a convenient way to get a better deal for ourselves in the multi-year financial framework. We persist and acting according to the categories of our historical legacy as individual nation states, not as a political entity known as the European Union. We have not begun to rethink those notions of individual national sovereignty that have been with us since the Peace of Westphalia in 1648. It's the same thinking we've had for the last 400 years. We do not see that today those are simply unfit for purpose in this new world. We are unable to see Europe as anything but a conglomeration of small and selfish nation states, each one pulling for more of an increasingly smaller blanket, pulling it away from our neighbors, while we are, as a whole, adrift and often clueless in a world of increasingly authoritarian and mercantile hegemonic superpowers who don't like us. The answer to our dilemma and our increasingly dire challenges is to become a genuinely federal European Union. You didn't let me get to the next sentence, which is, but not to use the F word, people. Our voters, our citizens, frankly, do not understand what it means. Its meaning has been usurped and perverted to mean its opposite, some kind of unitary state that threatens our way of life. And that is what the hard right is doing to us today. Instead, I suggest we avoid terms and words that no one seems to understand, at least not in the same way. But what people do understand, however, are policies that will pull our continent out of the slow downward trend our undemocratic competitors around the world gloat over. It will take the same degree of will to do things differently that led Monet and Schumann to think of a future European federation, but more importantly, to not only think out of the box, but to act out of the box of the 3 centuries of European nation-state behavior. Those are the challenges we face if we don't want to become just a vast museum for Chinese, American, Emirati, and Saudi tourists. Fortunately, we don't have to invent solutions or even study what the problems are. We know what they are. And the solutions have been studied carefully and offered to us, and even commissioned by the European Union itself. Mario Draghi, the former chairman of the European Central Bank and former Italian prime minister, who pulled his country out of dire economic straits, was asked to write a report on how to make Europe competitive. The result was a comprehensive, I would say really comprehensive because it's 800 pages long, view of our weaknesses and what we need to overcome them. The report outlines the critical areas we need to address and the kinds of reforms that are necessary. But he didn't use the F word. But he did outline what we need to do, and they touch upon the essential elements that will make Europe act like a genuine power and be what he doesn't say, but a federal state. We need to have things that we don't want to talk about, or they're kind of boring, or they're kind of like, who knows what those things are. But they are things like united capital markets, so investors will invest in our companies, as in the US, where the investment is much easier. Silicon Valley would never have become what it is today in the US if it consisted of 50 separate capital markets, one in each state. How could we? Instead, we see our fledgling and even not so fledgling, but rather locally successive tech companies move to the United States because that's where the investors are. And I'll just give you a personal example of that. In my last year in office, I read in our newspaper that there was a kid, I don't know, he was a kid, he was 22, had just gotten, I guess, 250,000 euros into his little startup. And so the kind of thing I would do is, like, if there's a young person doing something good, I would invite him for tea and cookies, and I did. And I said, well, this is great what you're doing, I'm really impressed. And then he said, well, thank you, Mr. President, but, you know, unfortunately, in 2 weeks, I'm moving to the US. I said, why are you doing that? He goes, well, I can't get any money in Europe. I said, to develop my company. And I said, well, what's in the US? He said, well, there I can. 6 months later, he had $5 million invested in his company. And 3 years later, he sold it for $150 million. That's what we're losing because we don't have united capital markets, and it sounds boring, and it's that finance stuff, But unfortunately, folks, if we're going to be successful in politics, you have to do the hard intellectual work of figuring out what the hell Draghi is talking about and understand it enough to push it, rather than... Just to really illustrate this, the other story about this is actually not mine, but a story of a guy named Steve in 1975 in Palo Alto, who at the time didn't believe in bathing and had long, greasy hair, and he went to, and he started a company. Now, the problem is, in the US, he did rather well, but imagine Steve going to Deutsche Bank and saying, well, my friend, he's also Steve, it's true. We have this thing in our garage where it's a personal computer. We haven't really figured out the name of it yet. Maybe we'll call it an orange or maybe an apple. He would be thrown out, or would have been thrown out of Deutsche Bank in 15 seconds. And that was Steve Jobs. And the other Steve was Steve Wozniak. That's the difference in microcosm, those two cases, of why we are not what we should be, which is, with all our brains and with all of our people, the leading power in tech. But instead, it all goes there. Now, Draghi isn't only critical. He talks about Europe's exemplary decarbonization. We are really great in this crucial problem that the entire world faces. But we cannot continue to compete with the high cost of energy that keeps us from creating more innovative technologies. All the more important that a year after his report, when we see how high the energy requirements of AI data centers are, that we're not building the data centers. If we don't develop our AI in turn, we will fall behind, but we won't do that. We will not fall behind only if we build more and cheaper energy sources, and we can't do that, again, going back to the original problem, with fragmented capital markets. Importantly, his report also talks about mutualized debt, something our so-called frugals in Europe have resisted for years. Without the ability to borrow as the European Union, we cannot possibly build what needs to be built. Transport networks, energy and communications networks that require massive amounts of investment, and you cannot do it unless we borrow money to do it. And we forget that we have one positive case of this. Case is the wrong word here, but anyway. We forget that Europe, in fact, borrowed once to pay for COVID vaccines that were affordable and probably saved the lives of a number of people who are here today because we had affordable vaccines. That shows you what, if you do policy right, what the EU can do for us. Important things, like keeping us alive. But we don't, want to do any more of that. Now, mutualized debt, meaning that the EU can borrow as the European Union, is another policy, another step that some would call federalization, but we would simply call logical, rational policy, and that's the way to approach this. But Mario Draghi is not the only one to spell out in detail where Europe must go. In addition to Draghi's monumental report, the EU commissioned another former Italian Prime Minister, Enrico Letta, to assess the failures of the European single market, where he argues that the decline in our competitiveness is primarily due to a lack of integration in those same areas inside the European Union, financial services, in energy and electronics communications. This entails establishing an integrated framework between the between the European and the national level in our countries. But again, it's something which is logical and concrete that should be done. I mean, it's not as if we don't know where we should be going, right? And he doesn't talk about a federal Europe. He talks about reforms that are absolutely necessary to improve competitiveness. These are, again, policies that will bring enormous benefits and raise our economic well-being. And since I started here talking about the security issues that we face, on top of those two papers, we also have another one that looks at the serious, even critical need to have a credible European defense. Sauli Niinistö, the former president of Finland, prepared at the Commission's request a long report on Europe's civil and military preparedness. These two have been things that just have not been implemented. The EU has laid out plans for their implementation, but with little sense of urgency, which is hard to understand if we look at what's happening right at our borders. So, and finally, I mean, to get really specific, in October last month, the European Commission presented the Defense Readiness Roadmap 2030, which followed the June 2025's Defense Readiness Omnibus. Both deal with the need to boost investment in the defense sector, where Europe, again, is woefully behind in its current threat environment. And it's also why Europe is buying weapons from the United States to give to Ukraine. But again, very little's been done. So summing it up, it's not as if we don't know what to do. Some of the brightest political and economic minds in the EU have made really brilliant, robust policy recommendations. Yet we don't act on them. The world races ahead and we dither. The world is becoming more aggressive and we think we have plenty of time. We don't have plenty of time. We can't afford to dither, but we do so because we don't want to admit that our survival requires sacrificing a number of our cherished beliefs. Giving up those beliefs will be resisted both by the European left and by the right, by those who cling to old and ever more dangerously outdated notions of national sovereignty. And then there are those that don't want to change what has been a comfortable state of affairs, large subsidies in protected sectors under the rubric of so-called national competences. We need to shed our shibboleths. The so-called frugals need to understand that allowing the EU to borrow and issue debt and the unification of capital markets are the sine qua non to become an economic player again. Without unified capital markets allowing private equity to invest in it, we will continue to see our best and brightest tech companies migrate to Palo Alto for venture capital. We must also revise our thinking that Europe can continue only as a beacon of soft power and that we don't have to worry about aggression against us. Those politicians who argue for that must realize that low defense spending is as much a moral hazard for those facing the immediate threats we do on Europe's borders as was the moral hazard the so-called frugals talked about a decade ago when they didn't want to bail out countries that were in financial trouble. Those countries who took advantage of the so-called peace dividend after 1990 to increase social spending must understand that the peace dividend is now spent, that we are back in a dangerous world, and to ignore that is to show that they don't care about other EU members. While on the other side, those countries that obstinately refuse to show solidarity with fellow EU nations by taking in some of the migrants who have poured into southern member states, themselves should not be surprised when their security fears don't get the attention they deserve. I'm talking about Southern versus Eastern Europe. So, for all the problems we face in Europe today, and there's no point in ignoring them, the solutions still are there. They are detailed, they are robust solutions, but they cannot be implemented without a strong push to get them done. We can't push for massive reforms unless we reform ourselves. These reforms won't go anywhere until we begin to think of Europe as a power, a state, a player in the world as Europe, not as France or Germany or digital superpower Estonia. And they will also go nowhere if we continue to think of the EU as just a vehicle for one country or another to get a bigger piece of the pie for itself and at the expense of fellow Europeans that happen to speak a different language beyond our own national borders. In order to accomplish all that, I'm getting ready, I'm done in a minute. In order to accomplish all that, my friends, we need to work at all levels of European governance, local, national, and the European Union. And we need to work at the level of the citizen, talking to our fellow citizens. The goal of a political party in a democracy is not power. Just look at what's happening in the US if you want to see what happens when the goal is just to get power. The goal of a political party in Europe should be to build a stronger Europe that is better for everyone. That goal, let me finish. That goal is best achieved by creating Europe that can act as an equal in the world. And that is why I joined BOLT. Because like you, I believe the best way to make life better is to enact policies that make Europe work and work as Europe. It may seem daunting at times when we see parties on the hard right and left gaining strength, and when populist demagogues using cheap and divisive rhetoric and worse succeed in politics using those awful tricks. And also it may seem daunting because if you want to succeed in politics, and this was my experience, has been always my experience, is that you have to do the boring stuff. You have to read these awful papers. You have to understand what Draghi is talking about and not say, well, I don't really get that because that's that financial stuff and I'll let someone else worry about it. You have to get into the policies because you don't get far. You won't get far politically if you do what I do here and say, you know, we need a united Europe. You have to show the benefits of a united Europe. You have to be able to discuss policies that are necessary and why they're necessary. And in order to do that, to convince your fellow citizens, you need to understand what those policies are, what their problems are, where they're weak, where they're strong. Why are we doing these things? So it is hard work to convince people. I had to do that in two areas, the ones I told about in the beginning. And people didn't get, what the hell is digitization? We don't even have electricity, in Estonia, right? And the EU, why do we need the EU? All we need is NATO. Convincing people that we had to join the EU and that it would really mean a lot of sacrifices in the beginning wasn't easy, and you had to be able to talk about policies. But on the other hand, let me tell you, I relished the challenge. Those of you who heard my talk yesterday heard me talk about those two of my life's big challenges, digitizing the country and getting in the EU. The odds of succeeding were discouragingly low. We were poor, a former Soviet republic, and hence a priori inferior to Western Europe. The people in the country thought what I proposed was stupid, impossible, a waste financially and also politically. But I persisted, and by luck or simple obstinance, and by convincing like-minded people to help and join me, Estonia today is the most digitized country in Europe and maybe the world, and one of the success stories of Europe. What once was What once was considered outlandish and impossible 30 years later is considered so natural and obvious that in my country, no one under 40 even thinks it's ever been otherwise. That's why I'm here today, because I share your beliefs and think you can do what needs to be done, that we can do what needs to be done. It won't be easy. It will take more work than you can even imagine right now. I mean, joining the EU took 10 years out of my life. And also, if you do succeed, no one will remember that it was you that did it. Nonetheless, do it. Thank you.
Wow, what a start of the day. Thank you very much for this speech. I think it all gave us, again, the view on how big it is, what we are forming here, and where the European Union can go if the right people start to shape it. And that's us. So, let's start into the first sessions. Now it becomes a bit active, so you can now change rooms. This is the main stage, and we will continue to talk about Europe and the enlargement strategy. If you're interested about the European Army, we have a really good discussion going on in Mistral Room. There we have an expert on law and also the president of the European Society for Defense. If you're interested more in meeting Vault Violet, our youth network, please go to the Orient Room. The European Stories Cycle. It's a session where people share their success stories. It's in Occident. Please choose which session you would like to see and then change the rooms. Please use the doors on the back side. They're the easiest ones to exit the room. One more thing, we have an IT help desk on level 2. If you have problems with Halo or any other voting problems, please feel free to go to the help desk on level 2. It's 2 people standing on a coffee table with a lot of laptops. I think you will find them. Please use this opportunity. Get ready to change rooms. You can see the whole agenda on the Halo Hub. If you have problems entering the Halo Hub, go to the IT help desk on level 2. We also have the possibility to follow this session in the room Mistral. There is a live stream in the room Mistral if you don't want to be here in the room, but still follow this session. We will start soon here with the next session, so please pick your favorite agenda item that starts now. We can go back. First one is United for Peace in Mistral. Second is Meet Vault Violet, the new youth network in Orient, or the European success stories. These are the options. Thank you very much. Where's it? Meridian. Oh, the live stream is in room Meridian. Fake information here from stage. Okay, we will one more selfie and then we will continue with our next session.
So, hello from the off.
If you want to
There's
change
no
room,
other
please do
streams
it
from the
now.
other rooms. No.
Check on Halo, feel free.
So we only stream here from the main room.
Good. Next
So you can see
session
it
is
only here.
starting here. Our next topic is bigger and better. And I think that's a really nice slogan to kick off the breakouts. We will talk about the enlargement strategy of the EU. I think this will bring us closer to some music. Okay. So I would like to welcome on stage, and please choose your room, and if you want to stay here, sit down and open your ears for the next session. So I want to welcome on stage 2 Volt members and 1 external speaker. So please, Charles Non and Rainier van Landgoed. Please welcome on the stage.
Thank you very much. I need that to cut. Yeah.
Yes, almost, but
Good morning, everyone. I hope you're feeling energized.
I heard.
All right. Good morning and welcome to the very first European Community-led session of this General Assembly. It's a great pleasure to see that many of you are staying in this main hall to discuss 2 of the most important challenges that Volt will have to deal with in the coming months and years. So, before moving on to the introductions, I just would like to talk about my European community. I'm Charles, and I'm from DreamCom. If you're wondering what this strange acronym is, DreamCom is Volt's European community dedicated to democracy and EU reform. So you will hear a bit later during the day what European communities exactly are. But I will say about DreamCom that we are a group of Volt members and volunteers, open to all members of Volt Europa, which are mostly working on strengthening our policies, engaging with elected officials, experts, and the civil society, as well as promoting our vision and our ideas in all topics related to democracy at the local, national, and European level, governance, transparency, the rule of law, the judiciary, and obviously EU enlargement, which will be a big part of today's discussion. We are going to talk about this because the goal, the very goal of this session, is to remind you that we are not only striving to build a stronger and more democratic European Union of 27 member states. We want to be more ambitious than that. Because we are not an EU party, we are a pan-European party. And we want to build a stronger Europe that goes from Reykjavik to Tbilisi. We do think that the European Union has much to learn from the populations, the states, the societies that want to join it. And we also think that the federal Europe that we all want to build can be built through and with enlargement. And in that regard, much can be done already now. So I would like to take this opportunity to give a great shout out to all the Volt teams which are working day and night beyond the EU borders to make our dream come true. So I would like you to give a great round of applause to Volt Albania, Volt Kosovo, Volt Switzerland, Volt Ukraine, Volt United Kingdom, and last but not least, Volt Norway. They need our support. So, before we move on, I would like to remind you that the last time the European Union welcomed a new member was 12 years ago. It was on the 1st of July 2013 when Croatia joined. And since then, it seems that the enlargement process, as well as the integration process, have stalled. And actually, to have you start thinking, I would like to know, by a show of hands, who in this room believes that the European Union will receive a new member state by 2030? So who among you thinks that we'll have at least one more member state? Okay, that's a majority. Wow, there's some positive energy in this room, I like it. A second question, who among you thinks that the European Union, in its current form, is ready to welcome a new member state? Okay, there is some work to do yet. All right, I will now slowly invite Rainier to come on stage. Thank you very much for being here, Rainier. You have been working on this topic for the past 1.5 years as a Volt member of the European Parliament, so thanks for being here. Your team and you have worked on this bigger and better report, which was published, if I believe, a bit before the summer. And you actually received feedback not only from external experts, but also from DreamCom itself. One more reason to join the team. And before I give you the word, I would just quote two of the conclusions of the report. That every past enlargement round in history was preceded by structural reform. And that we need to act now to make sure that the next enlargement round creates the union of the future. So, Rainier, I will now ask you, how do we do this?
Great.
And a quick technical remark. Should you have any question, please use this QR code, log on Halo on the Q&A and poll session, and write your questions in the comments. That will facilitate time management. Thank you very much. Without further ado, Rainier, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this great introduction. Thank you all for being here. I am super excited about today and this General Assembly. This morning already, for me, was very insightful and inspiring. From the local impact Volt is making to the United States of Europe, that we want to create a welcoming, economic, just, and courageous Europe that leads in the world. But we also heard President Eels talk about the quite, what he called, realistic but bleak picture of the current state of affairs in the EU. And he mentioned that we're still stuck in this mindset, ranging back from 1648 with the Treaty of Westphalia. For 400 years, we've been stuck in this mindset, and it's time to push for something new. So let me start by asking you a question. Who here has ever heard what you are trying to achieve with Volt is impossible? Okay, almost everybody, because we dare to dream big. Our program for the European elections in 2024 wasn't called the Moonshot program for nothing. We have moonshots, and we want to create a bigger and better union. Now, how do we make sure that we push the boundaries of what people think is possible today? By showing that these moonshots, these goals that may seem far-reaching, also have concrete plans on how to get there. And that is where the work comes in of all the different communities. So I want to give a big shout out to all the policy advisors in the European parliamentary team and the different Volt communities, because they made these vision papers possible that describe how we will get to where we want to go. So let's give them a round of applause. In the next 8 minutes, I am going to take you through 3 questions. EU reform through EU enlargement. So why do we put enlargement and reform together? That's the first thing I will tell you. The second thing I will tell you is, what is our plan to make it happen? And the third is, what are the benefits and challenges? Here we go. So, why put EU enlargement and reform together? We already saw one of the conclusions is enlargement has never happened without real substantial reform. And what we see is that in the countries that want to join the European Union. Albania, Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova, Greenland. I've been to all of those in the past year. And for people there, the EU equals hope. They want to join the EU so badly that they are willing to go on the streets and here wave European flags while being blasted by water cannons, because for them the EU is hope. However, the EU itself seems to lack confidence and is acting incredibly slow. We all know what we need to do, we all know reform is necessary, but we're not doing it. And the two biggest problems the EU faces today is, firstly, we lack action, and secondly, we lack the democratic legitimacy to make the difficult choices that we need to make. So Volt wants to give more power to European citizens to choose the direction of the future of Europe, and the EU the power to act. And for that, we need to put enlargement and reform together. Our dream for a united Europe extends beyond the current EU. And, as I've just mentioned, the biggest fans of the EU are often outside the European Union. We've also given promises to people. If you make these reforms, you can join us. To countries. If you make these reforms, you can join us. And we need to keep our promises. So, there are countries that have significant progress, like Albania, like Moldova, and we need to make sure that they can join the EU as quickly as possible. But why put these together? You may remember how happy we were in 2024, our best election result ever. 5 members of the European Parliament that want millions of people that voted for us because they want our vision. But if you look at the Parliament as a whole, actually it moved in the opposite direction. There's more right-wing, more nationalism, more far-right members of the European Parliament. And they want the opposite of what we are trying to create. So when we joined the European Parliament for the first time 1.5 years ago, we were full of good spirit, but most of our allies in the European Parliament were actually sad, because they already knew that Green Deal policies would be demolished and that progress for the United States of Europe that we want will lack. And that means that finding majorities for ambitious treaty change is harder than ever. In the previous mandate, there has been a majority of the European Parliament that said, let's instigate Article 48, meaning treaty reform, but if we would try to push for the same thing in this Parliament, it would probably not happen. And therefore, we need to put them together to make the progress possible. And we need to sell our European reform ideas through pragmatically describing why it is necessary, instead of only going for this big vision. We push the big vision towards citizens, and funnily enough, most citizens agree, because in opinion polls, 9 out of 10 Europeans mention that they want a more united Europe. But the politicians aren't there yet. So while we convince more and more citizens to join our calls for a European federalist democracy, a federation with a full-fledged democracy, while we push that towards citizens, internally in the EP, we need to try to get majorities for the things we can get. And therefore, we are focusing on what is not working now, ranging from the veto, ranging from the fact that if we enlarge and get new countries in, the problems that I described, the 2 main problems of the European Union, will only grow bigger, and therefore that we must reform in parallel. So what is our plan to make that happen? You have a thing called gradual accession. Until now, a country would fulfill all criteria and then join the EU. What we want is to have already, along the stages of accession, more and more possibilities to engage with countries and also reap some of the benefits of what it's like to be in the EU. Joining Erasmus programs, for example, becoming already part of the internal market to some extent, which means the countries who do more should get more benefits of EU accession at an earlier age, and the countries who are unfortunately not doing enough, we will engage and collaborate less with. Georgia is a sad example that where you see that an autocratic political party is pulling it in the direction of an autocracy instead of the democracy against the will of its people, but therefore they are on a trajectory away from us, whereas Moldova, Ukraine, Albania are really on the path towards the EU, more and more trying to live up to our values and our rules, and that should be already rewarded. Also, we are pushing for concrete deadlines because, I don't know about you, but most projects that I've ever worked on without a deadline, I didn't do. So we are pushing for concrete deadlines in the European Parliament so we have a point to work towards. Right now, the enlargement machinery, so the way we treat enlargement, is not working well. What we are trying to create, and it might be possible, is to say there's, let's say, 200 steps of the enlargement process. Right now, every step needs to be approved unanimously in the Council by everyone. What we say is, let's make it only at the beginning and at the end, unanimous decision and majority decision making in all the intermediate steps. We also need to have massive awareness-raising campaigns, both in the countries that want to join the EU, and we're pushing for that to make that happen. And we've already got some successes there where the Commission will put more money behind awareness-raising campaigns. Why? Because when I was in Moldova, somebody asked me, is it true that, and this was a Moldovan citizen, is it true that if we join the EU, that we first have to demolish all our Orthodox churches? And I was like, no, of course not. Why do you think that? Yeah, I saw it on social media, and there is a lot of disinformation coming from Russia to try and derail this process. So we need awareness-raising campaigns inside the candidate countries, but also inside the EU countries themselves, because opinion polls show that about 50% of Europeans are favorable towards enlarging the EU. About 10 to 20% are negative about it, but a very large bulk, 30%, doesn't know yet. So we need to also tell this story to more people. What is worth mentioning is that the Netherlands was one of the few countries that was trying to block the decision to take away the veto in these intermediate steps. And this is where a European party comes in, because Laurens can, from within the Tweede Kamer, push for the Dutch government to change its position, while we are pushing from the European Parliament to change the European position on that front as well. So there's a lot of things that we can already do until 2030 without treaty change. Many times in the European Parliament I hear people say, well, treaty says no, where actually there is room within the treaties to already get rid of this super large commission of 27 commissioners that is not an appropriate way to govern a continent. We can already move to majority decision making and have stronger rule of law mechanisms within the current treaties. The next step is a real significant treaty change with a real European government and a parliamentary democracy. And for that, we need a treaty reform. There's a timeline. I think I need to speed up. There's a timeline. What are the benefits and challenges? For just the costs of 1 cup of coffee per European citizen, we can make a United States of Europe happen. I had some other things I wanted to tell you about the benefits and challenges. I think if we do this, and if we dream big, even though people might say it's unlikely now, 35 countries in the EU with 500 million citizens by 2030 is a real possibility that has a lot of added benefits and could create the highest sense of well-being in history in the world for all Europeans. But in order to get to yes, there are some things we need to do, and there's also a couple of difficulties, but I need to be quicker, so I will round up here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rainier. Thank you for being up to the impossible challenge of summarizing this strategy in less than 10 minutes, but congratulations for succeeding. I will now turn to Frauke Sebas, who was kind enough to join us from Brussels, so I hope she can hear us. All right, we can see you, Frauke. We can't hear you yet, but I'm sure this will be solved in no time. So, Frauke, you're a leading expert on all matters related to enlargement. You have a special topic of focus, which are the Western Balkans, and among many other functions, you're a visiting fellow at the German Institute for Foreign and Security Affairs. You also gave expert feedback on an earlier version of the Bigger and Better report, so we would be interested to have your keynote feedback, which means perhaps your assessment or at least your thoughts that came to your mind, hearing what's the current stage of Volt's vision in this matter, and perhaps further avenues for work as 2026 is looming. So thank you for being here, Frauke, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Super. Great. So thank you very much for the invitation. I'm sorry that I cannot join you in person in Frankfurt, but I'm really happy to join the discussion remotely and hope that you have a really good General Assembly. As was already said, I will refer back to the paper that Rainier just presented and also connect it a little bit to the current discussions that we have in Brussels especially, but also in the member states, and also to a draft resolution that will be discussed in the AFET, so in Brussels in the next week. I think, Rainier, correct me if I'm wrong. And maybe just to start with one remark on something that was mentioned a couple of times, namely that every enlargement was accompanied by structural reforms. That is true, but I would also say that it was never the only reason. So all of the enlargements were also accompanied by global or regional power shifts. And I think this was much more a trigger for both the enlargement and the reforms. And I think we see this now also, that especially the Russian aggression has a huge impact on the way that we think about Europe, and a lot more pressure on reforming the European Union functioning, including on defense, for example. But coming back to the paper that was presented and to the discussions, I think one thing that was mentioned, I think you maybe didn't get to it, Rainier, because of time, but one of the essential discussions we're having right now is about safeguards. So strengthening the rule of law, democracy, fundamental values. This was also in your presentation. And especially we're looking now at the enlargement candidates. So this idea of not having a second Hungary, right? So the idea is a little bit to have these safeguards in the accession treaties, because those countries have done substantial reforms if they get to this point. For example, Montenegro at the moment has gone through essential rule of law reforms, but they are not able to build a track record until, let's say, 2028, when they want to join it, when we are expected to sign the accession treaty. So the idea is we have these transition periods. One of the most prominent ideas is that they will not have bilateral veto rights, for example. And this, I think, on the one hand is understandable and it's good, but it also poses some challenges, I think, and for me, there's also a threat to the idea of EU reform as such, which I believe Volt and also other European parties are very much pushing. So since the Granada Declaration 2023, we have this idea of the enlargement and the reforms need to go in parallel, but the pre-enlargement policy review that is also mentioned in the strategy paper by Volt has been postponed by almost a year now. So we were expected to see it in the spring, then in the summer, then in the fall, and now it's postponed until probably January, but might be postponed even more. There are no agreements on internal reforms, including when it comes to the enlargement methodology. As you just said, Rainier, this idea of having bilateral vetoes only in the beginning and the end, as is said in the treaties. There was an initiative by Germany and Slovenia earlier last year, and for now we have 14 countries that are supporting this, but 14 is obviously not 27. So on the one hand, we see that in the new enlargement package that was presented 2 weeks ago now, there is this clear commitment to enlargement. It will become a reality until 2030. There's much clearer language, and there's also this idea about safeguards. And as I said, so this idea of the track records, yes, but there is this danger, I would say, of creating these second-class members, which will also then inhibit meaningful reforms related to enlargement. So as Commissioner Koss said, we had an enlargement forum organized by the Commission earlier this week in Brussels. She said, if the new member states abide by the fundamentals, they will not feel these safeguards, but if they don't abide by it, then it will bite them. And I think this is a really good idea, but ultimately it will not depend on her and on the Commission, but on the member states, and the debate is just beginning. I think the worst case scenario, as I've already hinted, is that we will not have any kind of meaningful internal reforms prior to enlargement, but rather kind of outsource this to the new candidate countries. Which then might also have negative effects. For example, if we sign the accession treaty and then we have this kind of second-class membership, and then we have a government that is not really very interested in these kind of reforms, they might be happy to stay on this kind of second-tier membership in order to be able to continue whatever corrupt schemes they might be involved in. And then be happy to give up their veto for that. So I think there's really a chance that if we don't have this discussion properly and if we don't focus on the internal reforms, there might be a weakening of the union. Maybe not under Montenegro. I mean, Montenegro is a very small player, but we are not only talking about Montenegro, obviously. But there is also a huge chance here that I see, and that is, of course, strengthening the rule of law conditionality as a blueprint in the treaty changes, and then in the accession treaties, and then later we can adopt this also when we have discussions about treaty changes. Again, I don't think Montenegro, even Albania, will be enough of a trigger to trigger this, but with Ukraine, we will definitely have to have this discussion. And for example, one idea that I find very promising, based on what Marta Kos said, is we have these annual rule of law reports, and based on these rule of law reports, to have kind of a score, and if you go below a certain score, you lose your bilateral veto right. And if once you're above it again, you will regain it. So I think this is a very measurable, fair, and transparent way that could be used. And of course, these kind of safeguards are also a tool to calm the skeptics. The Netherlands were already mentioned, for example. So to say we definitely want to make enlargement happen, and having these safeguards is also important to make sure that even the skeptic countries support it. We are, as I said, just at the beginning, because the working group in the council to work on the treaty for Montenegro is not yet formed. It might still be formed this year, otherwise early next year. And so this is a really important discussion that will go on in the next year, 2 years. And I think this is really important to follow and to make transparent. And one thing that I found very important as well, Rainier, you already mentioned Article 48, which is about the reforms, but I heard more and more, and I just came back from Germany, where I heard from an official this kind of, we want to see how far we can take Article 49 for the reforms. Of course, Article 49, so about the enlargement treaties are equal legislation to all of the other EU treaties, so technically you could also do reform through those treaties, but I think it's a really, really dangerous precedent, and I just want to say very clear that Article 49 can never replace Article 48 and meaningful reform debates. Very briefly, 2 other points, one being that the Treaty of Montenegro, so looking ahead, as I was asked to, the Montenegro accession treaty is going to be a blueprint. That's what the Commission communicates, for kind of a new generation of accession treaties. And this also means that it will be a blueprint for Ukraine. And again, here I see both chances and pitfalls. So again, these kind of new treaties must really not hinder any deeper, meaningful integration on the one hand, and they also must not weaken the negotiation position for future candidates. So, of course, Montenegro being rather small are maybe not in as strong a position as, for example, Ukraine would be in the negotiations. But there is, of course, the danger of them making so many concessions that it will reduce kind of the room for negotiations for future member states. And this way, it must be a really inclusive and transparent process, which I see also, and again, coming back to the goals of Volt, is a chance for furthering the reform debate more broadly, and also have more strategic planning for what kind of Europe we want in the future, and all of us, basically. And I think here also this idea of gradual integration comes in. So on the one hand, we have these transitional periods. So once a treaty is ratified, we can put in these kind of transitional periods. For example, we had this with freedom of workers movement with Poland, to say like, okay, we will restrict their freedom of movement for the next 7 years, so that we are not overwhelmed. But at the same time, there's also this opt-out option. I think this is important, so we can accommodate for all the fears. For example, we can put 10-year. Yeah. Sorry?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Frauke, we're getting a bit short with time, so if you can wrap it up in one sentence.
Yes, sure.
One sentence.
Give me 2, sorry. Just one more thing that was mentioned, communication. I think this is really important, because I see a really big I see a big danger of Eurosceptics capturing the debate once enlargement gets realer, but also a really big chance to kind of entice a new euphoria, let's say Europhoria, by the enlargement process. And just maybe very briefly on the role of the Parliament, both the EU Parliament, so the EP, but also national parliaments. So deepening cooperation before accession already, including with the parliaments and the societies, communicating the benefits of enlargement to the constituencies, not only on a logical level, but also capturing the hearts and minds. And here I think us as civil society can also support and also push, as I said, for meaningful internal reforms, including fundamental safeguards in the next multi-annual financial framework. I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Frauke. Thank you, Rainier. So, Murphy's Law being Murphy's Law, I thought we would have little questions on Halo, but Halo is now pouring with questions, and now we're getting some signs from the main stage that it's time to move on. So I will do a 40-second conclusion before moving on. Thank you for being with us, Rainier, and thank you, Frauke, for your feedbacks. So for all of you who ask questions, I will suggest you to join DreamCom and to follow our efforts in order to implement, to promote, and to strengthen the ideas that are developed by the European Parliament team. I would also like to say a big thank you to Tony Hansen, so advisor in the European Parliament team, and also accredited advisor and assistant to Rainier, who was instrumental in making this session happen and who is a big friend of the European communities. Right now, he couldn't be on stage because he's busy building a European army in another session, so we'll have to excuse him. DreamCom has a working group on enlargement matters, and the working group is being kickstarted now. So should you have any questions, if you want to engage on those topics and those issues, it's open to all Vault members and even beyond, so don't hesitate to write to us, join us on Halo at DreamCom or at the community fair, which is happening outside this room. So on this note, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a wonderful General Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I was maybe wanted to share two short things at the end. The first thing is that I got asked, can you tell something about successes you've had in the European Parliament? So Kai and I worked on the enlargement of Moldova, and it's a package of 2 billion euros that the EU gives to Moldova to help them integrate. And we worked on under what conditions that money can be spent, and we managed to put in that this money, it will be spent mainly on renewable energy, because that decreases the dependency of Russia, but also contributes to a more sustainable world. So that is one of the successes that we've had. And
thank you so much, Rainier, but really only one sentence.
Okay.
Short.
The other thing I really want this General Assembly, everybody to take home, is that these reforms will happen in the coming 10 years, and the elections in 2029 are essential for that. So what I want people to take home is that the elections, European elections of 2029, will determine what that European future will look like. So we need to make sure by the time that happens, in every country, we have a substantial and relevant Volt chapter to win those elections big time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will directly jump over to the next topic, which is about the elected officials. And for me, this topic is very important because the elected officials are the face, actually, to the people. They are represented in the media and in presses, and they have to stand for our values every day when they do their work next to their regular paid work. So I'm really happy that we're going more deep into this topic, and for that I would like to welcome Ian and Haris on stage. They're our co-leads for the elected official office on European level. Give them a broad applause.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Haris. I'm the co-lead of the Elected Officials Office.
And I'm Ian Hendricks, the other one.
So today we want to talk to you about who we are. Some of you don't know who we are, the Elected Officials Office. Why we need the officials handbook and code of conduct, why our team has been working on this, what this handbook sets out there, the expectations that we will be talking about later on, how we'll use it, and why we're voting on it in this GA, how it has been developed with participatory process involving all elected officials, and what the highlights are of this handbook. And then we'll, of course, going to close with some questions from the audience. Feel free to ask anything you'd like. That's what we're here for. What's what we're here for. And moving on to our team. So, who is the Elected Officials Office? We're a dedicated team within Volt Europe, and we exist to help elected officials. We exist to support elected officials, to give them all the information that they need from the Volt structure across Europe between elected officials themselves. So what we do is basically facilitate and coordinate between them and between the European board and the elected officials and the party, of course. And we provide you with all the tools that you need. We provide elected officials with all the tools that they need, whether that's communications policy, what they need to do if they have a public speaking training that they need to do for a presentation. Anything from policy to communications to how they collaborate amongst themselves, but also with external parties. And yeah, we facilitate pan-European projects. We bring together elected officials from across Europe to work on a challenge, a common challenge, from menstrual precarity projects to AI digitalization projects. Anyone, any elected official who's interested in working with other elected officials, from Cyprus to Italy to Germany, we bring them together. We do the work for them so that they can come together and exchange ideas and come up with solutions. Now, Ian, back to you.
So this is always a bit of information that not everybody always has present. But right now we have 276 elected officials in over 10 countries across Europe. And I do want to say, when we started the Elected Officials Office 3 years ago, we had 35 in 3 countries. So I don't know who's good at math, but in 3 years we went here. So in 3 years we will have over 1,000, I think. And even in the most challenging chapters, we do actually get people elected, which I think is a good sign for the chapters that are here that do not have elected officials yet. It is possible, as you can see from this chart. And if you are running in elections, also feel free to reach out to us so we can help the elected officials prepare for when they get their mandate.
So, why do we need an officials handbook? We are growing as an organization, but as you have seen, we have almost 300 elected officials across Europe, which means we need to align expectations and we need to be able to face these new challenges that are coming up. So, as we're having more and more officials across countries and new responsibilities, we want to make sure that we're aligned in terms of expectations. So, what is it that elected officials can expect from Volt? What is it that Volt can expect from elected officials themselves? And yeah, we want to provide clarity, and clarity, of course, is very important when it comes to behavior and ethics. And we need these guidelines so that we make sure that we show up and we're aligned with our values as an organization, and we show up for the people that have voted for you, the people that have voted for the elected officials.
And to make this a little bit more concrete, because what does it mean to create clarity? So there's a word that we use a lot, that's transparency. Volt is in favor of transparency. What does that mean on the ground? What does that mean if you're an elected official? What does that mean that you have to do? So that's what we tried to figure out over the last 15 months. with all the elected officials that want to participate, with the boards that want to participate, and all the communities that want to participate. We try to figure out what does it mean if we say this word transparency. Well, if you read the EO handbook, there's an entire chapter on that, so I'm not going to go over that. But this is what we try to do, that have these buzzwords or very important values that we have and turn them into actionable guidelines for all our elected officials and also our future elected officials. Because as I said, hopefully in 3 years I will stand here and present 1,000 elected officials. What is also important for the people that have been with Volt a bit longer, this has been attempted in the past to create a code of conduct. And we learned from that process, and this time around, we really tried to do it with everyone. We tried to involve everyone that wanted to be involved across Europe, also in chapters that don't have elected officials yet, so that we incorporate the ideas and culture and context of chapters that we don't know how they operate yet. And that way we have practical guidelines that are a little bit future-proof, although we will update them after this. But a little bit about expectations. Because once you say yes to being a candidate, because you're like, I want to run for Volt, I want to turn this European action into, I know, a local success, you have no idea what you said yes to. Anybody who's thinking about running, please keep that in mind. But it is a lot of fun, and we're here to help you. But then, day one, you're elected. What can I expect? What can I expect from my city team? What can I expect from my colleagues in the town over? What can I expect from my members of European Parliament? But also, what can the members expect from me as an elected official in my daily work? Yeah? And this mutual expectation is something that we have tried to make quite clear and turn them into guidelines. So after we vote that in later today, what will it do? So we already have a lot of elected officials that started without this handbook, and we will ask them to sign that to show that they appreciate what we've done and that they agree with what we've done and that they align with what we've done and that they will put it into practice. And everybody that wants to run for office will sign a pledge saying, yes, I will run for Volt and I will adhere to these guidelines and expectations that the Volt membership can have of me once I have my mandate. And after that, with a growing group of people, with new chapters getting elected, we will try to improve and adjust our elected officials handbook to make sure that we keep it relevant, we keep it developing, and make sure that it stays future-proof. Okay, so how did we do that? September 2024, we went to the board and said we want to do this EO handbook, but we want to do it right. So please give us a year and a half to do this. And at the end, I will also invite the people that actually did the hard work in front to show that we tried to do everything in our power to make sure that all 40,000 members of Volt and all 276 elected officials could participate. It's not that we decided this is what transparency means. It's not like I'm like, hey guys, what do you think integrity means? No. This is the question we posed over and over and over and over again in all our meetings, in all our conversations with everybody to make sure that we bring above board what might be a little bit under board sometimes. We bring the discussion on the table so then we can deliberate and say, okay, this is what the consensus is. And some people might have already seen the EO handbook and think, that's actually not a lot of pages for 15 months of work. And I can tell you that's because we only put in where there was absolute consensus. So we have a lot of stuff that we would like to implement in the coming years, but we have to reach consensus first. And I think that's a very important thing that we do in Volt, that we don't just top-down deliver stuff, but we make sure that everybody agrees with what we've done. So if you're in this room or watching online and you think, wait, I haven't participated, then what's your Volt email or your mail that you registered with in the coming time, because we will reach out again and continue to update this beautiful piece of work. So I'm not going to go over the entire handbook, but I do want to highlight one of the challenges that we encounter in this process, but also as an elected official office almost on a daily, is that it took us 12 months to change the word elected officials into officials. And when I had to present this to the board, yeah, there was a little bit of laughing around, which I can absolutely absolutely understand. But this is the kind of stuff that we try to challenge. That what does it mean, an elected official? Because we have an elected official summit, and sometimes people show up with boards and say, I was also elected to the board, right? Yes, that's true. Okay. But that's not the definition we want. Okay, so we spent 12 months trying to find a definition that would work in all the 30 countries that we are represented. And the only thing that we could come up with that works in all the chapters is the word officials. And if you see the handbook and the code of conduct, there's a very clear definition what it means. It means that you have a mandate from a publicly elected body, or you are appointed with a mandate from a publicly elected body. And if you're now listening and thinking, well, in my country, or in my local chapter, that doesn't work, please reach out to us and we will try to figure out a better term in the next round. We try to keep it very practical. All our elected officials, or most of them, are overworked and underpaid.
Please come to the end, Ian.
Yes, yes. That's okay. We're almost there. We try to keep it practical, that they can use it on the daily, which is one of the philosophies of our team. I'm sorry. If there are any questions.
Any questions?
Yeah, you can go scan the QR code, you can go on Halo, and we will answer them the rest of the day. But also feel free to come to Garis, myself, or the people that you will see in 1 second. If you can please come forward. Joost, Friedrich. These are the people that actually did the absolute amazing work.
The people that actually did the work.
And there are more. There's one there.
Behind the scenes.
Okay. You can bring all of them to the stage while I explain the vote. But I have to sadly inform you that your speaking time is now over. But thank you so much for your presentation. As we said before, you have the QR code. You can ask questions. And they're happy to answer the questions in person all weekend, but also online. Everything will be written there, and we will make sure they answer stuff. So now we also get then to our first vote. As they just explained, with this vote you are asked to vote on the officials handbook. This handbook provides practical guidelines for the day-to-day work of the officials at Vault Europa, within and outside of Vault Europa, before but also during their political mandate. Officials and the broader membership, so you, are encouraged to follow this handbook. The handbook is based on Vault's core values and principles, as expressed in the statutes, the internal regulations, and the integrity syllabus of Vault Europa. This vote has been opened at 11 a.m., so you're already able to vote through a link, and it will close tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central European Time. This is an informal mode, so the results are not binding, but obviously our great elected officials office will take them into account, so it's nice if you indicate your support. You are only allowed to vote if you have been a member for more than 30 days. If you are, you will have received a voting token through your mail. So please check if you've seen, just look for voting token. You should find it in your mail. And if you have trouble finding it, our help desk that you can reach at help@vaulteuropa.org is happy to help you. So with that all clear on how to vote, I will hand it back to our hosts.
Yeah, it's good. Dankeschön. Hello, everyone. How's everyone? Up next, it's going to be, it's kind of loud. Up next, it's going to be Digicom with Christian Meinzem. However, Annalena, we have something that we want to do really quick, fast. It takes not even 30 seconds. But we're going to need 3 volunteers from each side to just, all you have to do is stand up and you're going to have to say one word, not right now, but can we get 3 from this side and 3 from this side, please, to stand up, and Annalena will come to you. 3 people, just randomly, put your hand up. We got 2 over here. Okay, let's go on this side first, real quick. The first person that we come to, give us a speed. It could be a snail's pace, it could be fast, it could be rocket speed. What speed is it?
Rocket.
Great. And next, the person, give me an animal, sorry. Just name any animal that comes to your mind, first thing that comes to your mind.
Platypus.
Perfect. So we have rocket, platypus, and the last one is, give me a sound, any sound at all.
A water splash.
Splash, a splash, right? So we have the speed. What we're going to do now is everybody in the room is going to stand up and move at that speed, which is rocket, move like an animal, and make the sound of a splash. And the animal was a platypus. That's from Australia. It has poison. Okay, so on the count of 3, we're going to do it. 1, 2, 3, jump up, come on!
Splash!
All right, wonderful. So up next, I'm going to, oh my goodness. Up next, we're going to have the AI community come up here. Moment. Oh my gosh. Yeah. You guys ready? Yeah? Okay, okay. Before we welcome them to the stage, I just want to tell a little bit thing. Everybody's familiar with what AI is, yeah? Yeah? Okay, good, good, good. We're going to jump into the conversation. We have some questions. Are there threats? Are there opportunities? Is it hype? Is it current? Is it right now? So to help us tackle these questions, please welcome to stage Christian Meinsma, who's been with Volt for 4 years, coordinated the European communities. He started Digicom. And Robert Pros, welcome to the stage now.
Yes, thank you. Being here, we're a bit behind schedule, I believe 15 minutes. So we like to stick to our time, so we might take 15 minutes into the break, but we'll see. I see already people at the chair not really being happy with that. Today we're talking about AI, Europe's largest threat or opportunity. This session is made possible by the digital affairs community of Volt, specifically the AI working group. I see more of Digicom already walking in. Welcome. 2 levels below, we have the communities market with other European communities, such as Digicom, but also Dreamcom, and many more. Good to know, this is the panel, you will introduce them later. But we want to also get your input for this session. So please scan this QR code. It brings you to the Halo hub of this session, where you can put in your questions, which I will then get on my laptop here, and I will try to wiggle them in the conversation. This was, for my part, to you, Robert.
Without further ado, let me introduce our speakers, because it's not our job to listen to Christian or me. But I would love to introduce, first of all, Jochen Adler, CEO of Compreno. Yes. And let's keep it coming. Damian Boeselager, Volt MEP. Eileen O'Sullivan, Deputy Mayor of Frankfurt. And we have Ronit, one of our AI group leaders. And the goal today is to have a fiery debate about this new technology, which is underhyped, overhyped, whichever your opinion is. I first want to give the floor to Ronit to, in a 5-minute quick introduction, get you up to speed of what happened in the last months and where we can start the discussion. Ronit, the floor is yours.
Right. Hi, good morning, everyone. I have the pleasure of kind of setting the stage for the debate that we're about to have for everybody who doesn't spend their entire work life in sort of the AI bubble. I just want to kind of like situate us a little bit. So when we talk about AI, people can mean many things, and usually it's about machines doing things that usually require human intelligence to do. And computer scientists like to joke that that's a bit of a moving target, because at one point, calculators used to be really impressive, and today they're not. So it's kind of like this, oh yeah, whatever a machine can't just do yet, that's kind of the benchmark for AI. But then in the last sort of 2 decades, the most successful approach to AI that we've been pursuing is called machine learning, where the basic idea is that instead of giving a computer a set of instructions, and then the computer goes and executes, which is just regular algorithms, so you instead give a computer a bunch of data, and then the computer analyzes the data, and from that data infers what it is you want from it, so it comes up with the instructions itself. And that kind of machine learning approach is basically what everybody means on a very technological level now when we talk about AI. And when we move away from the sort of technological level a little bit, and what most people, and probably you also think about when we talk about AI, is the sort of family of generative AI or large language models, which is where you apply machine learning to language and to getting machines to break down human language in a way that they can kind of replicate it and that we can interact with machines using our own beautiful human languages. And that has progressed really, really rapidly in the last 3 years from kind of, you can kind of exchange some sentences and it kind of makes sense and it was super impressive at the time, but then when you wanted to use it for anything, it really didn't work at all, to what we now have as coding assistants and AI systems that will help you with strategic planning, and people use them as companions and feel really deeply understood by them, and kind of just the progress has been massive in the last 2 years. Still, as of today, AI, including LLMs, is a really limited technology in the sense that it is inherently unreliable. It's stochastic, it's statistical, it predicts things, and it's not rooted in facts or reality, so it sometimes says things that sound plausible but is not, which we call hallucinations. The data that it's trained on also contains bias, so there's all kinds of things that limit to some extent how useful these tools are today in real-world applications, especially when you want to really create like autonomous workflows and these kind of things that everybody is thinking about where we want to go in the future. Now, this week, a bunch of new models have been released that are all sound very, very impressive. So we'll see like how well these statements hold up, but to be honest, I think if they had solved hallucinations, we would know about it. If this was artificial general intelligence that we have like now after the new releases, we would know. That would be the main headline. And so the idea about this phrase of AGI, or artificial general intelligence, is the idea that we get LLMs to a point where they can be used reliably, where they function basically with the same reliability level that your average, or like a good human would do, kind of a cognitively capable human would do. And there's debate about whether that's possible or not, but Silicon Valley and the frontier AI models are all very much in this game of trying to race for that point. And the way that they're doing that is by throwing more data and more compute, which is microchips and energy, at their models to kind of get them to this higher capability. And the idea being that the first company that reaches that level of capabilities will basically have an unbreakable monopoly, because at that point you can start using AI to improve itself, and then it like creates this recursive self-improvement loop where you will just have this super powerful system that nobody can catch up with because you're always like ahead. And then based from this paradigm, there's kind of the different ways where this can go, because if you have something that keeps improving itself, then at some point we expect it to become smarter than humans, and then the question is, how do we make sure that it still does what we want it to do? There isn't really a very good answer for this right now, but that kind of brings us to the to this matrix that we have here to situate the campaign of like expectations of where AI will go in the future. And I'm going to start just like down with the bubble lists, which are kind of like, well, it's not going to be that impactful, like we're going to hit a ceiling very soon, funding's going to dry up, it's going to be a bubble, the bubble's going to pop, everybody's going to be really embarrassed about it, and it won't really change that much because it's just not that good. Then there are kind of regular technologists who are like, oh no, it will definitely, like, it gets better, it will have an impact, but it just won't get like that incredibly capable, and it'll be like a normal technology somewhere between like blockchain and the internet, but it's something that will be useful to us. And then kind of, if you move up the impact magnitude, that's kind of where Silicon Valley tends to live, between the doomers and the boomers. And I think I switched that around. No, yeah, impact quality, no, that's right. So doomers are the people who think AGI is going to lead to the extinction of humanity, not necessarily because it'll go out and kill us all, but more like because we'll be in a race for resources or in a competition with resources for something that's much better than us. And in this scenario, we're kind of the orangutans. It's just like tough for us. And then there's the boomers, who think that AI is going to solve all our problems for us because it will be benevolent and kind of focused on our welfare for some reason, and in some way we will understand how to communicate what we want. And that's kind of the landscape where people can situate themselves. I find it a bit reductionist. I would struggle to place myself on there, honestly. But just as a broad landscape for the discussions we're about to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ronit. To quickly interject, again, here's the QR code, but I got a comment on Halo that the QR code doesn't seem to work because it is expired. Nonetheless, you can go also to just Halo on your phone, search in the search bar GA Frankfurt, and then to the left side, you see a point with sessions, Q&A, and polls. Find this AI session there and still ask your questions there so that we can bring them into this discussion today.
Thank you,
Robert.
Chris. Thank you. And thank you very much, Ronit. It's a tough task to spend 5 minutes on a technology that is changing so rapidly. And I'm very eager to ask our speakers, but before we do that, I want to ask you guys, to make it very simple. AI leads to optimism, pessimism, and it can coexist both. But I would love to show a raise of hands first. Who is optimistic AI will bring massive amounts of good? I see about 70%.
That's a lot of hands.
That's impressive. And who thinks, maybe at the same time, it will also cause massive destruction? Again, 70%. I think we proved our point. And without further ado, I want to ask all speakers to spend a few sentences based on what Ronit said. What is one risk or opportunity you want to highlight that it's very important that enters the conversation today? I want to start with Jochen.
Highlighting an opportunity, you mean, with AI?
Yes.
Okay, well, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for AI. I hopefully can explain a bit later, but I'm the founder of a startup very concerned about the future of European journalism, quality journalism that comes from actual humans. So I am very concerned as a citizen that I am. I'm not a journalist, I'm a citizen, and that's why I started this company out of that concern. But I'm super optimistic at the same time, because if it wasn't for the advantages that Ronit has hinted at, I prefer the term language technology over AI for the obvious reason that you just showed. It's such a messy topic. But if we just talk about language technology as a small subset, what we can do today is so powerful, to cross our language barriers, to exchange ideas across cultures, especially in Europe, that I'm super optimistic. And my startup wouldn't exist if it wasn't for it. So count me firmly in the optimism camp.
Thank you. And we'll dig deeper on AI's influence on journalism and social media. I want to head over to Eileen. Do you want to highlight one risk or opportunity we should be talking about today?
I think I just raised my hand when we were talking about the disaster, but to be honest, only because I think we need to be aware of it. And I think an opportunity we are missing is talking about the chances we can regain to have interhuman interaction, because AI is taking a lot of things off of our shoulders that we would otherwise be doing in the back rooms, for example, if we talk about public administration in that case. So I think there's a lot of potential, but I wouldn't take it to church, if you know what I'm saying. So I'm kind of in between. Yeah.
That caution is very important. Damian, what do you think?
First, I want to do, good morning, the nerd check. Who codes here in this room? This is so funny. I don't think that in any other party or in any other room you would get such a high nerd factor. So welcome. I'm also, from time to time, using Python, so I feel very much connected to you. Look, I think we need to look at it from a bit more of a complex perspective. You can look at it from a labor market effect perspective, as you just did. You can look at it on a truth, social media perspective, journalism perspective, as you did. You can look at it from a competition perspective, which is what I often do. You can look at it, in a labor, like a capitalist perspective of the centralization of capital away from a lot of, let's say, small designers locally. So there's so many areas that we need to look at that I believe it makes sense to really, as you also introduced this, understand for each area what's the risk we are facing and how can we address it so that we can get all the amazing opportunities. And that I think is a very bold thing to do. We are not oblivious of the things that could go wrong. So we want to be very realistic, fact-based about what they are, and then we say, but humanity prevails, Europe prevails.
Absolutely. And I think you hit the hammer on the nail, because we're Volt and we want to build good policy. But I want to ask Aileen, good policy, can we do it with AI? Is the government ready? Is AI ready? Or should we just be very cautious, looking at the mistakes that have been made in the past, and make normal policy first?
Normal policy, huh? Okay, so I think if we're a European party, so I think you'd probably get like 27 very different countries regarding the opportunities in all the different EU countries that we do have, and the perspectives of politicians on the local and the regional level. I do think what we need to do is, as Damian said, is check the risks and also be clear about our values. So what I see, for example, here in practice is that, for example, the state of Hesse that Frankfurt is in has started using Palantir. So Palantir is something that one of the tech bros that are quite dangerous in the US have actually put on the market. And the fact of the matter is that we don't know what happens with the data that is being collected through Palantir. And there's more and more states in Germany now, because it's becoming easier to actually use it. And so I think it would be very important for us to now, because it's already happening, be quite clear on our take on that, and to say we need European sovereignty with regards to the data of our citizens. We cannot be continuing the dependency from US companies if we can avoid it. And we need to have a very clear idea of what we can allow and not, in order to be able to act in the future, because now we're only reacting. And then I think on the local level, I think what always makes sense, and I think we're all a big fan of this, is to actually have a look at what works in other European countries, because depending on the level of also AI and digital savviness that we have in the countries, which I think vastly differs in the public administrations and politics, I think we need to understand what are the European best practices and actually bring them onto all the levels, because what we're seeing in Germany is that a lot of things are being reinvented currently, even though a country like Estonia, for example, has already been through this whole process of learning and digesting and evaluating of what we need and where we need to be going.
Can I do a second nerd check?
Thank you.
Just because you mentioned Palantir, who knows where the name Palantir comes from? Okay, so of course, Lord of the Rings, the device, communication device that corrupts Saruman via like Sauron corrupts basically Sauron via the Palantir. So if you already take that as your company name, I mean, and then you're Peter Thiel or the others, I mean, like it's pretty obvious that there might be some sovereignty risks involved to that.
And maybe adding to that, for those who don't know, but Peter Thiel is like a super influential investor in Silicon Valley, and he is on public record saying that he thinks democracy is no longer compatible with freedom, and he is for freedom. And he is funding a company that builds its entire business model around collecting data on people, which is the key instrument if you later want to control, repress, influence, manipulate. That's a really bad development. If we start using this technology, like, we really need to be sensitive in terms of like the values we want to undergird our society, and how and what kind of technology will get us into this world we still want to live in.
To interject a bit, as the questions are rolling in online, so we don't have the capacity to now run into the room, but we're getting questions for the panelists here. But we also had the poll just now online here as well, where we had 56 votes, with the regular technologists in the absolute majority. But I think there are some questions from some doomers a bit. I will combine two online questions. So by many, what comes out of Gen AI, like large language models, are often understood as the truth. How can we, in general, make the public, but especially children, receive the necessary education to deal with this technology, but also you see that now children and students mainly use this technology to write their essays, etc., and not really learn about it. So what is your perspective on this?
Yeah, I'm a bit torn on that one. I mean, as a German, I was brought up to be, critically thinking and skeptical in general. So that's probably a good trait in the area of fake, generated videos, texts, audio. You have it. Everything could be fake. But then on the other hand, we are seeing authoritarians in China and in Russia, basically flooding the zone with shit, as Steve Bannon used to call it. And it ends up being a threat to democracy, because if we are skeptical about everything after all, and we don't know what we can believe after all, we end up paralyzed. And that's my take. I don't have a final verdict there, but as a citizen, like I said, I'm concerned, because we don't know what to believe anymore, and that's why I'm here, to make a difference.
Just a super quick reaction. I went to San Francisco 2 weeks ago, and there some of the large language model startups told me that they're not training their models anymore on the recent internet, because 60–70% of the content is already AI generated, and then you get into this recursive kind of, training your model on AI generated content, and so they just stop in 20 or so with the time that they use to train their models, which is kind of weird, no? Like we get into a world where we don't, even the AI people don't trust the content online anymore to be authentic.
It's also good though, because otherwise they would be training themselves on Elon Musk's Grokkipedia or whatever. So that's probably why I like it.
Also a funny nerd check, but I won't do it with Grok now.
And not only trust the content to be authentic, but trust the content to be high enough quality to not degrade their own models. But I was in Copenhagen the other week, and I think it was the Danish Minister of Education who was talking about how they approach the topic in school, actually, by having the use of AI kind of a project thing that they make kids use LLMs in a way that helps them understand both the capabilities and the limitations. So this isn't an example that she gave, but an example that I quite like. If you get any AI system to generate a map of the area you live in, or you first let it generate an area where you don't live in, and it looks like a map and it looks convincing, and then you let it generate a map of an area where you live, you very quickly see that, this is not actually what it looks like in real life, and it kind of makes you understand how far you can trust these things and in what kind of contexts you need to be careful with what it tells you. I don't know how that solves the bigger issue of AI is killing the internet and all the business models that undergird the internet and how we create content there, but it's not that was perfect before, so maybe there's also an opportunity to fix what we have. Maybe you have an opinion about that as well.
Do we have one more audience question?
We have many audience questions. So I will try to, we discussed a bit the education part. We also have a question on the environmental costs of AI, the same as other digital technologies. Would like to combine this question with the question on the now digital omnibus in Europe, where it seems like stuff is getting a bit deregulated or simplified. What is the perspective of the panelists on the environmental costs, but also, let's say, this deregulation of maybe even the AI Act?
Can I take the first one? I'm not so familiar with the second one, but on the first one I have a pretty clear stance, because there was a very recent announcement, I think just last week actually, it's in Daily News, that Google is making a major investment here in the area actually, in Dietzenbach. Just outside of Frankfurt, just on the outskirts, to build a major data center. And politicians in Berlin were celebrating, yeah, this is a great step towards European blah, blah, blah. And I was super skeptical, because the only thing we know for sure is if Google opens a huge data center here, they're going to use our energy, they're going to use our water supply to cool these machines. They're going to build real estate for sure, so that's going to create some jobs, I guess, in the construction industry. But in the long run, my question also for the political activists and responsible people here in Europe would be, will they pay taxes? Will they pay them here? or elsewhere, you know, and this is really not just an ethical question, it's also an entrepreneurial question. I mean, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a founder, I want to be successful and profitable, but I also have values. And I get messages on LinkedIn all the time, you know, to move my business to Dubai, and I'm always like, what the heck, to be honest? I mean, I'm here, I want public transport to work, I want my kids to go to school, I want bike paths to be built, I want the train to be on time. These are my concerns, and this is what you should focus on.
If I may, you're spot on, and I think that's one of the things that we're really facing on the local level very much is there's a lot of pressure from, let's say, a part of the economic community here in Frankfurt, for example, to say we need more data center, we need more room for data center, we want to build them basically anywhere. We've decided that in the city of Frankfurt there are specific areas where data centers can be built, like the biggest Internetknotenpunkt.
Not of the internet?
So that
Internet node?
the biggest, well, we were like the worldwide the biggest data. Thank you, data hub in the world. Now we're only the second largest, but the data centers that are being built here actually cause one, an environmental damage, but two, precisely what you mentioned, they take room away for the one issue that every single European city is having is the lack of affordable housing. So we don't have enough room to actually build enough houses to actually, you know, have enough housing for everyone to live at a cost that they can pay.
Yeah.
But then also data centers obviously attract like parts of the economy that are very helpful for us, and we also want to be an innovation hub. Like we want data and research to actually be put into practice here. We want new businesses, we want startups to come here. So it's kind of a bit of a double-edged sword, but at the same time, precisely as you said, even the people that we can win that come to Frankfurt, that work here for the economy and that help us become, you know, like spearhead this digital transformation, if they cannot live here because they don't have the room and because their kids don't have a kindergarten that they can send their children to, like if we don't have the infrastructure, then they will not come here. So it's kind of we need to constantly prioritize and also see how we can make the best out of this cluster of moving forward, but also making sure that as we grow, we also still have the infrastructure to grow well and in a way that everyone can live here.
Perfect. And I mean, to your point maybe, or to your responsibility, Damian, if I look at the state of the world in general, you know, with what Trump has been doing and what's going on in Ukraine, especially this week, who knows what will happen? Like the next time Ursula von der Leyen is on the phone with Trump and this data center in Dietzenbach outside of Frankfurt has, you know, been successfully installed and blah, 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 and something that Mrs. von der Leyen says Mr. Trump doesn't like, and then he says, you know what, I'm going to tell Google to shut this thing down for 3 days, and then we go back to the negotiation table. Maybe I'm getting paranoid as a business owner, you know, who has spent time in negotiations with business people, but that's how things could play out, and I'm super concerned there.
I feel like yes and no, because obviously having a data center or like having our critical infrastructure owned by foreign companies is bad. Like that's really not good, but I think what's worse than having our infrastructure owned by foreign companies is the infrastructure being in a different country, because I think there is like, I'm also not sure like about how do you actually like, you know, stop socializing the cost of data centers and the cost of energy and all of these things and privatizing the gains from it. I think there's work that needs to be done there, but ultimately I think having critical infrastructure built in Europe is better than not doing that.
I mean, there's so many facets to it, and I have lunch at 12, which I think I'll miss. But I just want to say that, like, on the data center, I mean, the one data center that Meta is building is yesterday. Who said it? Who was in the AI session yesterday for local officials? You heard this as well, but like, is the size of Manhattan. So if you, of course, put that on Frankfurt, then there's no more housing left. So the question is a bit, I think, and that gets more complex, shouldn't we localize energy prices and not have a German-wide energy price? And then suddenly they would all be in MacPom, in like Eastern Germany or on the seaside maybe, because there's renewable energy that is cheaper available, especially if we have more storage facilities and so on. So there's a bit of a question of what's the best space to have. But I have to say I'm fully with you. it's better to have critical infrastructure in Europe than outside it. We all use these tools. It's our fault, yeah, but our systems are dependent. We're telling our communes to digitize at the same time. So if we want to do that, then somewhere this data needs to be processed and stored. And so that needs to be, in the best case, in Europe. And I would also say, you know, there is a history of having at least a chance to take critical infrastructure into the state's ownership if very much needed. You can't do that if that's abroad. And I personally am a transatlanticist, even though there are challenges to our relationship, so I hope that this never happens, but I do think we need to build resilient systems, and that's easier if we have some here. The second point on the digital omnibus, look, the law was dropped on Wednesday. I looked at the parts that were most relevant to the stuff that I negotiated last. Oh, sorry, do you all know what an omnibus is? It's a bus, no? Like, okay, so digital omnibus. So omnibus basically means you take a lot of laws, you alter a lot of laws, and you put that in one package. So it's a package deal, basically, that you get. And they opened the Data Act, the Data Governance Act, the AI Act, the e-privacy regulation, the AI Act, and I think there's even one more. And they opened all of these laws and changed little bits and pieces everywhere. GDPR. Thank you. So, for example, one law that I negotiated, the DGA, it's going to be folded into the Data Act, so it's going to just vanish. Anyways, there are some challenges to that, but in general, it might not be a bad idea. And the Data Act, they do something which is very annoying to me. I fought very much for the right for everyone to hold, to be able to sell the data that leaves their device. Super technical, but like the idea is if you buy a car, if you buy a machinery as a business, and there is data within that machine, okay, you can't access this. This is, you know, hasn't been the case for a TV. You don't know what kind of data is flowing inside. But the data that is sent out and back to the manufacturer or whoever is operating that device, that data you should have access to and you should have the right to sell it, non-personal data. I fought very much for that. The lobby has been trying, it's actually lobbies on both sides, but anyways, the manufacturer lobby has been trying to stop this throughout the negotiations, and now they are actually managing to even weaken that right again, and this is something that I will probably have to fight, which really annoys me because I just won it, so I have to refight it, but that's life, time, and continues. On the more, let's say, rights-based perspective, GDPR, e-privacy, and so on, I think people expected worse, yeah? Like they thought that maybe the specific consent of the GDPR would be opened. I think they didn't do that specifically. There are elements where simplification has been done, but I have to say that I have to look a bit more into detail into the different elements. It's more about cookies, not our German state secretary or whatever, but like the actual online cookies. So yeah. That's, I think, something to look at. So.
To quickly interject here around on the topic of legislation, but also privacy. I saw an interesting comment in the questions. Apparently, at the station here at Frankfurt, there are cameras with facial recognition. Doesn't that go against the AI Act and GDPR?
Prohibited use, right? Prohibited use.
Do you want,
yeah, it's actually something that our faction has also been talking about a lot because, so basically the way it works in Hesse is that there's a government, the mayor is elected, and then all the deputy mayors are elected by the parliament. And so our mayor has one specific thing that he can do that all of us other deputy mayors can't do, and that is, for example, enact these kind of security measures without the agreement of the parliament. And they're very small, but one of those was having a so-called Waffenverbotszone, so you're not allowed to carry your knife between 10 and 5 in the morning. And otherwise it'll be taken away from you. And they
hide them now, yeah? Hide them.
Yeah. And then also they put up cameras exactly with the Land Hessen, so the regional, the state of Hesse. And so we actually were asking ourselves, how can they do that and why can they do it? And a question was also asked to find out why this was legal. And it turns out, so basically they're filming, but they don't actually use the data, apparently. This is the same state that also uses Palantir, I will say, right? The same state, this state has said that they only use the data to actually find the criminals when something has been done. So they can find offenders if people have been, for example, robbed. Now, we like to differentiate at Volt, thank God, and actually there's a lot of crimes that have actually been able to, been
solved.
Solved, thank you. I work so much in German now, my English is so bad. So we have solved a few, or the state of Hesse has solved a few crimes because of it, but at the same time, I think we need to be really critical about the fact that we start hanging video cameras in public spaces. Like, what is the purpose of? How are we making sure that the data is actually not being passed on? And I think that's an issue of trusting the government. That is always an issue, and fair enough so. But it's something that we're quite critical about, and I think it'll be interesting to see how the next coalition actually deals with this and how we can increase the security in the Central Station area.
Just to make it very simple, I don't think it's illegal under the AI Act. I think mass face recognition pattern software run on mass surveillance is illegal, but there are increased steps that you need to take. I'm not sure you can forbid what the mayor is doing under the AI Act, whether you like it or not. That's a different thing, yeah? But I don't think necessarily it's illegal.
Thank you very much. I think these are very concrete examples, and for the last few minutes, I would love to bring it back to the Volters. What does AI mean for them? And I would love to start with Ronit, because you made a very interesting resource that they can all use to work responsibly with AI, right?
Yeah, right. So I'm going to use this opportunity to introduce to you the AI at Volt Hub, which you are all very much encouraged to join, because this is kind of the one place where people excited about AI at Volt can come together and learn from each other and go through some literacy training if they haven't a professional background in AI or AI governance, for that matter. So yeah, you can find there the brand new guidelines on the internal use of AI at Volt, which I think is very cool that we have as a party, because I'm not sure many parties do. Trainings, both kind of in terms of basic AI literacy, but also kind of more in-depth, like how do I actually build custom use cases with AI, if you're interested. We linked some resources there. We are building up an AI use case repository. So this is something that I think can be I think there is so much potential for us as a tiny, tiny party with so limited resources to find ways of using AI to potentiate the work that we can do under kind of the right guardrails. And this is the space where I want everybody to come together and share their learnings and share also their shortcomings and their fail experiences, but most importantly, like things where we used AI in a way that really upped our game so that we can spread it across all of Europe and all our chapters, and everybody can do the same thing and we can become more effective together. Then we have a working group, which is called the AI Advantage Group. That is kind of people with some professional background in this field who, if you have a specific idea for a use case that we can build with AI that requires like real kind of coding, development, fine-tuning, like a bigger project, then these are the people to go and talk to help you implement that and test it and make sure it works as it should and all of these things. So please join the hub and become involved.
So we have 3 minutes left. 2 minutes. I would love to give all our speakers one more opportunity to share a final reflection, idea for Volt, an idea for Europe. What should we do with AI?
To add a bit on that, what idea for Volt to what to do with AI for Volt, 2 questions from the chat. Adding on to that, a lot of discussion on should we keep up with the AI race with China and America by investing more, or should we not invest more? And what is the last thing you prompted in an AI?
I can go first. That will give you like 20 seconds at the end. I'm sorry. This is really tough. As an external guest to this assembly, I want to say thank you for the opportunity. I will be here all day today and tomorrow, where we will be in the marketplace area with my startup Compreno. And my concern, as I've said, is trust in the media in Europe. We have something against it, which is an access to quality journalism, which really needs all the support it can get. Because good journalism needs to be done by humans who are willing to ask the tough questions, do the investigative work. We are partners with the European Press Prize, which every year, awards the best reporting. So I invite you to try that because we have a special offer just launched this week. That's why I'm here, super fresh. Nobody knows about it yet besides the audience here in the room, where you can subscribe to our service at a preferential price, at a discount. And there are also donations generated on a monthly basis that go back to Volt. So I really appreciate if you take the time to look at that, and thank you for inviting me.
I hope that was short enough.
Okay, I go next. First of all, I think I said it in the beginning, a hope-driven movement. That doesn't mean we're not aware of the risks, but like I think if you feel anxious about technological advances, they're coming anyways. So the best way to deal with that is to, I think, identify what makes you feel anxious and then think about how could we address that and what could be the positive side, just as a general view on how we can deal with the issues that come. The second point I want to make is an economical one, and that is the question of, yes, of course we should be in the race. Yeah, I think we should never give up on any race that's going on unless it's really crazy. But what does it mean? Do we need to spend public money on AI development? I don't think so. Actually, the public money is pretty shitty at developing AI most of the time. So what happens, I mean, I just, as I said, was in the Silicon Valley, so cool. And I saw that, like, I met this one telco guy who said that 80% of the innovation in AI that they are thinking about acquiring globally happens between Stanford and Berkeley. So of course there is a certain innovation advantage, and I think a couple of things we can see is access to venture capital, access to actually not that many, but a lot of, like a small group of highly talented people, and we have great universities here, so we need to maybe concentrate that a bit better rather than building 10, 15 valleys of I don't know where in the world. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. And then really try to invest a lot in education in these areas. I think that would make a lot of sense. And then see that we allow it to scale in Europe more easily when it comes to GDPR, when it comes to like the different implementation of our laws to make it more harmonized in Europe. And
like
I think
a real politician taking long in answering questions. Really, thank you, Damian. Still really short last few words also for Eileen and Ronit. Really quick.
Okay, I'll be super quick. Yesterday we had a hackathon with 50 girls that from 8th to 10th grade from schools all over the region, and they all learned how to prompt their own websites and apps and like find solutions for climate change and for like social media being a place full of hate and stuff. And I think that's really cool. So I think if we're spending public money, then on these kind of workshops and cooperating with people that can educate our children and the grown-ups, of course, too. That's it.
I would say we want to be picky about the race that we want to run. I think LLMs are over for us. We're not going to catch up, but that doesn't mean that there isn't other like areas of AI that we can find a competitive advantage in, and I think we should focus on that. And the last thing I prompted was explain to me the difference between LLMs and world models.
I think that closes the panel. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ronit, können wir dich mal einladen für...
Thank you very much. So, lunch break is ahead of us. Lunch break is ahead of us. We have lunch break until 1:30. Please try to be back by 1:20 so we can all sit down and start the next session.
And as you're leaving, just so you know where to find your food things, there's a Skyline Mall where they have tons of food court, or you can get something here. And definitely want to be back on time, isn't it?
Yeah, back on time, 1:30. You can find food here in the second and fourth floor. It's sandwiches, it's bowls, and some sweet stuff. So check that out. Otherwise, go to the mall. It's just next door. There's a food plaza. Everything can be found there.
Yes.
Please be back on time. And tomorrow we have just 1 hour to eat. So please check out if you want to go outside today. Tomorrow it's just 1 hour and we will have less time to enjoy the shopping plaza.
Later, guys. See you back at 1:20. 1:20.
1:20.
Und damit, with this, hello from the back, from the technical part. Hello there. Hello, chat. My name is Thomas. I'm here from the tech team here in the board GA. I hope I'm not too loud to you. If I'm too loud, please say it, or I'm too. So, if you have any questions, you can write it in the chat down below, and can ask whatever you want. So, hello there. We hope you have a nice day to now. And we have a very nice program here on the GA through the rest of the day, and it ends with the great with the great public action here in Frankfurt, where we're going on the street, and yeah, it's all fine.
What did you want? I'm a German, yeah?
So-
Yeah, that's German enthusiasm.
Yeah, so if you have any questions, please write it down on the chat. And I'm your break entertainment guy. So I'm streaming. So
Will stay here all the time.
so if I'm too loud to quiet, please say it.
Yeah, if I shouldn't respond on here, I'm in WhatsApp chat.
So he,
Yes.
I'm very confused. How many cameras we have? We have 4 cameras, and how many microphones? Microphones? 7, 8. We don't know how many microphones we have.
10 wireless microphones, plus the one at the lectern, and the one in front of you.
So how?
And our intercoms. So,
So-
9 intercoms as well.
So I think you hear it what he say. So I think at around 10 microphones and 4 cameras, right? Yes. I hope the technical part at the end, at the beginning, was very confusing, but okay. So I think I can make this a little bit shorter. Oopala. So
Da ganz rechts.
I'm your streaming host. Well, sorry, your streaming host for the break. My name is Thomas. I'm from Wald, Kreis Offenbach, Wald of District of Offenbach, City of Offenbach. I'm the comms lead there, and yes, the GA is pausing at the moment because they're eating, and Lighthouse standard there. GA continues the general program at 30:20. So, and I see that I don't know if Talepski is on the chat, but I only can repeat what Germany, what Deutschland say about Andrew Ahrens. We haven't any connection to this guy. Officially, he's no member of our party at the moment, so we have no connections to this guy, and we're not connected with him, and he's not part of the party in Germany or somewhere else. Yes. And yes, with the microphone, we have I want to check it and clear it, and yes, and right. Yeah, this is our complete tech area. You can see here. You see this is our Zoom place where the people can accounting for the Zoom call. There is our subtitles. This is our subtitles. There is a computer for the background programming stuff. If you see on the venue, like music or presentation. Here you have the camera settings for what you see where on stage or on the presentation here on the GA, or what you see on the stream. Then behind that we have the second camera setting stuff thing to switch through the cameras, and then we have the sound pult. So, have you any questions about the GA or something else you can ask?
Why are you going on streaming?
Yes, I'm streaming, right.
Hmm? This is what's going on streaming.
Yeah, I'm streaming. I'm the pausing program. I'm commenting at the moment. This is because they show me. Because there's nothing.
I'm also streaming now.
Yeah, I'm streaming for that's no blah, 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 music stuff, so that people can ask something. This is what I asked yesterday.
I thought you were going to speak in off, not live. Like
this is what I asked yesterday. If you say I do not do, then you turn off. This I don't know. So they hear us, me, yes. This microphone.
But they are listening to me now.
No. This microphone is very sensitive. So yes, yeah, it's not my account; it's the account of Europa. So more information about our party you can find on voteeuropa.org. And also you can find more about the General Assembly in general. I write it in the chat. Stream copy. So you can find on our website to the GA. I posted in the chat. So yes, if you have any questions about the GA or something else, you can ask. You can write it. And yes. And right. So and with that I can so then of course one thing we have so we have I can look if I can find it at the moment. We have an wait. So, but what I can say, what we will see today after the lunch break from 13:20. So, so it starts. This, okay, no, this no. Okay. And so, but what you can do to help us as World Europa to do a better job, very appreciate if you can do this. If you donate, if you can. If you want to donate something to us to Vote Europa, you can put it here, find it here, a link to our donation site. If you want, it's would help us very well. And yes. I don't know what to say at the moment. I'm to be honest, and but I looking for the list and I'll do it here. Where we look for signs, we can assign. Nope. We can sign for. So wait a minute. Genau, we are looking for signs for federal Europe now. But I at the so fast I can't find it at the moment. Sorry, I can't give you the link for. Or perhaps you find it here. So, nope, I don't find it at the moment. Good. In the GA today, I don't know especially, but with the staff thing, I think they said earlier 1,700, 1,800 or so, something like this in this corner. We have participants here in the GA in the venue. In Frankfurt, in the center of Europe, in the Cap Europa. Cap Europa. Yes, so 1,700, 1,800 people around something like this. Okay, I'm hearing a noise and I don't know where it's coming from, but I think it's myself. Well. So, what I can ask you, what is your best moment at the moment from the start, from the morning, from the GA? What is your favorite part of the GA? in the morning before the lunch break. Hello there. Hi. Oh no, you can see me more. Oh no.
Especially you can't see the mess in the back.
So,
Wait, I need to like.
hello there.
I need to. Yeah, don't move the hand. I need to focus again.
IBH.
Okay.
So, now you can see me a little bit better from the back office from the tech stuff here on the GA 2025 live out of Europe. And you see it like there. The GA continues 13:20. At the moment, we are on the break session, lunchtime break session. As of What Europa, we have at the moment, say it, I don't know if you can see it, but we have, we're looking for signs for the United States of Europe. Yes, I'm sure you can find it on our website or somewhere else about the opportunity sign. It's quite hard to choose a favorite part. A lot of speakers could have used more time, perhaps. Yes, okay, yeah, it's opportunity. Yes, why not? But then it's I think from the cost way, it's not possible to do a 3-day GA. I think
Budget not approved.
budget say no. So, and the second thing we have, by the way, there I can say you the link on the with the other QR code. I don't have any link I can say to you, but here is this the definition of on anti-Semitism. You can find or you can vote for the JDA on vote.link/JDA. And can vote there for the definition of anti-Semitism of anti-Semitism. Yes, who drafted the Jerusalem Declaration on Anti-Semitism, the JDA? And a very important point for this thing, for the vote thing, JDA, the definition of JDA is tomorrow a speaker's part where everything about this will be say what it means and whatever is there. On day 2 of the GA will be a part of that where you can where the people here will speak about it and where it will be described. But yeah, the time thing. My way, I see it like you, a copper man, a 3-day J, G, 3 days of the J were very nice. Yeah. Sorry, I ordered some food at the moment, so I muted me. Yes, I really like to talk on AI, although I did feel scored out as yes. Yeah, I'm a nerd too. Not IT nerd, but I am a gaming nerd. Yes. But yes, the call about AI. Yes, I understand this. I understand. No, here I'm very alone in this very big room. My favorite game is Assassin's Creed. Yes, my favorite game is is Assassin's Creed. Yes. And now I don't talk, but especially because it's too long and not the right pace here. To talk about it. Yes. So, right. For our people who came here, we're at the moment at a lunch break here on the Ward J. The JA continues the regular program at 30 20 Central European times. Also, in 1 hour, we are on the regular program with the GA at the moment. We're on the lunch break, and I'm your host here on the break time. So, yes, if you have any questions about anything you want, favorite part about Vote Europa or the GA, then you can write it very well. I appreciate if you write it in the chat so I can write it to speak to you about. So hello about the about your can I answer your question. Yes. Yes. Doch. Yes. Yeah. I can. We can. I think it's better if I if I talk to you. Then we have here a pausing screen with music to make or something like this. Yes. And yeah. So if you have any questions, you can write it in the chat, so I can answer it about the GA or something else. So, but what I can say, you can find our merch about What Europa. You can find this on this link here. So if you want to stay purple, then you can buy something purple or white, or something like this in the World Europa shop. Our merchandise and yes, and what I look so here. I look for our next events. So yeah, today from 16 we have our public action here to the General Assembly in Frankfurt from Europa that United States of Europe now, hashtag Unite Europe, where we have the campaign about to find the signs to get more signatures for our campaign. More Europe now. So if you have any questions about Volt, about What Europa, about the GA, or something else, you can write in the chat and I can answer it. To this I say something I can see on other sides of World Europa. For example, we have one open position on the EUR level of World Europa, the senior technology lead. In other ways, we have volunteer vacations at World Europa, in the academy, in voting platform, communications, HR team, community elected officials office, and so on and so on. What positions are open, more or less, you can find. So because hate speech is not a good part of communications online or somewhere else. So, and to call us as a terrorist organization is not very appreciable or something like this. So because of this. So you can find on watereuropa.org vacancies or open vacancies at the moment. So. And of course, you can find on what.link/Europa all our socials at the moment. On besides YouTube, you can find us on LinkedIn, Twitter, Blue Sky, Instagram, Facebook, Discord, and Reddit. So if you have any questions about Volt or Volt Europa, the General Assembly, or what's happened today or tomorrow or whatever, you can write it in the chat and I'll try to answer your question about Volt Europa or the General Assembly. And yes. So, yes. The room is very empty. You only hear the voice of the machine who cool down or whatever the room. Yeah. So I'll look for actual information about the gender. So yes, if you have any questions, you can write it in the chat. I repeat, the GA continues at 30:20 after the lunch break. Who's actual running? I'm your host through the lunch break, your stream host, so that if you want, you can talk to someone or write with someone. And I must say, yes, the chat is very good in the first place, and I appreciate this very well. So, if you want to wait a minute. So I ordered some it's stuff to eat. And if you want to join Volt Europa, Volt Netherlands, Germany, Spain, whatever, you can join us via, I think, volteuropa.org/join. I look for it. So, and then you can participate on every level of Volt Europa you want on the European level. Oh, no, not, okay, it's not join. Good to know. So, if you want to have more informations, how to get involved with Volt Europa, or your local level, the city, the country, or something else, you can find here on voteeuropa.org/get-involved. You can be a part of Vote Europa, so you can participate in the upcoming GA or something else. Yes. So because you become purple or be purple. And yes, if you have any questions, I know I say it very often, but if you have any questions about anything you want, please write it in the chat. My name's Thomas. I'm your host, your lunch break host. Right. So, the GA continues at 30:20. You see it here. And then after the GA today, we have our public action from 16 in the city of Frankfurt to go through the city and demonstrate for a better Europe. And right. There's someone not happy about the seatings. And yes, I am your host in the lunch break for the next 30 minutes or so. When the lunch break ends, then I give up to the hosts of the event of Annalena and sorry, but the name of the other guy I missed. Sorry, my bad. Sorry. Well, I not touched the microphone. It's too sensitive. And right. About the donation, I say something, right? If you want to know who is for Volt in the European Parliament, we have across Europe five. Sorry. Five members of the European Parliament: Damian Büselager, Kai Tegethoff, Nele Riel, Anna Strollenberg und Rainier van Lanschot. So we have 3 from Germany, 2 from the Netherlands. And if you want to know who explicit these people are, you can find this on our website. The members of the European Parliament. So on stage, you see earlier Damian and Rainier with different things, with different topics. And right. So, yes, what I want to say. I missed what I want to say. Yay. I lose my red line. Right, no one is here. So, if you want join the Vault, you can find it on Europa.org or your home country, Vault Deutschland.org, Vault Netherlands.org, what I think, I don't know, is Vault España.org or something like this. But all websites of our member all countries, we have something you can find on Europa.org. There you can find have any possibility to join Vault. I'm at the moment in no European communities from the Vault Europa, so I have. So at the moment, I'm not in Digicom, Dreamcom, or Devcom. No, sorry. If I can talk about it, but I don't want. Are you in any European communities? Or are you in any European communities? If you want to talk about it.
Stell dir das einfach mal hier hin.
But what I can say, I'm running for a local I'm running for the city council of the city of a local little city of Rottgau in Germany, or I'm running for the district council of So this is what I can say. We are on the first steps, because here in Germany, in the state of Hesse, where we are at the moment, we have next year local elections in Frankfurt, in Darmstadt, district of Offenbach, Fulda, whatever. In the whole of Hesse, we have local elections. There I'm running, but unfortunately, I personally have not enough time to do something in European communities like Digicom, Dreamcom, or Devcom. Wait. We have at the moment, it seems like, no, we have no frame drops anymore.
Besser? Ja?
I think it's better, yes.
Okay.
YouTube say we have the error.
Das musst du einmal quasi bestätigen und dann.
So, open widget.
Mhm.
Ah, okay. Stream half is where. I don't know. Is the stream current bit okay? We will see. Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't talk about European communities. My bad. Sorry. And what? Bah, this was my phone. Who are hearing? What? So, but in 20 minutes, the GA continues there. In 20 minutes, the GA continues on 1320, 3020, 1330. From yes, then we start with the second part of the GA of the afternoon program. So, but I think we switched some program parts. So I can't say what especially the program is in the afternoon, because the if I look in the program in the agenda for the afternoon, the is sorted by rooms. Okay. Okay, so after the lunch, we have the Cyprus elections. What we can do to impact with Andromachi Sofoklous. Sorry for the wrong pronunciation. For every name, Hulusi, Melz, and Yuta. With the host Conrad from 1330 to 14, from 14 to 4010.
I'm gonna double check with them.
So, and then from 14 to 4010, we hear something about European communities, how to get involved in the European communities. We speak it earlier about in the chat about it. Then from 1410 to 1430, we talk about what Europa's policy infrastructure with Kate Fistrick and Joost. I only say the first name. Sorry. Then I say only what is on the plan for the timetable. Then we from 1430 to 15 we have a panel. A leadership culture that is safe, brave, and regenerative. With Berend and Lucia. Then from 15 to 1530, we have the activism and resistance with Andy and David and Marina. So I can write no. Okay. Then we have, I said earlier, then this is not streaming here, but I think 1% minimum is streaming on Twitch the live stream, the public action. This is today from 16 to 17:30. GA is closing from 15:30 to 16. So, and then tomorrow we start a little bit earlier, 8:30 in the morning, to yes, to 8:40. This is the opening for tomorrow, and today after the GA we have after the publication different stuff to do on the broad game we have in the night, or the disco clubbing. A bare minimum where is more or less Volters, and then plus external stuff. So, and then then 8:40 to 9:10 we have a Shine 92 no 29, sorry. Our plan for success strategy update is tomorrow from 8:40 to 9:10. Then from 9:10, all of this you can find on the airtable.com. This is a special plan. And then from 9:10 to 9:25, we have the election of internal audit committee members is 10 minutes. Then from 9:25 to 9:55, a growing vote. Where did the focus country investment take us? Then from 9:55 to 10:30, we speak about tomorrow. The plan for tomorrow is the second day. So then 9:51 to 10:30, integrity of vote Europa. Then from 10:30 to 11:15, changes to the statutes and internal regulations by the legal team. Then from 11:15 to 11:30 tomorrow, additional agenda item country. So yeah, we don't. Yeah, I say it. It's additional agenda item. County Council GA agenda rights. Country Council GA agenda rights. Then from 11:30 to 12, we have the approval of the budget 2026, a very important topic tomorrow, because only with approved budget we can go through our campaigns, our electoral stuff, internal and external. So then from 12 to 13, so a half an hour less is the lunch block tomorrow. Then for tomorrow from 13 to 33 is 13 to 30, 13:30. Ward and Friends, uniting pro-European voices to drive impact. I only say what is on the agenda for today and tomorrow. We are at tomorrow. So then we have from 13:30 to 13:40 NISMA jury news. Okay. Then I think this would be a very controversial part tomorrow. From 13:45 to 15:50 is my personal opinion. How to have a dialogue about Israel-Palestine while keeping a world in a safe space. This is not about the topic itself. It's more about how to speak about this topic, to be internal at Vault and external, to be for everyone a safe place besides on which position you have, that everyone is good with it. Then tomorrow from 14:50 to 15:25, additional agenda item, definitions of anti-Semitism in bold. This is what I said to you earlier, where you can vote for the JDA at vote.link/JDA if you want. Right. And then from 1525 to 1610, the road to 2040. How can we achieve net zero carbon emissions? Klee and Com. This is tomorrow. So, and then we have from tomorrow from 1610 to 1640 pan-European politics with Eurosense. And then we have at the closing of the J tomorrow, if we are on plan and have no delay or something like this, I think with the one or the other topic. So he's calling on the phone. So yes, ouch.
Du bist es, okay. Du bist auf dem Weg nach unten, ja? Ja, okay, dann treffen wir.
So yes.
Ja, okay, dann sehen wir uns unten, ja?
So
Jo,
the plan is the agendas. We write it here. The CGA continues at 13:20. So in 10 minutes, the GA continues with the afternoon part to 15:30 to. Then we closing for today. Then from 16 to 17:30, 18, we have the public action. So, if you have to any agenda topics, any questions, yes, do you have any questions about the gender or yes. This I repeated earlier. This is the live stream of Vote Europa to the General Assembly 2025, live out of Frankfurt, the centrum of Europe, in Cap Europa. And yes, this is day one. If you want to know more about us, we are very happy if you subscribe this channel, youtube.com/VoteEuropa. We're very happy if you leave us a like or more than one like. I don't know if it's possible here, but leave and subscribe our channel and leave us a comment and share the message of this account. And other videos we have on this channel about our politics and what we want, what we don't want, and whatsoever. So then we appreciate it if you want to follow us on our other socials. You can find us everywhere. If you're looking for Vote Europa, you can find us everywhere on Instagram, on Twitter, on Blue Sky, on Facebook and whatever. We appreciate it if you want to follow us there and leave us a like there, here. And yes. So I hope my moderation through the lunch break is good, is in the best way for you. I can't speak the language. I choose DeepL to check what you say. This is not very friendly. We are nothing like this. What you write. We are pro-European. So I don't repeat what you write. If anyone want to read, you can choose the translator. But yes, we are not this. What you. We are not mean or something like this. So, I need an actual picture here. I yes, I don't see an agenda too, and I don't hear for the volunteer votes too. And Arne, who can help me about it, is also not here because he's nothing doing in this way. But I can't. I hear it that yeah, the first time there will be a volunteer vote. Perhaps there isn't anything like this, or they think about it, and then we have too many agenda. Then they put it out of the agenda. Perhaps I don't know. Thank you. I love vote. I love Vault too, and it's very nice that you love Vault. So I can repeat the DGA. No, DGA continues at 13:20 if we are on plan. And yes, so you can hear the door make bam. So, so yes, and if Arne come back, I ask him about the volunteer word, about this is happening or this is cancelled, or something like this. But I don't see it in the agenda too. So yes, and yeah. If you are going on plan, we continue with the GA in 3 minutes, 30 minutes, with the original agenda plan. Then, yes. So one person in the audience is there. One person in the audience. Whoa! I'm streaming at the moment. Yes. So, yes. I hope you enjoyed so far the General Assembly and my break program. my yeah, perfect. There. Or right? No, no. There, here. Here's link about the GA. And what I say, the next topic is 13:30. The next Cyprus elections. What can we do to have an impact in Cyprus? And Cyprus is a very very important topic. And now you have a 3 screen. You see our next topic, and you see like the area there, 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 somewhere else here. There you find the room, and there you find the topic. Whee! So, and yes, I think the gong is early running, bumming. This is the gong from the theater. If you hear it, please come in. The gong for you must come in. We start in a few minutes. Gong, 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 and then we have 3 gongs. Bell. It's a bell. It's like bing. A bell. Yeah.
Ja, ich weiß nicht, ob es für einen Gong jetzt einen englischen Begriff gibt.
So we call it gong, bong, whatever.
Bong ist wieder was anderes.
Okay, bong is something different, yes. Gong, but... So, have we not internet? Yes.
Okay.
No. Sometimes we lose bit rates, drops, frames. Woohoo. So, I think I like the GJ continues in so now to 9 minutes. I don't know. I think the gong is turning on or something. If you want. I don't know what's happening at the moment.
Das reicht. Brauchst nicht 2.
Okay then, if you're downstairs and you're in the other room, this is the best time to come up from that room where you're in and confused and lost and come and find solace here in the Church of Volt.
So here
Perfect.
you can hear the gong.
The bell.
The bell. So it's meaning it's time to go in the background again for me.
Please welcome on stage
I
now.
hope you enjoy the rest
Her Royal,
of the G8 today.
The one, the only. Yes, Her Highness. No, but I hope everybody's here is very.
So we hope you enjoy the GA. I'm muted, and then I appreciate you that you be here and write something in the chat. So I leave you, and so have a nice rest of the day.
It takes time. Very good.
Yeah.
We have 7 minutes until the start of the session.
Yeah. So can't really yell to get people in here because they can't hear us. So this is a good time for some banter. Yeah. This is also the time for the speed networking. Should we start in like a few minutes when more people? Yeah. Need a few more. Yeah, if you're outside and you're not coming in, then we want you.
Time's running. 5 minutes.
Let's do it.
Feel free to enter here. We also have other breakouts running in the other rooms. Please look at the agenda and pick your favorite topic.
Just don't pick your nose.
Don't pick your nose. Yeah. Or both. Like you can do both. It's fine. But pick your topic and the session you want to go.
Yes.
If you want to learn more about the Cyprus elections, it's definitely this room.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope the people who are in this next session is going to be potent and powerful, and it really brings it all together. I'm not going to tell you too much about it yet because I'm going to leave that for Melch, who's going to, it's going to be good.
Will be so good and interesting.
And surprises are going to happen. Yes.
Surprise. Yeah. Definitely.
It's like a magic show that only works if there's, you can't just be in stadium.
Yeah, don't we need a few more people.
1, 2, 3, 4, okay.
5 minutes to go.
Come on, peoples, let's do it.
Thank you. I know it's exciting outside and there are a lot of people. That's good.
Lunchtime.
You can do both. Network and listen to sessions.
So I think the people that might be, actually, when I was down there earlier, well, let me ask you this. So far, what's the most interesting thing you've seen today? Here, outside, wherever?
Most interesting.
Yeah. What has captured your imagination?
I think it was the keynote speech from Thomas.
Ah, yes.
I think that was
okay, yeah.
Really giving like real life examples of president's everyday life and also challenges. I really liked it, and I think it also shows how far we've come with Volt.
Yeah.
That we can convince people who have been for a long time in politics to join our movement.
I think that is a testament, a massive testament as well. Yeah. Yeah, that pushed in my nose.
Yeah, better put it on your nose.
If you're just joining us now, you've probably missed the few magic tricks we've done, and it's mind-blowing. And these people know, they could contest to that. Attest. Bring it up now, bring it.
Yeah, you're the musician.
Yes. Wait, I know something. Is this the time to teach them of the song that we came up with?
Okay,
Perfect.
let's go.
We made up a song for you guys. It goes something like this. 1, 2, and 3.
Ganz
genau. Ganz genau. Ganz genau. Yeah.
So we had a talk yesterday about things that Germans say all the time. It seems like we say really often ganz genau, which means exactly. Like more exact than exactly.
More exact than exactly.
Yeah.
That's beyond precise, isn't it? So then.
It is.
Now, when do you give me an example of when you would use this? Like if I'm handing you this water and I say, "Here you go," and I say, "Oh, but it's empty," and you're like.
No, you would say, "Is it the right time now to give it to you?" And I would say, "Ganz genau."
Ganz genau. Yeah. We're just waiting for a few more people to come on in the room.
Yeah. Our speaker's ready. Are our speakers already ready and here?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Perfect. Then that's prepared. You don't have to worry about it. For everybody downstairs or outside,
All right,
if you can hear us, please choose your room.
This is the time to come to this room. And guys, please settle down. It's too much we can't take it. And we're going to have just one more minute, and then we're going to be on to the next one. So this is the time. Hurry up. Come on in. If you're downstairs, we're watching you.
And thank you for those who are here. Thank you for coming back in time. This is really
Absolutely.
excellent. We really appreciate that. Would be very lonely here without anyone.
Ja, genau.
Ganz genau.
That sounds like the bell. All right, well, I will, I guess yeah? It's okay then?
So, it's time to start.
Yes, it is. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started then. And yes, our next panel, once we have the music.
So,
Jay, yeah? It's not? The clicker is not working. Maybe it needs the clicker?
Yep. Get it?
It works? Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So, what we will do now is a little exercise that's called Meet Your Neighbor. So what I would like you to do now is first look around you and find a person that you don't know yet. Is there someone?
Even if they're 5 seats away from you.
Is there someone you don't know yet? If you have found that person, give that person a nice, long, strong German handshake. Say, hi, my name is...
Willkommen. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh, you
Then
guys.
you can have a cool high five.
Good high five.
And the end result of that is that you have a GA buddy. And I hope you will find this person more often during this and next day. So every time you see this person, give this person a cool high five. So that's your GA buddy.
Woo!
Woo!
All right.
So don't lose him, her. Find this person again and enjoy the GA. We have now different breakout sessions starting. We have one in the room, Mistral, about the AI Act. It's a really good panel discussion, actually. Then we have one about the defending democracy every day in Orient. And then one that's a bit outside of this line, so it's How to Pride, Queer Vault. We will have the community there, you can ask questions, you can get involved. Choose your room, and otherwise, I'll hand over.
Danke schön. This is bitte schön. Yeah, danke schön. All right, guys, thank you so much. So our next panel, coming to the stage, explores how impact begins when imagination meets action. That is not something that AI would ever write, I promise you. I'm totally kidding. No, but now we think that that's what's going to happen, right? After all this AI talks, it's like, is this real? I don't know. Was this right there, what I just said, is that also AI? And in fact, the answer is yes. But if you don't know, a lot of people don't know, but Cyprus is a place that's still divided, and it's a microcosm of Europe's past. Still divided, but it's full of promise. As elections approach, we ask how can citizens, movements, and even Europe itself help to turn division into democracy. So to guide this conversation, we'd like to please welcome to the stage now. He is the co-president of Volt Europa, hailing from the Netherlands, and he has played an instrumental role in many election successes, isn't it? Please welcome to the stage, Niels Klabbers.
Can't? Yes, now we can. Okay, I'll start over. Hi, my name is Mels Klabbers. I am one of the two co-presidents of Volt Europa. Before I dive into Cyprus, I want to stay here in Frankfurt, here on the continent, because we are doing some fundraising. Yeah. Thank you for the excitement. But actually, we're doing very good. We have a fundraising goal of 150,000 euros today, and we are already at 137,000. So, thank you very much for that amazing contribution. But we're not there yet. And I want to ask you to think of what we're doing here today. We're building a new community, a new party, and the fact that we can do that in this room, in this hall, with so many people, requires a lot of work, actually. And we organized this with one full-timer and a volunteer team. That is insane for an event of 1,700 people. Now, for the next one, I would like to hire some help, because it's a lot. And with this money, we can do so. So I'm not asking you to donate thousands and thousands of euros, but collectively, we have the power to make the next GA a success as well. So if you have 5 euros, or just a beer, or maybe a little bit more, I see my mom in the room as well, so maybe support us, then we can make this a success the next time as well. So here I am once again asking you for a small donation, whether that be 5, 10, 25, or 100 euros. Please support us in helping make the next GA a success as well. To get that last 13,000 euros today. With that out of the way, yeah, you can clap for that. With that out of the way, I want to move from the continent to Cyprus. So let's go to Cyprus.
Press release. Cyprus leaders agree to open 4 new crossing points. Crossing points? It's not something you think exists in Europe, but yes, this is the reality for Cypriots. One nation divided, not by choice, but by the geopolitical greed of Turkey.
I witnessed President Erdogan's visit to Nicosia and experienced how Turkey is imposing their rules and religion on the northern part of Cyprus. I saw a small group of Cypriots exercising their constitutional right to protest, standing up against the repression of Turkey. I saw how this peaceful protest was forcefully removed from the street and protesters being arrested by a police force that is directly connected to the Turkish military. I experienced myself how authoritarian regimes spread distrust among citizens and how it feels to constantly be observed and followed by undercover police.
I stand here as a member of Volt, the pan-European movement, but today, more specifically, as the voice of Volt Cyprus. We are bringing the Greek and Turkish communities together at the political level, because we believe we can build bridges and mutual understanding. The time for mere condemnation is over. It's time to focus on what unites the people of Cyprus, their home, their values, and aspirations for the future. We've seen in Berlin how walls can fall, in Ireland how peace can prevail, and together as Europeans we can realize a bizonal, bicommunal federation, a united Cyprus in a united Europe.
I want to talk about Cyprus today because it's the next best thing for Volt and for Europe. Not yet, okay? We have someone from Cyprus as well. Cyprus is a microcosm of Europe. It has all denominators on the island, like the division based on religion, ethnicity, language, culture. And in that sense, it's a copy of Europe. Europe has been fighting each other on the basis of all these denominators for hundreds and hundreds of years. And then finally, after 2 world wars, we calmed down and we had what was the start of the EU, a union that created relative safety and relative stability for the continent. This is also what Volt Cyprus is doing. It's connecting 2 parts of the island with both communities together in one party. And that's also why we have a very interesting panel here today that is going to represent the island within our European community. So I would like to call you on stage to join me in the conversation on the next best thing for Volt and for Europe. Welcome, Andromachi. Welcome, Yoda. Welcome, Hulusi. Please take a seat. There's still a lot of things to tell about the island, but I've been there, and feeling and seeing it is something I've never experienced. We are here in Germany, where we had, of course, the wall. And this is something I, in essence, experienced on the island as well. A wall that divides the island in 2. But far better than me to tell about it, it's letting you tell that story. Let's start with a quick introduction. Andromachi, let's start with you.
Hello, I'm Andromachi Sophocleous. I am Volt Cyprus co-president. I had nothing to do with political parties before joining Volt in 2023 when we founded it in Cyprus. But I was always a very active person in Cyprus, and especially in the pro-reunification movement. And what brought me to Volt and to embrace this movement was the understanding that if we want to make a difference, we need to work for collectively, but politically, in order to seek what it is that we are seeking, which in our case is first and foremost the reunification of the island.
Amazing. And what's your role in the party?
I am the co-president, yeah.
Amazing. Yoda.
Hello. My name is Yoda Ioannidou Avxendiou, because you are going to see this is the whole name. I am the first elected official of Volt. I have been elected as a councillor of the Greek-speaking Famagusta municipality in Cyprus. You can see that I am at the tone of my life. So, in the rise and in the middle, in the middle of my life, I was very much involved in bicommunal activities, because I'll tell you later, I am a displaced and a refugee from Famagusta. So I devoted, because of my trauma, we can say, I devoted, I think, my life in bringing peace and reunite my country. So here, that's why I'm here.
Very good. Hulusi, on to you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Hulusi Kilim. I am the Secretary General of Volt Cyprus. As Jota, I am also from Famagusta, which we will be talking about. And my father's side is a refugee, and my mother's is from Famagusta, where Jota used to live as well. And the origins of Volt Cyprus is actually from Famagusta. So we are known to be bringing people together before Volt itself was founded. So we will talk a bit more about it further down the line.
Yeah, and maybe good to understand. So Volt Cyprus is bringing two communities of both parts of the island together, but it also brought two parties together to merge into what has now become Volt Cyprus. This is something we want to do all over the continent, where we enhance our progressive movement to also, I would almost call it, aggressively grow our political influence in many countries. Cyprus, in that sense, is a success story, and there you merge together. But let's not talk about that strategic discussion. Let's talk about the island. So for many Europeans, Cyprus will feel far away. But can you help us understand why Cyprus matters for the European story? I would begin with you, Anna.
Well, I think that, and it's interesting because Volt Cyprus will run its first parliamentary campaign in May 2026. And in our preparation for that campaign, the slogan that we have chosen is security, prosperity, and prospects. And we kind of feel that this is the overarching message that the Volt Europa is actually giving out when it comes to the federalization of Europe. And we feel that Volt Cyprus kind of comes and embraces everything that we are discussing at the Volt Europa level. When it comes to the reunification of the island and what we are discussing about, I think we are a political party that, whose values and whose priorities span a wide range of issues, just like in the Volt Europa level. However, what makes us different is the fact that we are striving for the reunification of the island. We are the first bi-communal party of the island. We are a political party that even the people who hate us and who hate our politics can admit that we are the most explicit and most genuine when it comes to the Cyprus problem solution. And we are a political party that if a new opportunity emerges when it comes to the reunification of the island, just like it now seems to be emerging in Cyprus with the election of a pro-federation Turkish Cypriot leader, it is clear that Volt Cyprus will be in the forefront of the battle for reunification. So I think in some very peculiar way, Volt Cyprus encompasses both everything that Europe represents and that Europe was kind of made around the idea of unity, but at the same time, we are a political party that, as Mel said, we were created by the joining of two political movements on the island, but not only that, and this is something that we often say, we are a political party that is made up of people who had different beginnings, but who are united in the way that we see the future and in the way that we envision both the future of our island, but as well as the future of Europe.
Yeah. In a sense, this is also, Volt Cyprus is in that sense also an example for how we can do this. So we have all these different nationalities within our party, and if you look around the room, you will see that we're merging these communities as well. And the way you show how that it can be done is very invigorating, I have to say. Mm-hmm. But the division on the island is real. And I also want to go actually to your personal story, and because you have to explain to us how it actually is to live on the island. So, Hulusi, maybe good to tell a little bit where you're from and what division of the island actually means for you in your day-to-day life.
Sure. As I said at the beginning, I am from Famagusta, which is on the east coast of Cyprus. People like Yota, who were residents in our city, have had to leave during the conflict in 1974. And Cyprus still remains, to this day, a divided country and a divided Famagusta, the city itself. So our origins, where we actually started bringing people together after the checkpoints only opened after 2004. When you think about it, it's not 2003, sorry, only 22 years ago we are talking about. So we are in Germany. It's not far, too far. We all know how things changed since 1989. My birth year as well, so I'm the same age as the fall of the Berlin Wall. So we're not far off. So Cyprus is still there with the hard border. So in our daily lives, we are experiencing checkpoints. We are, as you saw in the video and the speech that Renier made in the parliament, we are trying to open new checkpoints still, where we are showing the identity cards every day to cross from one side to the other side. This is Berlin Wall number 2 is actually a kebab house, which is based on the dead zone in Nicosia, the capital of Cyprus. Just to indicate, show you that there's still a wall that needs to come down, and Europe's peace project is not yet complete. So I want you to ask yourselves, how dedicated are we to the main message that Europe is trying to give? Ever closer union of people, of the people. How are we going to get there? Where is Volt's position in all this, role in all this? This is what we are trying to do in Cyprus on the ground today, and this is why we need to bring our values, hold on to our values and go forward with it. This is what we are basically trying to do. Let me put it that way.
Yeah. Yoda, then I want to go to you, because you took me from the south to the north. We crossed the green line?
Green line,
The
yes.
green line, as you call it, which was surreal for me. It was like going back in time to actually experience that in Europe now is something that is weird and that also I didn't know about as a European coming from the mainland. You took me to the north, and there we walked in the most surreal scene I've ever been. And you took me to your house, which was a ruin, destroyed. And you told me about your life there as a kid.
Becomes emotional now.
Yeah, that was difficult to see. Can you tell me about your experience now, having to leave the north, going to the south, and how your life as a counselor, you're still connected to the place, to the community, and what you do?
Here we can see us. At the back is my house. And you see the center of Famagusta as it is now ruined. I will say something about my experience, but I want the people to know that I will speak about my personal, in inverted comma, trauma, which is not trauma. I'm a displaced, I'm a refugee, but I want you to try and put your own feet in our own shoes. I mean, you have to think about all the people that they are displaced and they are refugees. Okay, so I was born and brought up in Famagusta, so I was brought up till my adolescent years in an island that it wasn't divided, in a town that it was flourishing and it was very progressive during its time, and you have seen them. You have seen what I mean. It was very modern, prosperous, and they were saying that it was a jewel of Middle East with Beirut. Then it's covered by sandy golden beaches. So in a capsule, I will say that in '74, one day in August, in the second round of the invasion, of the war, my family had to flee with the clothes that we were wearing, just to take refuge and be safe from the air raids. That we lived, we had to do it because I was living in the center with the touristic area. So the air raids, they were very fierce, very fearful. So we couldn't imagine that we could live another round. So we left to be safe for a few days and then to return back to our home, our house. In 51 years, we are still hoping to go back. So that's why I said I devoted my life, being a mother and a grandmother. I cannot imagine my children or my grandchildren or any child of any one of you to live and experience the horror of a war. So that's why I'm here. And when I was asked to take part in the civil elections, in the municipality elections, at the beginning I said no. I had a friend who wanted to become a mayor. She asked for my help. I said yes. And without realizing it, I got this elected position. And because Andromachi, Hulusi, and the rest of other young people, they were running for the European Parliament. They succeeded to get the 3%, so I got this elected position. So being a member of the municipality, then I had to do something. I mean, I couldn't stay without doing anything. I became very active. I am part of the bicommunal committee of the municipality of Famagusta. We try to do a lot of bicommunal activities with our fellow Famagustians, but you have to understand that I have to struggle for the values of Volt in the municipality. Being a person on my own and having only one, I am on my own, I am the only Voltaire in a 26 people's council, mainly men. We are only 6 women out of the 26. I am the only one who has very clear vision and believes that I cannot tolerate to make any discount on my beliefs. So a lot of times I'm struggling with the rest. I can say that I managed to pass our ideas in certain people. And what I'm saying that lately, last week, even though we have the committee about the bicommunal activities with the Turkish Cypriots in the municipality, there is a lot of opposition that we shouldn't do a lot of bicommunal work. So with fact-based evidence, stick with the values of Volt, inclusivity, human rights, peace. I speak in the first person because I manage at least to take a majority vote that, yes, we need to do more regarding our bicommunal activities.
Yeah. And if you allow me, Mels, here just to add to what Yoda is saying. Yoda is describing the trauma of someone who lived through the invasion and the conflict. And what Volt does is that at a time in which it seems much more easy to be spreading hatred or to be sticking behind this trauma in order to spread division, Volt is coming with what today seems quite a revolutionary message, which is the message that it is much strength comes from building bridges, not from burning them. And this is the difficulty today, and this is where we put the importance of Volt Cyprus, even in the context of the political scene in Cyprus, at a time when nationalism is becoming strengthened, at a time when we are creating new borders and new divisions. Volt is coming with the message of peace, of compassion, of empathy, and that's the most difficult message both for Cyprus and for Europe today.
Yeah, absolutely. Because what I noticed when I walked through that very strange open-air museum, I would call it, where you see that destruction, the clarity of what disunity means and what it can become was very clear for me. And the fact that you now have a party where you have the exiled community, the Greek Cypriot community and the Turkish Cypriot community together in one party, is something that gives hope, where those bridges where we met in between, where all these old men came together to still create a dialogue between the communities, is something I hope that you will keep doing. Because if we don't do that, then the destruction that was clearly there will come again.
We are fighting all these nationalistic narratives. Mr. President earlier mentioned this current situation of the European Union, the rise, the very concerning rise of the far right and the far left, let's say. In Cyprus, it's because we have got the open wounds, our tasks to actually overcome it is even more difficult, which is putting us on the spot in a very very extremist emerged environment, political environment. We are coming across as, like in the titles of the newspaper, a fresh breath. But this comes at a cost as well. We are also being bullied. We are also receiving hate from these circles. So we feel the pressure. So we only get the courage, we only get the enjoyment when we are speaking the language of Europe, because we know back of our minds that this is a project that is not for just the mainland Europe. Because we fought, Cypriots fought fascism together with the rest of Europe back in 1945. We just had the Memorial Day also. And when I was thinking about that, actually, it was a war that Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots fought together back then. And with very well-known reasons, 20-odd years later, we had a division of the island. So it's people's togetherness is there, and it's up to people like us and party like us, Volt, to actually make sure that is preserved and enhanced in these difficult periods.
Exactly.
Can I?
Okay. The reason I wanted to do this panel is that this election coming up next year is the most important election that we will have next year. We will have many, but this election is also the gateway to successful European elections in 2029. If we now manage to support Volt Cyprus in a way that they will be able to set up a party that has all these ideals that we as Volt try to put on the table, and in that sense Volt Cyprus becoming an example for the rest of us, we can charge ahead to the European elections of 2029. So when you are going home, I would like you to speak with your team. I would like to that you tell the story of Volt Cyprus. I would like to see that you go on Halo and see if you can help out. I would like to ask you again for a small donation. And it's not that I'm now asking again for a lot of money, but if all of us give 10 or 15 or 25 euros to Volt Cyprus, we might be able to change the course of not only the island, but also the continent. So please go to our website. We will share the link. I will share this on Halo as well in the coming weeks. Think of Cyprus, speak of Cyprus with your teams, and give a warm applause for our amazing panel from Volt Cyprus. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And know that it can be done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's always good to see how Volters all over Europe are becoming active, and I think every country needs Volt of a little different topic. So one is to reunite, the other one is to digitalize. So all parts of Volt are needed. Thank you very much. I think now we will get our view again from outside of Volt, more European. We will look into our party and our structures. So our next topic is the European communities. And this is how we are structured inside of Volt and how you can really become engaged with the different topic and the different focus topics we have inside of Volt. So I would like to welcome our two co-leads for the European communities on stage. Welcome. So
we are pan-European, pragmatic, and progressive. That's at least what we claim on our website. But are we truly pan-European? Are we a movement that connects people all over Europe, includes diverse perspectives from all over Europe? I think we all try our best, but we can do this even better. The key to this are European communities. Let's be pan-European with our European communities. They're the place where people, passion, and policies connect and come together to make a real shared impact.
With these thematic pan-European communities, you can participate in grassroots activities to bring about social change. As these European communities are from the beating heart of our movement, connecting elected officials, the members of our association and society, and are open to all members across Europe. We would give a big shout out here to all of you to become active in Volt's European communities. As in these communities, you can come together, connect, exchange ideas, share experiences and expertise. But more importantly, help us influence the different policy programs, our election programs, where we're going within the streets to win our elections on all levels. But not only help shape our election programs via these European communities, also with this expertise and experience in these communities, you can help support your elected officials on all levels. It is also about, together in these communities, shape initiatives and advocate for the values of these communities internally and externally.
Okay, now we know what European communities are and how you can get active. But if I want to join a community now, as you all can and should, I need to know which communities there are.
It's quite big on the screen. Yeah, that's a good question, Mia. We have already in the past year worked with many volunteers in building multiple European communities. Some are already more established, bigger, connected. Some are more, let's say, starting. But both type of communities can really use your participation. We have the agricultural and food community. But also our work as Volt doesn't stop with the work for humans. It's also important to support nature and animals with the ANICOM. Of course, an important topic for us is climate and energy with the CleanCom. We have the defense and security community. We have the democracy and EU reform community, the digital affairs community. But we also have the disability network that brings attention towards ableism and wants to get more representation. We have the economy and public finance community.
And we have even
am
more
I forgetting one?
communities and some more abbreviations. There's the geopolitics and foreign affairs community, the health community, migration and integration community. They also have a session tomorrow. There's the non-academics community, which want to also shed light on the people without university degrees inside and outside Volt to increase their representation. There's Queer Volt, tourism, housing and mobility community, Volt Violet, the youth network, and women's rights and gender inclusivity community formerly known as Women of Volts, where we can all work together on increasing gender equality and also strengthen the representation of women. Next to European communities, there are also member spaces and safer spaces. Currently, the safer spaces are limited in access, means they are restricted, but you can still reach out to them if you want to know something, ask something, or also join. There's the Jewish safer space and the women's safer space, which are closely connected to the Rom-Com, the women community. The member spaces are communities that are currently developing into a European community. There's Volt Silver, Volt Engineers, and Progressive Internationals in Europe, which are still in the building, but hopefully there in the next time. Okay, now we know what they are, which ones exist, and what they've done. But what have they exactly done so far?
Another good question. Yes, they have multiple of these communities have already been active for a year or even longer and have therefore already done multiple things across Europe or in different countries. A core example of this is policy work. For example, most European communities facilitated multiple sessions in shaping the Dutch election program. But also, for example, the digital affairs community has supported with multiple programs and elected officials. And you see that multiple communities have supported some of our MEPs in advising or reviewing some of their visions and roadmaps, such as AgriCom, DevCom, and DreamCom. But it is not just policy. A good example here is QueerVolt, that works on policy, but also on campaigns and initiatives, as they helped Volt have a presence at the Pride in Budapest while there was a government ban. And multiple communities have already organized hybrid events across Europe, and you can watch them back on YouTube. Such an event in Brussels, Krakow, Prague, Lille, and at the border between Netherlands and Germany. But then the question arises, how do I get involved?
Yeah, how can you get involved? You can, first of all, you can go downstairs. On the second floor, there's the community market going on. There are all communities represented and open for you to join a conversation, have a conversation, and make connections. So please pass by. Then if you want to recap all the information we just gave you, you can scan the QR code on the left side. It's connected to the Volt website, where there's a whole list of all communities, their email addresses, and a direct link to their Halo page.
And we have a second QR code that links to the Halo Hub of this session, where you can post all your questions regarding European communities to us, the co-coordinators, and we try to follow up with all those questions. But we will also, after this session, post a form there where you can sign up with your interest, and then we will connect you with one of the European communities. But above all, definitely go to the European communities yourself at the European Communities Market in the big area 2 levels below here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we all learned a lot. So there were some words. That's everything that ends with com is a community. So DevCom, CleanCom, DreamCom. So every time you hear that word, you think of people working together all over Europe to work on one, actually, policy topic.
Yes.
Let's continue then with the next session, which is about policy infrastructure. And if I think about infrastructure, I think about bridges and train lines and streets. And that's what we're actually doing. So the question is, how can we connect the different policy teams all over Europe? How can we bridge from European level to local level? And that's what I'm asking Kate and Joost to answer the stage.
Does it work?
I would like to take a show of hands, please. Who here cares about climate change? Hands up. Very good, most of you, that's encouraging. How many of you have ideas about how we might address climate change or the impacts of climate change? Perfect. Keep your hands up if you are currently engaged with either the CleanCom, the climate and education community, or AgriCom, the agriculture and food community. Okay, you see, we have this large group of people with the knowledge and the interest in one of the most pressing issues of our time, and you're not contributing directly to our vision of how to address it. And that's a concern, because this is where the good stuff is. This is where the bright ideas and the lived experience comes from. Yes, we're an evidence-based policy party, but we do research, we consult with scholars and stakeholders, but you are where the ideas come from. So why do we struggle with policy making at Volt? Well, I think there's a number of reasons. I think lack of time is a big one. Lack of clarity around policy processes at different levels and which the documents actually count. And I think also when we talk a little bit about policy, it can sound perhaps a little dull or intimidating. And I want to address this one first, because I noticed that when I asked you if you had something to say about climate change, quite a lot of you put your hands down. And frankly, I don't believe you. And Volt is not the kind of party where policy is made by dull yet intimidating men in grey suits. Our ambitions, our visions, the way we work is rooted in the interests of all Europeans. And so should be the way we make policy. So how do we do that? How do we use your interest and your expertise to come up with creative solutions to some of the most serious problems of our time, like climate change, like disinformation, like discrimination? Well, to make a start, we've been working on a new policy-making infrastructure. And just to mention here that the informal vote we're presenting to you today does not set any of this in stone. It merely invites you to become part of the process, to support us in developing such a pan-European infrastructure. So, firstly, we propose a hierarchy of documentation for the whole organisation. There is a much more detailed version of this in your voting packs, but essentially we have our foundational documents, we have the charter and the touchstones, which Jos will talk to you about in a minute. And essentially, everything we do should flow directly from these, be that policy or comms, so that we're more coherent in our approaches and in what we recognise as Volt policy. Second, we have the concept of European communities, which Christian has just explained to you. We'd like to see as much policy making as possible situated in these communities, because when we have members from all chapters working together in a policy space, we come up with policies that are better aligned and more reflective of European diversity. So we also minimise the chance of one national chapter trying to implement something that will be detrimental to another. And just as importantly, we can use the unevenly distributed resources we have as a party to our advantage. We can have Dutch members supporting the French team on their programme. We can have Germans supporting Czechs. And that gives the smaller chapters the opportunity to benefit from being part of a larger organisation, which ultimately leads to a more sustainable growth of the movement. And finally, and for me the most important, we have policy processes with a low bar to entry. So that means that regardless of the knowledge you have, the time you have, you can still contribute in a meaningful way. The lowest level of engagement, you're perhaps just part of the community, which is already a lot. You keep track of discussions around topical issues, either inside the party or more broadly. You vote on the drafts of our policies. Alternatively, if this is the policy area that gets you going, perhaps you'll be part of the larger group that's working on a policy, or even part of the drafting team. And all of this will be facilitated by a policy-making system that allows members not only to look up and existing policy, but to work on it directly and collaboratively. So by using these three elements, we're doing 4 important things. First, we're managing the diversity of the groups involved, because good policy making requires diverse perspectives. When we don't involve women, disabled people, and anyone who is likely to be affected by a policy, we make bad policy, policy that doesn't reflect our values. 2, we're engaging as many people as possible in the process as early as possible. 3, we're giving people the chance to be involved according to what they can offer in terms of time and knowledge. And 4, and we've already mentioned this, allowing multiple people from different chapters to work together allows us to think European and act local. So my plea today is not only to ask you to support the vote, to make such an infrastructure a reality. It's to consider what you really care about, what drew you to Volt in the first place, and commit yourselves to supporting us to develop solutions to some of our gravest problems. When we do that, we get creative, thoughtful policies that serve not only as material for our elected officials, but contribute to a broader dialogue of the Europe we want to see in the future. I'm now going to hand over to Jos to talk about the touchstones.
All right. Wow, it's strange to hear myself. Thanks, Kate. I wanted to say a little bit more about the vote, because this is a vote about an approval from the membership to actually get to become a European party, actually. We are here all together, treating each other as friends, and a lot of times we mismatch or we mismanage to cooperate on policy because we don't have the infrastructure. And so that's the reason that we want to create the system, but we need the support of everybody, especially the boards, for example, of the national chapters, the boards of the local chapters, the national policy leads, the policy leads of the local chapters to be part of this process to create it. But we can only do that when we have this vote of approval, because if nobody approves with this idea, then we're nowhere and we shouldn't be doing this at all. So I'm going to say something about an important part of the document hierarchy that Kate already mentioned, but so please stay with me before you vote, let's say, and before you say if you like or dislike this idea. But this is about it, and we are now actually reaching out to all the national policy leads we already did to be part of a group of people where anybody can bring in their ideas to make the system as scalable and as functional as possible for everyone. Because you can imagine that a large chapter, for example, like the Netherlands or Germany, has different needs and different possibilities in terms of teams and membership volunteering than small chapters like Cyprus that we just saw on the stage. So we want to make it an infrastructure that's workable for everyone. I'll continue to the touchstones now. A very important aspect of the document hierarchy, I can go back very quickly, it's something on the top of the hierarchy. A hierarchy is also always something on the top, right? And what should that be? We now have the mapping of policies, but we also have the Moonshot program. The Moonshot program, the last electoral program for the European elections. They actually mismatch on some points because the mapping of policies was meant to be always being updated, but then the electoral program came in between, and then there came some mismatches in policy. That's not a very big problem, but it's not very useful either. And we often hear from people in the local chapters, especially that the mapping of policies is not always very practical or usable for their policy, because it's really about European or national policy most often. And they also need the space to think of the problems they experience in their local community. But what then? And we thought it would be a good idea to create touchstones out of the policy that we already have. So we have a bunch of policy. I think in total it's like 400 pages right now of European policy, or even more. And the European policy team has already been working on this for the last year, I think, to retract or distract. Extract, sorry. That's the right word. She's British, I'm Dutch, so yeah. extract the touchstones, like the policy principles from the policy that we already have, where everybody can use them in their own context. All right, so this is the official definition by the Cambridge English Dictionary. The touchstone is an established standard or principle by which something is judged. And that's actually the thing that we want to create. So what are touchstones? So touchstones are ambitious and they describe our ideal Europe. So what we don't want is the touchstones to be some kind of transitionary process, right? Because that's policy. The touchstones are the thing that we're aiming for on quite a high level and abstract level. They are goal-oriented enough to inspire policy, and they should be democratically updated through an amendment process that we want to install for the next GA. I don't know if the next GA was already announced officially. I'm looking at Fabian. Is the next GA already announced?
It will be at the end of the GA.
Okay, so the next GA. I know where it is. And part of the vote that you will be having is that we also continue with that process for the touchstone. So be aware that this is part of the approval. Then I want to show you an example of what a touchstone could look like on migration, for example. Migration pathways. We want to establish migration pathways that are secure, globally coherent, and take into consideration the specific needs of migrants. So this doesn't give a solution, or this doesn't give the exact way these migration pathways look like, because context always changes, right? Whenever one country invades the other country, whenever there is issues on the border of Europe, it could always mean that there is different ways we have to look at policy on the specific issue that we have with migration on that moment. But this is something that we always want to establish. So this is how we want to look at migration forever, maybe, or even, no, not forever, but maybe for at least the next 50 years or 100 years, I don't know. That was it, actually. So thanks for your patience. We now have time for questions. I heard there is a Halo Hub, and if you scan that QR code, again, you get to the Halo Hub. I hope it works. If you have any questions, please send them there. And I heard from Rosalie in the back that she is going to tell us if there's any questions, or maybe somebody else. I don't remember. Oh, you are. Yeah.
Thank you so much. As for now, we don't have any question on ALO, so I encourage everybody to submit yours. If there's no time left, you will be able to receive an answer through ALO later. But now, thank you for your presentation. I think that was very insightful, and it seems like a very useful restructure. But I was wondering, how do you plan on onboarding the national policy teams in this change? Like, how do you plan on training them so that they can adjust? Thank you.
Yeah, good question. I already referred to it quite a bit when I mentioned the national policy leads. So all the national policy teams have policy leads as well. They're called the national policy leads. But of course, also the local policy teams have policy leads that are in touch with the national policy leads. And we invited the national policy leads to work with us on fine-tuning the ideas that we already proposed to them. So we have a more advanced proposal than we just showed you, but since we're not voting on the end product now, we wanted to leave it with this. But we invited the national policy leads to join us. Some are going to join us actively, the others are going to be there for feedback and input, because we have these monthly calls with the national policy leads. And we invite all the local policy teams and policy leads to approach their national policy leads to be part of this as well. We're not reaching out to all policy leads within Europe, because that could be 300 people, and that's a huge group. So we also are going to ask the national policy leads to help us in that specific case. And we aim on fine-tuning and testing the system until the next GA as well.
Thank you. We have a few questions from AILO. The first is, what will be the process for local policy making according to the document hierarchy? Will local programs then only be derived/extracted from the top level? Where exactly does the ideation happen?
So, do you want to answer?
No, Karen.
No? I go back to the hierarchy then. So how you could see this structure is that every level inspires the level beneath it, let's say, within the country. But we want to use a very grassroots approach to policy making. So if you are involved in local policy making, for example, please be sure that you're also involved in national policy making and European policy making, and that's why we're actually creating these European communities where everybody is getting together, right? That's one of the main goals of the European communities, is that people find each other from all the administrative levels and collaborate there, so that we know what we think, and we know what we don't want, we know what we want, and we also know what we should not be doing on a national or a European level, or vice versa, right? But this will be a continuous conversation, of course.
Thank you. So for now, we don't have more time for questions on the stage, but I'm sure you're happy to answer them in person or online at Halo. So please send in more questions so they have something to do this weekend. And now, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Now there's also some more legal things, so there's some more me time. I tell you that the vote, the informal vote, again, is open for this session. What you're going to vote about is, if you agree with this decision, that means that the finer details of the infrastructure itself, like the process, templates, etc., are still subject to change and improvement. However, the principles on which this infrastructure will be based are agreed upon, and you have it outlined in the document, so you can read it all up. We opened the vote at the start of this discussion, so already like 20 minutes ago, and it's gonna run until tomorrow, 1 p.m. Same the vote we started earlier, so if you haven't voted on that, please do so. Again, this is not legally binding, both of them, but obviously as the policy team, they invite you to indicate your support so they know if they should keep working on that. You can vote if you have been a member for more than 30 days at the start of the GA. So if you're becoming 30 days old member tomorrow, I'm sorry it's a bit too late. You should have received a voting token on the 21st of November. The title is Your Voting Token, so it should be easy to find in your mails. If you don't find it, you can reach out still to the help desk at help@volteuropa.org, or they are also at the second floor. They set up a tent there to help you in person. They also send nice pictures on WhatsApp, so you should be able to find them. So with that, the legal things are done again, and I give back to our hosts.
Dankeschön. You know, after a while, after you guys have had some lunch and you've gestated, and now you're probably feeling a little bit, relaxed, a little bit too relaxed, which is fine. But I wanted to share something with you guys before we call up our next guest. First, there's other breakout rooms, but you should stay here as well. In one of the breakout rooms in Maestro, there's the Truth Under Pressure, which is reclaiming Europe's information space. We also have in Orient, employee representation in European firms. If either of these is interesting to you, I would check them out. In Volt Academy, empowering people, empowering Europe, is in Occident over here down on the second floor. Yeah, and this for Annalena?
Yeah, so it's a quick reminder for the awareness team. If you haven't talked to the people in the violet vests, do it. Just ask them what they're doing. You can get more information. Please don't hesitate. They're here to support all of you. If you feel stressed, if it's just too much, or if you need a quiet space, they can lead you to the crystal room, which is the quiet room for regeneration.
Crystal to get clear. That's a good way to remember it, yes. All right, it's time once again for a nice voltage boost, and I'm going to call, this is something that's very different, and it has to do with leadership, so I think this is very important. This is something I've done as a musician touring around the world, and we do this with large rooms, sometimes 4,000 or 5,000 people, and I think it will work just as great here. This is called, are you ready? Nobody knows what this is yet. This is called the human circuit. So the idea is that we're going to pass an energy around the room, not metaphysically, but physically. And how it starts is, Anna, if you'll come here, or Chris Luth will be the first one. Let's call Chris. Don't be? Okay. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to connect hands like this. One hand, the other, put that one down, yeah. And we're going to, you probably already know, and then you're going to touch and then reach the next person. And what we're going to do is connect all around the room if we can get every single person all the way back up this, and we have to do it in less than a minute. Okay, that's the speed. It's got a volt. We're going to sending a volt charge through here.
You will get 2 minutes for that because it's great.
2 minutes
Okay, this is the thing.
now.
Let's do it, guys. Everybody can stand up. You can get some energy, get some blood flowing. Breathe fast. Yes, yes, yes. This is something. Okay, everybody who's coming in, don't try to leave. This is the wrong time to leave. This is the best way to get germs. I mean, if you're a germaphobe, this is perfect.
We're getting there. We're
All right,
getting
let's
there.
get Lucia up here too. You have to come on this side so that we can.
Another minute.
Yes, keep it going. How are we doing over there? It has to come all the way and has to land with Lucia, who's going to lead our next session. Yes? Oh, they're finishing. Has it come all the way back across? Now we have to reach.
Oh, I need a hand.
Anna. Okay, let's touch. I'm going to touch here. Elbow touch. Have we done it? We've done it. Everybody, come on, make some noise. We've just made the biggest human circuit in Germany today.
Woo! Oh! Thank you very much.
That felt good. Did that feel good? Yeah, good. So good. Up until this point today, we've talked a lot about the kind of world that we want to build. But now we want to shift the spotlight to talk about how do we build the world. So leading the next session, I'd like to call to the stage now our next two speakers who work at the intersection of community and leadership. The first is Lucia Nash, is this how you say? And just a quick thing about her, she professionally works at the intersection of local governance, inclusion, and civic development. And there's so many things. We had her in the room earlier. She's a great presenter. She doesn't even need a microphone. And then we have Baron Marwijk. Barry van Marwijk is a leadership consultant, coach, trainer specializing in cultural, is it transformation or transition? Please welcome to the stage now.
How do I click? How do I click?
Sorry. It's this way? It's this button.
Yeah, all right. Oh, Baron's picture. There it comes. Right. We need safe, brave, and regenerative leadership. And that's leadership of all of you, by the way, not just your elected leaders. So, why? Friends, the world is changing fast. It's changing very fast. Look at democracy in the US, wars, including on our own continent, climate and nature degenerating, AI, you name it. The world is changing fast. We need leadership with united purpose. A pan-European family coming together here in Frankfurt. And perhaps you recognize these words, because this is what we say in our invitation and our narrative for the GA. So here we are. And look around this room. I mean, just that exercise just now, Conrad, really. United with purpose. You can feel it, right? You can feel it in this room. So this pan-European family, how do we keep it together? Families stay together because they can look each other into the eye and tell each other the truth and know deeply that even when we disagree, there is so much more that binds us and unites us than that divides us. We meet here to remember why we are building a new future together. And that's because all of us deeply know from our history, and today this is showing up again, that collaboration is Europe's oldest strength, and it's the key to the future of Europe. We cannot wait. You've heard it from Thomas Ilves this morning. We cannot wait. We must start leading, all of us. This means that we have to become a model of collaboration. We, in Volt, have to become a model of collaboration. If we can show that it's possible to collaborate across all these differences that we bring, then that's a model for Europe, we think. We want to be a model for European collaboration. So leading this means that we must learn to slow down when we feel frustrated or angry, so that we don't lash out and hurt people in our family. We must slow down to listen and understand perspectives of others, especially when their point of view makes us uncomfortable. Look, conflict is part of the life of our movement. But we can go about it awkwardly, isn't it, at times? When handled well, conflict can be the source of creativity. So if you can stop yourselves next time you feel frustrated or angry, if you can just stop yourself and pause, just before lashing out, that is where future possibility lies. Future possibility lies in the moment, just in the moment. If you can stop yourself, things can open up. So that's important to remember. So this kind of leadership, this is a way to lead change in all this complexity. We need safe, brave, and regenerative leadership cultures. Our European Academy has researched this topic inside and outside of Volt, and has developed a training and support offer. So Barend, what is this safe, brave, and regenerative leadership cultures? What is this about?
So first off, it's a bit of a mouthful, we admit. So I want to make sure that you can all hear me. It's the first, this and this as well. So let's see how it goes. It's a long term, we have to admit. So what I want to start with is like what prompted the project. Why did we start within the Academy to work on this? And in short, it's too many cases of stress, conflict, and disillusion. And we have to immediately add that it's not strange or weird that at an organization like Volt, we have these kind of things. At other organizations, they have them as well, and we might be a specifically prone organization to these type of things, which we'll return to later on. And these incidences of stress or conflict can give serious personal harm. They can lead talented, inspired Volters around us to leave the organization and to stop contributing. I think maybe every one of you can think of one Volter that they really loved, who now no longer is here amongst us to help. Another factor, a bit more larger scale, is that when toxicity, stress, conflict happens for too long in a particular place, parts of Volt's organization can be seriously impeded or even lagged behind what the potential could have been if it would have been handled well culture-wise. So this is why, from Academy perspective, we started this project with the hypothesis that the work culture, the culture of being together in this community, could be improved, and that leadership, which we are especially concerned with in the Academy, can play a large part, but also learning and development in general to help our members to instill a better culture when being together. Together with my co-lead Veronique, who's not here now, unfortunately, but we did a lot of research into this topic, and we had a lot of backing from within the organization, so we interviewed many stakeholders. And I will tell you a bit later on about what we find. But here, now, at this GA...
Should your slide move, I'm just wondering? No, not yet. Okay.
Not yet. No, it's still the same slide.
Sorry, keep going.
It's a long slide.
Yeah, it is a complex term, eh?
Slides will be more dynamic.
Sorry.
No worries. So this is the way we try to help each other. After this presentation, I want you to know 3 things, or that's my purpose. Point 1, why is this so important for especially Volt? Point 2, what is it? What are we talking about exactly? And to give you as a first step in what everybody can do to improve this kind of culture. So, why at first do we want this? To keep it really simple. Point 1, what we would want within Volt is that every Volter can come and contribute as they are, just as they are, as long as, of course, they are respectful and they can contribute and step forward without fear of repercussions. They can raise internal issues without fear of repercussions. They can dare to be on stage like this without fear of being judged by too many people. Second, what we want is that when Volters collaborate with each other, that it actually generates energy instead of sometimes costing energy. And this way, our movement may grow sustainably and exponentially to, who knows, maybe even 100,000 members in 2030, if it goes well. And then when we see that oftentimes at these occasions and online we can be very busy with each other internally, we want this energy, this big mass of energy, to actually go outside in the world where we want to fulfill our shared purpose in Europe and beyond. Moving on to the definitions. So the first part of the project name is fostering, and we'll come back to that later. But let's talk about safe and brave for a little moment. So we started with safe, and safe means psychological safety. And there's an academic definition for psychological safety that goes something like that everybody feels there's a shared belief, so to say, that the environment is safe for interpersonal risk-taking. And if you think about it, that's the most basic thing that people do in an organization like Volt or another thing. You take personal risk because you step forward, this is my opinion, or this is what I can bring. And we want to be safe for that. But then the second thing, when we start talking also with the safer spaces inside Volt, we realized it's never truly safe. You know, there's always a risk. And we cannot kind of deny that that's not the case. So we are actually moving to safer, but actually what we want is brave. And you can kind of turn that academic definition and give it a boost and say that the environment is encouraged for risk-taking. And this is where we want to be as Volt. And we didn't want to take out safe because, yeah, that's sometimes not where we are yet. Then regenerative, where safety might be a state, so to say. Regenerative is actually a set of processes, of practices that can revitalize the energy of people, teams, and systems after conflict or stress to make sure that this positive energy is reinvigorated. And maybe sometimes some negative energies or rotten apples are also out. Because from this perspective, you can basically see the whole marathon that we are doing at Volt as a series of many, many events. And at every event, like this one, or an election, or a specific meeting, you have a preparatory stage, you have a stage of action, and like here we have a care team for people to take care, we have rest, and we have evaluation. And along these many cycles, we want to get bigger, 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 and make sure that we keep the people who are active with us active and healthy. Then finally, work cultures. We talk about a culture, we mainly say work culture because we're talking about active members being together here, trying to move the movement forward, but it's actually a culture of being together. And what's extra important here is the S. So once we started talking with other grassroots organizations about this topic, they say there's one thing you really need to be very clear about, that there is no such thing as a monoculture. I have a very different kind of perspective of culture than another person. And this goes very personally as well. So I might seem quite confident in standing here, but actually I might be also very, very anxious in many ways or outside Volt. One person who is in the team might think, oh, this whole team is, everybody feels safe and happy. And another person might be managing to do the work, but secretly feeling really bad about the environment. So these are the three kind of defining brackets, and you can see what we have. We have a state that goes up and down, and we have a kind of process. And with this kind of two tools that you can request information on later on, there's all these kind of exercises to make sure that we keep this culture going. For now, moving on to what we are not talking about, because that's sometimes as important as defining what we are talking about. In this case, what we are not talking about is that this is a goal in itself, this culture. No, with Volt we have a shared purpose, and this culture is an enabling condition to fulfill that shared purpose. Second, it also doesn't mean we have never conflict or disagreement. No, it's probably inevitable to have disagreement, like you said in the intro, and conflict can actually be very productive if we are constructive about how it takes place. A third thing, which it is not, is a license to whine, as a researcher has called it. And whine might sound a bit cynical, but it means that you're complaining about something without taking agency or without self-reflection about your role in what has happened. So still, there might be many reasons to complain, and we should keep on doing so, but these two elements are important in complaining in a kind of brave way. Then, it also doesn't mean that you get applause for all your ideas, that you get on stage and you can rely on admiration for everyone. No, but you can be respected for the honest and benevolent contribution that you try to make. And finally, what we are also not talking about is that this is a lack of performance standards. And there's research that shows that psychological safety is actually necessary for prolonged high performance. And this is what we need at Volt as well, of course, in the long game. And this is a link to the kind of argument why this concept of safety and regenerating our energy is vital for Volt. Because we are, of course, a large movement, still relatively small, scale up, you might say. We're European, that's of course cool. But we are, for a real impact, we are not there yet. It's a long game with little wins, and we are very much dependent on our active members. So we have to make sure that our active member base keeps on growing. Otherwise, we will never get there. The second thing, and I find that the most important or actually surprising thing from the research, is that for psychological safety in an organization to be there, it's actually necessary to have psychological safety for the organization to perform better if the organization is diverse. So very simply, a diverse organization without psychological safety will underperform organizations who have people that are the same, basically. And then it's extra interesting to think, what if this research had been done in an organization that's not only diverse, like we are, but also one that works remote, with many volunteers, maybe also relatively inexperienced volunteers sometimes, part-time besides other works, and also on complex, divisive political topics with elements of internal competition around elections and for board positions. Then you can see how this psychological safety is really key for us to have. And then finally, leadership. And we at the Academy say leadership is not a title, it's an activity. An activity where you lead others under a situation of uncertainty for shared purpose. And of course, we rely heavily in Volt on our leaders to make sure that they promote the right culture where other people can thrive. But actually, in our grassroots or not culture, we are very much dependent on everyone, so that means everyone in this hall, everyone in this DA, to lead in their own way. And everybody has their own way, but we want to lead with integrity. And integrity is something we'll come back to later too. It's going to be short about the research that we did. It was a bit extensive, and you can request the full research presentation later on. But let's say a couple of points. So there was strong consensus in different parts of the organization that this issue, the issue of stress and conflict and not properly being addressed, is a high priority to challenge. And especially present, though it was everywhere in our organization, in the parts where people are working on a more kind of remote and part-time basis. Understandable, because being together gives a kind of trust that, you know, can really be a big supportive kind of foundation under any team, and understandable with part-time, because if people have part-time besides other work and working with full-timers, it gives a little bit of complexity. Then, in general, we identified 11 problematic dynamics. I won't mention them all. I will just mention 2 more systemic ones and a couple of more personal ones for you to take home. So 2 important systemic ones is that while we might have a code of conduct and we might have an integrity syllabus for people to behave, they are not alive in our organization. They are not actionable norms. And actually also someone involved, Rosalie and a big team, towards this GA, they worked very hard to renew this code of conduct and to make it actionable, promote with actual norms that we can hold each other to. A second thing is online communication. Previously on Workplace, there were so many debates that are unproductive, and still I can understand, anybody can understand that there is a serious issue if somebody feels serious about, that you want to debate, but many people who were new, for example, and came to Volt and saw all this debate on Workplace, they immediately left. They thought, well, what is this? And it cost a lot of people in it also a lot of negative energy. Now moving to Halo, and already some great work done on kind of tone and gartering. There's new guidelines, but let's all together make sure that this kind of online and also offline communication and debating doesn't do harm. And then there were learnings from other organizations that we also took in who were actively busy with this kind of culture. Now, what you can do to help us foster safe, brave, and regenerative cultures. Very concretely, tomorrow morning there will be a session about the integrity. There will also be a voting, I believe, on the new code of conduct. So make sure you read this code of conduct, or in any case, the shorter version. It will be around 10 in the main hall. Then we made a nice pre-read from Academy that you can read, and there is some theory on psychological safety, on regenerative practices, and there are some exercises that you can use in your teams. Also a kind of facilitated discussion about Volt values, which is a different thing, to actually make sure that you instill the kind of culture in your team, in your environment, that you can have a basis to really work together on. And then personally, there's two little things that I want to highlight, because what is essentially culture? It's behavior. And one point that I will ask you to bring home is listening. If there was one thing that all these external experts that we interviewed around this culture, they say a culture of listening is important. And people might even say that should be a key element of a political party, to listen to the people out in the field. But between us, it means that you listen openly to each other. I mean, we come here with a lot of people with a vision of how things should be, opinionated, and it's easy to judge someone when they say something that doesn't align, or it's easy to kind of swipe the person off in your head. So I would challenge you to keep that away for 2 or 3 seconds and listen a little bit more openly and see if there's something you can agree on with the other person. Then there's one final thing. Many people have meetings, online meetings. One very easy thing to do at the end of the meeting is to end with just 30 seconds of appreciating what you have achieved together. And just doing it, even 20 or 10 seconds, it might be small and it might feel a little bit silly and a little bit newer generation, but it can really help to reinvigorate people. So that's that. And there's one very concrete thing that you can do, and that's scan this QR code to indicate your interest to contribute to this initiative. After this Frankfurt GA in 2026, Lucia will be the culture ambassador for safe, brave, and regenerative culture. Yeah, give her a hand, give her a hand. And we are going to see how we can really, beside the measures within the academy that we already took, kick this off and create a movement in the whole organization. And also in this QR code, you can request resources like the full research presentation, where we go all into these 11 dynamics and also the background behind that. How are we doing on time? 9 more minutes. Oh, then we're well in time. Because now we have something quite special, and I will take a seat for it too. And Lucia, you can probably explain the best yourself.
Click the next slide. So are you in for a little experiment? Yeah. Really? Some of you who know me might be a bit, getting a bit anxious here. All right. We will do a witnessing practice, right? You heard Baden talk about listening. And this practice is about listening not just with your ears, but with your body and with your heart. All right? So this exercise is about slowing down. I mentioned in the beginning that if you feel stuff coming up, anger, frustration, the thing is to stop yourself. So slowing down so that you can take care of yourself. You can listen to your body. Your body knows what's up before you do, right? People recognize that, right? So listen to your body so that you take care of yourself, you can hold yourself, and that makes it possible for you to care about others around you, in your team, in the movement. And take care of Europe. We want to take care of Europe, right? Of all of us in Europe. So that is important. This exercise will help experience what that could feel like. It's about taking care of Europe and of the world with all its world events without feeling overwhelmed. Sometimes you can watch the news and you just want to switch it off and not watch anymore, right? All right, so here we go. You ready?
To feel perhaps a bit safe, brave, and regenerative.
Thank you. Sit up a bit more straight. Plant your feet firmly on the ground. And some of you know that what's coming now, right? Some of you know if you feel comfortable, you don't have to. If you feel comfortable, you can close your eyes. Otherwise, just gaze in front of you and take a deep breath. How does it feel to be here in this room in Frankfurt now? My heart jumps with joy. How about yours? Check in with your feelings. It's all good. Perhaps there's some anxiety, maybe about this exercise. Or perhaps you're used to checking in with yourself and you're already tuned into your body. So just take a moment to scan your heart, scan your stomach, feel your feet on the ground. How does it feel to be you in this crowd? Go back to your heart and imagine reaching out to one other Volter in the room. There are many of us here, but just reach out to one from your heart and imagine the power and potential of that relationship and where it can go. Now reach out further from your heart and bring the others in the room in. Volters you still hope to meet. And yes, maybe also those you may disagree with. Bring them in. We have disagreement and discomfort with each other, and that's okay. We come from different places, different backgrounds, different experiences, different generations for sure. There are bound to be tensions. And yet, there is something that binds us. It's the dream of a united Europe. Can you feel the vibe in this movement? Now, as a last stretch, reach out to the people in Europe. What triggers you? In a moment, we will meet here activists from Serbia and Georgia. Maybe you're reaching out to the Volters in Ukraine, to friends around the world, to people in Israel and Palestine. I like to go to Myanmar, where I have many friends suffering. What triggers you when you think about the world? So what is your purpose? What do you want to lead on? It can be overwhelming if you think about the world, and that's okay. But just imagine that everyone in this room wants the best for you, even when you are different and have different ambitions. These are the seeds of a brave and regenerative culture that's already here. Take a deep breath. And when you're ready, please open your eyes. And we can have the next slide. Because we'd like to hear how you have experienced this session and the little practice we were doing. There's a QR code where you can let us know what you'll probably tell a friend about this session. It's anonymous. It's anonymous. Please share it so that we can use it for our academy research about where we could take something like this and where we could take the safe, brave, and regenerative. Barend, you want to wrap us up?
Yeah. Take your time for this one. The questions will be a bit general, but we're especially interested in kind of the work culture element, but fill it in any way you want. And I think after this nice guided meditation by Lucia, where we feel a bit more safe and brave, let's try to make the whole GA especially brave and regenerative and beyond. And we thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Okay, we would do a short 1-minute silent work where you use the QR code to put in your story. Because I know the day will be busy, so if you won't do it now, perhaps you will forget it. So please use your phone, follow the QR code, and just put in a few words on the experience you just had. Thank you. Okay. I hope you can also just follow the link and keep it open in your phone to then answer later. Thank you for this wonderful session. I think it grounded us all a bit. The next topic is something that's also really important for Volt, because we are a movement and a political party, which means we can move slow by changing statutes or writing positions and discussing a lot and debating a lot with other political parties. But we can also move fast, because if we see that our values are in danger, we can move fast, we can raise our voice, we can do a demonstration, we can talk to our network. So that's a superpower of Volt, that we have this both working modes. So for the next session, we will take a look into different countries from Europe to see how the activism works there in Serbia and Georgia. And I welcome Andi Sheu on stage for the moderation.
So, hello everyone. I am Andi, former president of Volt Europa and first gentleman of Volt. And I'm very happy to open this discussion. Now, we are talking a lot about Europe, while at the doorstep we have 2 European countries. We are going in a very dark direction. In Serbia, there has been a centralization drive for years. Media, institutions, universities have been deeply infiltrated by the government, and students and citizens have had to turn a tragedy at the train station into one of the most amazing protest movements across Europe in decades. And they have done it under huge pressures from the government, under threats, under foreign laws. And we will talk with Marina, who has helped co-fund, and then I will invite you soon into the stage, who has helped create movements like Kreni Promeni that has helped this protest go on despite all these huge difficulties under which it is. At the same time, in Georgia, a government elected on a European promise has moved into a Kremlin-style politics. And foreign people have been dubbed foreign agents. They are being fined huge amounts of money to block them from participating into protests. They are being jailed. And the organization founded by our friend David helps them to fight with this, to collect this amount of money so that they can be able to fight against this suppression that they are experiencing. So today, David, come also. So today we are not talking Today we are not talking about some abstract civic engagement. Today we are going to talk about real suppression that is happening at Europe's doorstep, that is happening in the most violent possible way, and that it is influencing us directly. And we are talking really about the future of Europe, because we see similar things happening already in Europe, with protests being suppressed, for example, in Germany, with Palestinian voices here in this country. And so, I'm very grateful to have with us Marina Pavlic, founder and executive director of Kreni Promeni, and David Gincharadze, founder of Georgia's Freedom Fund. And the question we want to ask them is very important for Volt, because it brings us to our roots. How do you build a sustainable movement when the system is designed to break you? What keeps you going through tough times? And how can we, Europeans, be real allies and not just observers on the sidelines? So, Marina, David, thank you for being here, and let's begin. The first question is, both of you stepped into activism at a real high personal cost. What was the moment when you thought, I cannot stop, I do nothing, I want to do something?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us today. For me, it was easy. I didn't think. When I was 7, a dictator became a president in Serbia. Back then, it was Milosevic. So the only reality that I remember was having my parents frustrated all the time, talking about the politics, about sanctions, bombing, war with neighbors. And the only hope that I could feel was relief when they were coming back from the street protests, the one that we are still having on the streets today. So back then, when I was around 9 years old, I decided that I'm going to take part in those protests. And when we had revolution in 2000, I was on the streets as well. And I was happy because I was 14, and I was like, we won, this is it, change is coming. And then today, again, we have Vučić, who was minister in the Milosevic government, and he has just more skills than before. And yeah, we are still there. So for me, this is necessity to be active. It's not like I love it. I really love connecting the dots and people and making the world a better place. But whoever wants to live a decent life in Serbia should and have to fight.
Thank you for that. For me, I think our fight starts when USSR ceased to exist, when my grandparents' generation, my parents' generation had to literally take arms against Russia, and when most people haven't believed us that Russia is an enemy, we were alone to fight and defend our borders. And back then, we had Rose Revolution, which brought liberalization to Georgia, and we thought that maybe, potentially, the fight is over. But approximately a year ago, when we saw rigged elections and a yearly long protest because our government said that they will stop negotiating with the EU, something that 80% of the Georgia's population support, I think all of us understood that either we fight now or we will have to keep silent forever. So for me, it was, I think, the realization when I was on one of the protests where a friend, Mzia Marlobeli, a jail journalist, was imprisoned, and now she's the first female political prisoner in Georgia. It was also when my friend went to jail, and then also when I was very close to going to jail because the government decided to, meddle. So I think it was basically a realization that unless all of us are safe and we protect each other from the Russian rule and autocracy of one name, Bidzina Ivanishvili, who is very similar to Vucic, I'd like to think of him as two little pathetic men on the continental Europe. I think, yeah, that was a choice of, either you act now or you won't be able to even talk later.
Thank you. Thank you both. And so this is important to ground us because this choice to engage, it comes at a personal sacrifice. It doesn't come easy, and you cannot do it without sacrificing something. For the next question, going a little bit more broadly, so we know that both countries, both Serbia and Georgia, are in a European path. However, both countries are kind of drifting away in different ways. How do you explain this paradox? What is the background, shortly, that you think you can explain this? For example, as you just said, 80% of Georgians want to be in the European Union, so how come this is happening? For Serbia, perhaps it's a different story. Yeah, that would be my question. This time we start.
Absolutely, I think that's a great question. Yes, 80% of Georgia supports European integration. The question of European integration was never a controversial one in Georgia. We have more EU flags than arguably in Brussels. I think we are the most pro-EU population potentially in the world because you just don't see 80% of the people supporting EU like this. And in fact, one of the founders of the European federalization idea was actually Georgian. He was Georgian-French, Mikhail Musheli. When he fled the first occupation of Georgia by Soviet troops, he actually co-created a European federal constitution that was back then one of the early projects of how could Europe federalize. And yet, I think, to your question, the governments, they sometimes don't have the best interests of the people. When we saw that for past 13 years, slowly institutions have been monopolized. The courts, the constitutional court, the police, everything that has actually built with EU's money has been monopolized by one man. And I think that's, to say it very shortly, we had elections that were rigged, and when we had the protest that followed that. And the reason is that people want to be part of EU, people want to feel European, and in Georgia we never, we always have to prove to others that, is Georgia really in Europe, is it in Asia? And for us it's a very heated question, not because we have something against Asian countries, it's because for us it's a very fundamental part of our identity, and we don't like when this is being, argued over the table whether Georgians are Europeans or not. But, to summarize that, sometimes you have a population that aspires to do things, and then you have a government that doesn't. And if you are not very careful about the way the institutions are set up and the way the people can engage with you, people in the regions especially, then bad things might happen. So it's always important to be careful with the governments that you vote for or you haven't voted for.
Okay, thank you. And what is the difference with Serbia?
So Serbia is specific because of this long history of being under different regimes, and we are not part of the EU, and it feels like we're gonna be there with you after 100 years. Why? Because rule of law is not working, our institutions are under the threat all the time, nothing is working, and then there is no free media. So with that reality that we are living, it's really hard to imagine that we're gonna make some progress there unless we don't have another ruling party or whoever. In that sense, our people are pretty much disappointed because for, I don't know, such a long time, people had hope that something will happen, then someone from outside will save us in a way. But then that dream died, so people realized that we should depend on ourselves, and students now are saying the same story, we have only ourselves, and we should walk to the Strasbourg or whatever, try to speak with others, but there was a feeling that we are left behind, and Vucic is playing this game with West and with East all the time, he's for everything, and of course he's not doing anything. But sometimes there is a feeling that people from Europe are disappointing their own values, because if you support Vucic and you know who he is, and there is no chance that people in Europe don't know, and giving them, contracts for lithium mining and everything else, then you're supporting everything that he do, and like he's really criminalized group of people that is, taking people under attack. So it's really important for Europe to understand that first Europe should speak, and then at some point we will all be part of the same team, I hope.
So I actually think that what is happening in Georgia, in Serbia right now, it is the front line of European values. I think that in some ways, the fight that you are fighting is the fight for Europe that most European governments are not fighting, so the values that you were mentioning. And second, we forgot to ground this more in reality of us today. While we were here today discussing about Europe, the Instagram account of the organization was shut down, literally today, from the government. It is the second biggest account to help organize the movement, and it was just shut down, no explanation. So this is happening right now. So we are not talking about protest movements in the past, but right now. And with that, I want to lead into the second part, which is, given how difficult it is, and this is a key core of the community organizing that we both are trying to promote. How do you manage to keep your members engaged, active, to not go into burnout, to not get afraid? So what is the methodology or the ideas that you have for this in this such difficult situation?
Yeah, we are managing it by bringing hope every day in so many different ways. We are connecting people all across the country. People who are supporting Kreni Promeni in some way or another is around 1 million people, and we have 6 million in Serbia, which is around 20% of population. And people like to be part of Kreni Promeni because when they are there, they feel some different kind of Serbia. 2 days ago, there was one lady who was living in Germany for I don't know how many years, 26, I think she said. And she came back to Serbia and she said, I really feel regret that I came back. I cannot, finally I see people in Kreni Promeni with who I feel like home, but when I came back, I felt really isolated and I felt really bad, and why did I do this? So what we are doing is bringing back hope, bringing back small victories, small steps, connecting dots and making a whole structure of 700 really active people and 14 offices and everything else that they are supporting each other, and we are supporting students and making those kind of links and showing that change is possible. I totally don't have doubt in it. It's just a matter of time when we're going to make the switch of how many of us and how many of them. Yeah.
Such a good point, I think, and about the hope. And I would add, it's also a lot about being strategic about your resources. There are more than 200 different ways of resisting. There's many ways you can protest. It's not just a street demonstration. There's actually way more. But often what happens is people get stuck in the ways that have been working before. For example, when we had the Rose Revolution in Georgia, the state wasn't that developed, so it was easier to make change in that state. Now I think a lot of people in Georgia had their hope for a quick change, and some of us weren't maybe as ready for the wave of terror. We have 120 political prisoners now, and we have people getting caught in the street every single day because of their protesting. And in these moments, it's very important to keep a strategic goal in mind. And when I say that, I think one of the most important things is that you need to be very strategic on understanding where does the authoritarian government stand on. You know that it stands on different pillars. One of them is propaganda. And unfortunately, what's been an issue in Georgia is that a lot of people, they might be passively supporting the protest, or they might be neutrally minded about it, but they don't quite understand how does the protest relate to their problems here and now. And I think actually I went to Serbia recently, and there something that was really striking is that most people in the street know exactly, not just for what they're protesting for, but also they know technically how they want the change to happen. They know what kind of elections they want. They know what kind of configuration in the public broadcaster do they want. And I think that's essentially very important. You have to really pick your battles. You have to pick one of the pillars that the authoritarianism stands on, and you have to be very rational. You have to sometimes put emotions aside in order to understand how do you best undermine that pillar of the authoritarianism.
Thank you. And, but there is, so talking about this, the problem, I think the main problem in these two situations is how the governments are acting. They are using smear campaigns, they are using, they are used to imprison people just out of the streets without any previous knowledge, with no accusations, they just lock them for 2 weeks, we said, and then perhaps they release them, perhaps they not. They use fines. All of this makes it incredibly challenging, something that we are not used in, theoretically, in Western Europe to live with. What is the technique that you use, and perhaps your organization exists exactly because of this, but the question is, what is the technique that you use to enable people to stay in the fight, to not leave the country, to not try to escape? And this time we start with you, David.
That's a very good question, and I actually have a name for it. It's called the IKEA effect. And yeah, it's the IKEA, you know, the Swedish one. So if you have ever bought something from IKEA, a lot of times you have to assemble it yourself. And there is a psychological effect that if you assemble something yourself, you kind of think of it as if it's more valuable than a table that you would just buy. So the IKEA effect essentially means that if people have a feeling that they are all contributing to something, then they are more likely to fear losing it. So the philosophy behind Freedom Fund and any crowdsourcing initiative that basically supports the protesters, now we fully support the political prisoners, is that if you can persuade even 10,000 people to donate even €1, even once a month, that means that they have more feeling of the ownership of the protest. People are very tired of listening to people, talking all the time. People are very tired of listening to lectures. People want to be heard. And that is sort of like flipping the process. If authoritarianists are pushing things top to bottom, the solution for us is to do things bottom up, which means creating the feeling of ownership over the process. I think that's the one most important thing.
Thanks. I fully agree with that.
So for us, it was building step by step, power of people. I remember when we organized the first huge blockades of the highways back in 2021. That was a scary movie because they said that they're gonna arrest us and everything else. Before that, it was not happening. But we said to people, let's go out in a small teams of 2 to 5 people so they cannot stop us. If we are all together, they can stop us. And if you have an issue, we can provide you with lawyers and everything else. And if you got the fine or whatever, we're going to pay for you. And we ask for small donations of others in solidarity to give the money and to spread all of that. So we managed somehow to show that kind of solidarity. No one was left behind. And that was the first time that people, even in the small villages, step out, because it's much harder in small towns and villages where everybody knows everyone. And we all know that if you go out, you're going to lose your job tomorrow. And not only that, they are always using the tactic, even if you want to be brave and do it, they are saying your mom will lose job, your dad will lose the job, and then sometimes people stay quiet because of that. So that was the first time when we shifted the energy. But now more and more people, I think, majority of the country is ready to lose their jobs, and we are seeing that every day. More than half university professors lost their job, high school teachers lost their job, and they are losing it every day for no reason, only because they supported students, so that's a big crime. Yeah, people feel like they cannot lose anything anymore. So I think this is a good stage where they cannot
can start the fight.
Bring the fear anymore. Yeah, it's always worse and worse, cutting, I don't know, communication channels, like they cut it our network or whatever, like you cannot speak because you don't have national media or whatever. But people are there, people are on the streets, and we speak with each other, and we are there for each other. For example, we had more than 3,000 people arrested since the protest began in November last year. But for each person, we were there in front of the jails. We were going inside of the police stations. I remember for one of our members, we sat down on the floor. We said, we are not going out until you let him go. And they always let them go if you fight back. But it's a lot of energy spent on just
keeping the people out.
Yeah.
Yes,
all the time.
For no reason. This allows me... This allows me a follow-up question, because both of you kind of mentioned it, but I think it's, I think this is core. So you think that you have the majority of the population in favor of what you are doing in both countries, independently whether one is more for integrating in the EU, in the other one we haven't seen the EU flags for different historical reasons. However, most of the people, when there is a protest, tend to stay silent on the sidelines. They tend to observe, but not to participate. If you could also teach us, so not only from your experience, how do you bring out the people who are afraid, but who agree?
So again, for us, it was bringing step by step doing it. When we started 5 years ago, Kreni Promeni, we started with petitions. It was not coincidence, because if you click on the petition, nobody knows who did it. Even if you see the name, you don't know the surname or da-da-da. So we were bringing masses and masses first to sign the petitions. Then we asked the bravest one to submit the petitions to municipalities or whoever government. Then to start be vocal, and then we were teaching them step by step how they can fight back. So, and they could see in so many cases, then whenever we came together, like we won. For example, even with they wanted to prioritize voters, for example, in Serbia, it was 70,000 signatures in one day, and they withdrawn the law that they already adopted in the assembly. So whenever they see pushback, they somehow react, but they never say it's because of people, they just wanted it. So it's, but you can see that whenever people are together, we are making some kind of small changes, not big one, but like, yeah.
Small steps, baby steps, one by one, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really agree with that. I think it's about taking small steps, and it's really about, and it's going to maybe sound like a sort of psychology talk or something, but it's really about meeting people where they are at, which very pragmatically means that suspension of EU integration, even suspension of visa-free regime, all of these things that we care about and are political and might be hard to understand for people in some places, for example, in like small villages in Georgia, they still care about bread and butter issues. They still care that, you know, if everyone goes to jail, inevitably your mother or your sister will go to jail as well. And the far right is really good at using what is already in people, the emotions and the concerns that they have, to meet them there and bring them up on the political stage. So I think we should start doing the same thing, obviously in different ways. We should really start looking at the people and seeing what issues do they care about and really trying to integrate it in the current protest. And this is something that I'll fully focus on for the next few months, if not a year, trying to meet people in the regions of Georgia and seeing how can we integrate their concerns of the concerns in Tbilisi on the main protest square.
May I just add something,
Sure.
because I think it's crucial. Like for us, it was, we at some point, we didn't have enough people to fight back, and we are working on so many issues. And we said, okay, if you want us to do something, like why don't you apply and give us 4 to 6 hours per month? And 2,000 people gave us in 3 months, like, I'm gonna give you 4 to 6 hours, take it and tell me what to do. And then I realized that, like, I'm doing community organizing work for 16 years, but I didn't know what to do with 2,000 people at the same time, and what roles to give them, and where in which teams to put them. And I was in shock. And then I realized that for each person, you need to find a different role. You need to have time to speak with them, what they care about, what is their skill, and how you can make the really good system. So it's a lot of work on our hand to make the ground for them to jump in. So yeah, maybe to think more about the pre-step before we call them.
This is a fundamental part of community organizing, so you need to understand people you are working with before giving them tasks, absolutely. And to go toward the big question now. So the EU, for both countries, It has done some resolutions, some baby steps, but it has not engaged for real. In the case of Georgia, because of internal divisions mostly, with countries seeing slightly different. In the case of Serbia, mostly for economic reasons, I would say, and geopolitical ones. It has made so that, you mentioned this already, that the European Commission continues to make contrasts, especially for mining with Serbia, uncaring about the rule of law, as we say we are, uncaring about humanitarian rights, as we say that we engage a lot about human rights. So my question would be, in your view, what would be a contribution that the EU could make, which is not foreign interference, but that it meaningfully helps on the ground?
So I've actually asked this question to my people, and I've asked them, I'm going to present at World Conference, and what do you want them to hear? Because there's going to be a lot of Europeans from different countries. And there are so many messages. Broadly, they were saying that, we want the Europeans to know, and that essentially means that the European Parliament to know and the European Commission to know, don't say that Georgia is lost. We've been fighting for 156 days, and soon it's going to be a year of a daily protest. Don't say that it's going to be lost. Even if you spend 10 minutes a month persuading your local representatives that sanctions, that resolutions, and the international attention to Georgia is important, you will know that, if we win in Georgia, then you can win other battles that might come in the future. And we're very happy, and I'm sure the Serbian people would also be very happy to be on the front line, as long as we feel that there is a back. And I think that's the most important feeling.
For us, is to spread the word. For example, our government used a sonic weapon on all the protesters, 300,000 of us standing and being quiet for 16 victims for 16 minutes. They used this sonic weapon on us, and some people could die because of the stampedo and everything. Unfortunately, nobody died, but because of that, we asked UN to support us and started the whole investigation and everything, even though people didn't believe that anybody can do anything. But in that sense, just don't support Vučić, whatever, and it will be good enough. If not only that, spread the word how bad it is, and maybe if you can push anyhow for our institution to start working the job, that would be a lot. So yeah, thank you for the chance just to speak about it.
Well, I think that in this room are a lot of committed Europeans that could help with spreading the word and also pressuring directly the institutions. I see a lot of people here who could do it also directly. Last question, very short.
Andy, I'm sorry.
We need to close.
We need to close, yes, we're already late. So there's time just for your final remarks to close the session.
No, final remarks, it was only what does victory means to you, but I think the answer was already clear. Victory means changing this government and for these two countries to be European countries. I'm assuming. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I think this was a really good last session for day one. You all made it.
Yeah,
Thank
you did.
you very much for showing up today. Thank you very much for being here and listening.
Yeah, let's do a stomp like FRD was doing. Let's do one of these kind of deals. Huh? One of these? Come on. It's like a kick drum.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes.
So we started today with the big topics. How could Europe grow? What could we do? We talked about AI and if it's a threat or a chance. We did some votes today. So it was informal votes today, so we have some practice for tomorrow, because tomorrow there will be more of that. You will hear more of Fabian tomorrow. He will lead you and guide you through all the votes, so don't worry, we will make all of that happen. We talked about Cyprus and about our policies and communities. So I think it was a day full of a mix of different topics that all represent Volt. So thank you very much for joining today. But what will happen tonight?
Tonight, the main reason everybody came, I'm kidding, no. But there are some things going on tonight. There are some evening activities where intoxication may or may not ensue. But that's not the main point of it. The main point is to make sure that you come back here tomorrow on time. There are some parties that can be found on the Halo app, the Halo Hub. And there's also a board game night, too, for anybody who's interested in that. Please. Yes.
Perfect. So join these social activities, but the next real step we're doing now is also becoming active, and we will have a public action starting in half an hour. The topic is United States of Europe now. So we will have a march through the Frankfurt city. We will be screaming, we will be loud, we will be purple, and show Frankfurt how the best people of Europe look like and what we can really reach here. I know you're all tired of waiting. So we will march, or actually walk, from Platz der Einheit to Willy Brandt-Platz. But don't worry, if you go out here, there will be people outside guiding you to the right way. What you will need to do is march with us from 4, which is like in half an hour, to 5:30. And then we will have some speeches at the end. Some practical rules.
Bring some warm clothes, second pair of underwear. It's a little bit cold outside tonight. Wear your purple. Be as purple as you can. And, yes. Okay, now these are some fun rules, because welcome to Germany. Burning or I was going to say incarceration, but that would happen for the incineration of objects is prohibited. And it's going to be visible. Yes. No painting or stickers, unless they're on yourself. You can paint yourself, of course. That's totally fine. And what else? Did anybody bring any pets or dogs? Because for some reason they're prohibited. I love dogs, but they're not. They're cute. Flags can only be attached to poles maximum of 2 meters, made of soft wood or plastic. That's the German one. Drones are not permitted. Polaroids are encouraged. Yes, and medics will be present. Yes? Yes, I'm just reading this. Und einmal.
And we have one more thing.
Yeah.
And that is actually we have to officially close.
That's right.
The GA. So.
Yes. So before we can send you out to the public action, I will hereby announce that at 15:41 we will adjourn the GA until tomorrow at 8:30. As you heard, we're gonna have a lot of votes, so sleep well tonight and try to be on time.
Woo! Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Don't leave anything here. Take all of your stuff. And one more last thing. We will have to sing something during.
That's right. This is the most important part. Go on.
So I heard the latest, greatest, and kind of difficult one is.
It's very difficult.
Europe.
United.
Europe.
United.
Europe.
United.
Okay, you think you can make that happen? Awesome, thank you very much. Please take all your stuff, take your jackets.
And cue the good music, and we'll see you down there.
See you down there.
Louder, louder.